The whole deal kicks off in Shanghai. In a quiet room, a woman named Jiang Guang stands feeding her newborn son. She tells little Chen Trey how lucky he is that his worlds just eat and sleep right now. She flashes a smile despite the sleepless nights, because as long as he grows up strong, it's all worth it. What she doesn't know is that her kid's anything but normal. This baby's got a past life vibe. He's reincarnated with old memories. While nursing, the baby realizes his brain ain't fully cooked yet, but he's still got awareness. A green status screen, like a game HUD, pops up showing he's Lin Chen, 33 days old, rocking a basic bio level 1. He knows he's got some special cheat code powers. When he hits 3 months, Lin Chen's chilling in his crib. As his parents, Jiang Wan and Lin Yanning, peek at him, Dad comments that the kid's body seems way advanced and predicts he's going to be a beast either as a gene hybrid or somewhere along those lines, like a cyborg. While they're chatting, Lin Chen's kicking his legs. His system pings that he's kicked 10,000 times, granting him bio-attribute XP and leveling up. This skill means any body part he trains gets massively stronger but within his carbon biology limits. He feels the power rise and wonders about the gene hybrids and cyborgs his dad mentioned. Thinking about superheroes. By 4 months, Lin Chen's learned to sit up and crawl. To keep his parents from freaking out about his rapid growth, he only trains at night. Each crawl session nets him system points. A month later, at 5 months, he's got walking down solid. At 6 months old, he finally sits and crawls around in front of his folks without it seeming too weird. While watching TV, he sees a news clip about monsters called Aberrants and gene hybrid fighters teaming up with cyborgs. That's when Lin Chen realizes his new world's nothing like the old one. He gets that Earth's transformed, spawning terrifying beasts called Aberrants. To battle them, humans took 2 paths. First, mechanical upgrades, turning people into strong cyborgs through tech. Second is gene-tweaking humans, merging their DNA with Aberrants to gain killer powers and fight monsters as gene hybrids. Knowing the stakes, Lin Chen's reincarnation plan is to use his system to grow safely, level up quietly, and survive this dangerous world. One day, the doorbell rings. Jiang Guang-san opens it and meets a woman in a blue dress, Su Meng, their new next-door neighbor. Su Meng introduces her family, her husband Sen Jiani and little daughter Sen King Han, the kids clutching a doll. Lin Dai Chen spots the purple-haired girl and instantly knows Sen King Han's going to be his first friend in this new life. He gets a gut feeling their paths will be tightly linked down the line. Time flies and Lin Chen is grinding hard. By 7 months, thanks to his attribute XP skill, he's got running, jumping, and simple chatting down, all by talking to himself and stacking points for every move. At 8 months, his training's next level, he's doing sit-ups and push-ups right in his crib. But he only works out when his parents aren't around. One day, though, Mom Jiang Guang-san steps onto the balcony and freezes, seeing her son, Bat Thun, banging out sit-ups. She rubs her eyes, doubting what she's seeing, but being a web novel author, she figures it's just stress-induced hallucinations. Lin Chen immediately fakes being asleep, sighs in relief, and tells himself to be more careful. A few days later, while bathing him, Jiang Guang-san spots something shocking again. She calls out to her husband, Lin Yan-seng. When he arrives, she shows him their son's rock-hard abs. Lin Yan-seng is blown away, excited that their kid might be a 1-in-a-million genius headed for a killer future as a powerful gene hybrid cyborg. Hearing that Prodigy talk, Lin Dai Chen relaxes, knowing his secret's safe. He feels lucky that both his parents are web novel writers. He thinks, this messed up Earth can't be the only place packed with geniuses. He and Mom watch a news story about a 2-year-old martial arts kid who can lift a 20-kilogram weight with one hand. Jiang Guang-san hugs her son tight and proudly says Chen Trin's just as awesome. Lin Chen's touched by his mom's faith and wonders if he'll be able to lift 20 kilograms when he hits 2 years old. When Lin Chen turns 2, all his training pays off. Quietly hiding his powers, he easily lifts 20 kilograms one-handed in the storage room. His workout gets interrupted when Mom calls out that Han Sen King Han's nickname is coming over. Startled, he puts the weight down and steps out, then opens the door to find Sen King Han, also 2 years old, handing him a slap cake. Lin Dai Chen quietly notes their mental age gap means they don't play the usual way. Han's just a regular toddler, but he's squeezing and training whenever he can. He invents a clever way to play with her. Since she likes to cling close, she doubles as the perfect weighted vest for his workouts. Still, there's a recurring problem. The moment he feels warm and a little wet, he yells out that Han just peed on him again. Another year passes, and by the time he's 3, Lin Chen's strength shoots up and he can hoist 40 kilograms single-handed. Watching TV, he spots a news story about a 4-year-old Prodigy lifting 30 kilograms and smirks, knowing he's already way stronger despite his young age. The system still tags his bio level as basic 1. He wonders what's needed to hit level 2. With those questions in mind, he steps outside for the first time. The world beyond is a glowing, futuristic city filled with animal-human hybrids and cyborgs. He guesses these are those gene hybrid cyborgs he's heard about. Tagging along with mom and neighbors Sumeng and Sen King Han, he heads to the library since parents banned electronics, making books his best info source. At the library, with those questions buzzing in his head, the kid stepped out for the first time into a dazzling, futuristic city packed with beast people and robots. He figured those must be the cyborg hybrids he'd heard about. Rolling with his mom and their two neighbors, Sumeng and Sen King Han, he hit the library since his parents banned him from gadgets, so books were his best info hookup. At the library, moms just took the kid to the children's books section, but Lin Chen headed straight for the advanced encyclopedias. Meanwhile, Sen King trailed nervously behind. The moms exchanged confused looks. Sueng asked why the kid was into those kinds of books. Jiang Quang guessed it was cause of raw talent jealousy. While Sen King handed the kid some cookies, Lin Chen was completely absorbed in reading. Through the books, the kid learned that all life splits into 6 biological tiers: common, advanced, rare, elite, legendary, and mythical. Each tier had 9 ranks under it. The kid realized normal folks like their parents were stuck at the bottom, common rank 1, totally tiny like ants compared to high-tier beings. This knowledge fired up Lin Chen's drive. The kid knew to train harder, but had to keep it on the down low. The system pinged a new mission. Read 100 million words to unlock the innate genius trait, hyped to boost both brain and body. The kid jumped on the mission right away. For the next whole year, Lin Chen split time between hardcore training and devouring books. By 4 years old, the kid and Sen King Han started preschool, holding hands with Teacher Y and Miss Jiang Mei. The grind paid off quick. Once in school, the kid leveled up to common rank 2, with physical strength way beyond grown-ups. Could lift an 80-kilo dumbbell with one hand, jump 1.2 meters high, and sprint 100 meters in under 11 seconds. These stats smashed adult benchmarks, not to mention preschoolers. One day, the kid saw some kids crowding around Sen King Han, crying, calling her a total loser. Seeing the friend getting bullied, the kid knew action was needed. Lin Chen stormed into the group fiercely, glaring and throwing down a scary threat. If anyone kept bullying Han, the kid would pee in their bed every single night. It was a childish threat packed with mega menace, and it worked. The bullies cried and promised never to come back to preschool. Sen King Han looked up at her protector with awe, and that move unlocked a new achievement. Title of preschool's Little King, along with a fresh set of missions. The kid was stoked to juggle multiple quests at once. Half a year later, after finishing the reading mission, having devoured 100 million words, the kid got the innate genius trait, granting perfect memory and peak human learning power. Time flew, and before they knew it, Lin Chen and Sen King Han were almost 7, snapping shots at preschool graduation. Even during break, Lin Chen never stopped. The kid was so ripped now could train with a gigantic 200-kilo barbell. Over vacation, the powers even leveled up again, jumping over 2 meters and breaking the 8-second barrier in the 100-meter dash with a lightning 7.98 seconds. The mind was just as sharp, boosted by a new attribute. Most of the elementary curriculum was done and dusted. Lin Chen's fresh chapter started at Sunsai Elementary. Since the kids self-studied advanced stuff, academic contests were a breeze. Effortlessly snagged first place in the National Elementary Academic Competition just to unlock titles as soon as possible. Whenever free, the kid tutored Sen King Han one-on-one. Even though her grades jumped sky high, ranking 2nd in class after just 1 semester, with Lin Dian holding first. To speed up missions, the kid joined the school's sports meet and smashed all records. Just when life felt like smooth sailing, a special transfer student showed up. Teacher introduced the newcomer, long silver-green hair, named Bai Sui. Standing at the door, the kid felt a strange vibe off her not human. When Bai Sui walked in to find a seat, all the students turned to stare. Sen King Han leaned close to Lin Chen, nicknamed Xiao Chen, whispering that Bai Sui's hair looked like winter snowflakes. But Lin Chen wasn't about that beauty talk. When Bai Sui sat nearby, the kid's mind locked onto that supernatural energy again and wondered if she was some kind of gene fusion descendant of their ancestors. Over the next few days, Bai proved to be a mystery. She didn't talk to anyone and just put her head down right after class, barely moving, rarely even getting up for the bathroom. At first, students were curious, even snapped pictures of her napping. But when nothing changed, interest faded and class returned to its usual rhythm. That calm shattered more than a month later when something weird started happening. Bai began oozing a thick, white liquid that smelled foul, dripping down her clothes and legs. Other students reacted disgusted, complaining about the awful stench. One nasty boy even made crude jokes about the liquid. then poured a bottle of water over her head, saying he was washing off the disgrace and soaking her. Bai clenched fists on the desk, tears streaming down as she sobbed silently, shoulders shaking with muffled cries. The bullies laughed cruelly at her pain. From her seat, Jen King Han turned to Lin Chen, worried, asking if they could help poor Bai Du. Lin Chen felt stuck. He'd sensed Bai Du was dangerous but didn't get why she was crying. Still, he agreed to step in, and when he approached the bullies, he rethought his judgment. Even if he didn't understand her fully, he realized she wasn't a threat right now, just a weak girl getting bullied, so he had to step up. Lin Chen marched up to the ringleader, grabbed his collar, and called out his name, Guan Chun. With a chilling grin, he ordered him to dry Bai Sui's desk. Guan Chun freaked out and stammered he'd do it right away. The rest realized they were in deep trouble. Lin Chen was known school-wide for brains and brawls. Even sixth graders steered clear of him. Knowing it was smart to comply, they scrambled to grab tissues and clean up the mess. When the desk was spotless, Lin Chen's eyes swept over the whole group. He commanded everyone involved to apologize to her as soon as possible. The bullies sweated bullets, terrified, and obeyed instantly. They lined up in front of her desk, bowed heads, and said sorry, promising never to bully her again. He realized she wasn't the threat, just a weak girl getting picked on, and he had to step up. Lin Chen strolled straight to the ringleader, grabbed him by the collar, and shouted his name, Guan Chun. Flashing a scary grin, he told him to dry off the water by Sui's table. Guan Chun freaked out and stammered he'd do it right away. The rest knew they were in trouble. Lin Chen was legendary for both brains and brawls at school. Even sixth graders steered clear. Sensing they better play nice, they scrambled for napkins to clean up the mess. When the table was spotless, Lin Chen's eyes swept over the crew. He demanded everyone involved drop a proper sorry to the girl immediately. The bullies sweated bullets and obeyed fast. They lined up at her desk, bowed their heads, apologized, and promised no more messing with her. When the bullies bounced, Bai Shui lifted her head, eyes still glistening with tears. She felt super grateful to Lin Chen and Sen King Han. Sen King Han tossed a comforting hand on her shoulder and said classmates gotta have each other's backs. From that day on, Sen King Han made it his mission to be friends with the quiet white-haired girl, always dragging Lin Chen along. The three started hanging out whenever they had free time. Sen King Han was especially sweet, always making sure Bai Shui got the best snack first. In a moment like that, when Sen King Han handed her a treat, Bai Shui hesitated. She looked at them and asked if they thought she was gross because she smelled kind of bad. She explained she was sorry for not trusting them at first, but since she was little, everyone always pushed her away. Someone being nice to her felt unreal, like she was dreaming. Bai Shui blinked with surprise when Sen King Han told her no, this wasn't a dream. He smiled gently and said he knew how it felt, so he'd never see her as gross. He promised they'd be friends forever if she wanted, pulling Lin Chen awkwardly into the vow too. Overwhelmed, Bai Shui hugged Sen King Han tight. Tears of gratitude streamed down her cheeks as she thanked them for their kindness. After calming down, she said she wanted to give them a gift back. She pulled out a necklace with twin beast fangs, explaining it was a birthday present from her mom. She handed it over, hoping it could be their friendship symbol. Sen King Han happily agreed, and the three kids stood together in the schoolyard, shouting that they'd be besties forever as the sun dipped down. But just as their bond got sealed, something wild happened. One day, Sen King Han froze when he heard Bai Sui had switched schools. Lin Chen confirmed he saw her sign withdrawal papers. He remembered standing outside the principal's office, watching Bai Sui with the principal and a huge, scary guy with mechanical arms. The principal assured him her paperwork was all set and her info would stay confidential. That meeting confirmed Lin Chen's suspicion that Bai Shui's background was anything but simple. Since then, he hadn't seen her, just wondered about her. But what went down next really got his attention. Not long after, Lin Chen was at home massaging his mom's shoulders. Jiang Guang let out a relieved sigh, saying the massage was perfect after a long day typing. Lin Chen mentally noted, he picked up some pro massage moves thanks to his brain power and was surprised how handy it was. Their quiet night got shattered by a breaking news report, boasting another crazy feat from the Kyoto Prodigy. Just 10 years old, the kid had fused with a bizarre beast and could lift a 500-kilogram boulder with one hand. Lin Chen recognized the boy and froze, realizing his rival had started beast fusion. His dad, Lin Yanning, grumbled that the Kyoto genius was always on TV, wondering if they planned to make him famous or what. Mom and Dad started chatting. Lin Yanning explained the kid came from a 1,000-year-old martial clan with advanced fusion tech. Jiang Guang said it was wrong to use kids as test subjects. Her hubby countered that for that clan, family profit came first, and she sarcastically said he acted like he knew everything. While the parents argued, Lin Chen dove into thought. He remembered before fusion, the Prodigy could lift just 100 kilograms, now 500, a 5 times boost. Compared to Lin Ji-kun, who at 8 could lift 300 kilograms one-handed, no fusion needed, Lin Chen confidently punched the air and concluded his own potential, blew theirs out of the water. His swagger was high but got crushed fast. The next news hit him with the true meaning of fear. Breaking alerts showed a nearby city totally wrecked by a massive explosion. The report said the attack was caused by giant mutated rats. The screen displayed horrifying scenes of monstrous rats swarming ruined buildings, biting a screaming woman with giant teeth before mercilessly devouring her. The news confirmed a heretical cult was behind the mutated rat assault, stirring chaos from the shadows. At a press briefing, a devastated official from Saqqara pleaded for international aid, explaining the cult was a secret group manipulating the beasts. Watching this, Lin Chen knew the cult was an anti-human faction serving the beasts for their own gain. He felt relieved to be born in a strong, stable country, giving him a safe spot to quietly grow stronger. His thoughts got snapped by supersonic blasts outside. He rushed to the window, pulled back the curtains, and saw a fleet of heavy armored vehicles zooming through the night sky. He wondered why so many were deployed, hoping nothing bad was going down. The next morning looked normal. Lin Chen waited for Sen King Han. She ran up, apologizing for being late. As she got close, he noticed something weird. The beast fang necklace Bai Shui gave them was now glowing bright blue on Sen King Han's neck. He realized the fang belonged to a beast and was where the strange non-human aura he once felt from her came from. The light died out quickly, and neither of them thought much of it. Still, as the fang pulsed and reacted, Lin Chen felt like something bad was about to go down. Heading to school, a woman with long red hair and a black dress leaned against a lamppost watching them. She commented that the kids were adorable and stepped up to block their way, asking if they were siblings. Sen King Han proudly corrected her, saying they'd been best friends since they were little. The woman smiled sadly, saying she wished she had a childhood friend too, then her expression twisted dark. She crouched down, eyes flashing as she asked why they went to school alone and where their parents were. When Sen King Han started to answer, Lin Ji-kun quickly grabbed her hand and stopped her. He pulled her away, saying they were almost late, leaving the mysterious woman behind. His eyes lit up and he asked why they'd show up solo and where their parents were at. Just as Sen King Han started to reply, Lin Ji-kun quickly grabbed her hand, stopping her. He pulled her away, saying they were running late, leaving the mysterious lady behind. Once they were far enough, he casually reminded Sen King Han not to chat with strangers. She nodded. After school, Lin Chen led them through a deserted alley. Sen King Han nervously said, "This place is sketchy as hell." Lin Chen explained it was an area about to be cleared out and everyone had moved away already. Their trip got cut short by a familiar voice. The red-haired lady from earlier showed up, saying the kids finally got out of school. She wasn't alone. This big guy named X was with her. The woman bragged about keeping the kids stuck here. Lin Chen was on alert. He had purposely picked a different route, but somehow she still followed. The woman tried to lure them in sweetly, offering food. Her buddy lost his patience, though. He told her to quit the chit-chat and just rough up the kids to finish this quick. Without another word, X charged at them holding a piece of cloth, saying he was in a rush to close a sale. As he closed in, Lin Chen shoved Sen King Han out of the way and stepped up to block him. Clenching his fist tight, he threw a powerful punch with all his might. His hit landed smack on X's face, making him freeze, then blast backwards to the end of the alley with a painful groan. The red-haired woman stood stunned, totally shocked that an elementary school kid could knock over a full-grown man like that. On the ground, Sen King Han coughed, spitting up blood, frozen in shock. When she collapsed, Lin Chen turned back to the red-haired lady. Before she could react, he slammed a fierce punch right into her stomach. Then came a brutal hook that knocked her out cold. Facing down the two fallen kidnappers, his expression went icy cold. He grabbed a nearby brick, his intentions dark as hell. His logic was sharp. No cameras in this abandoned alley, so he had to finish them off. If they lived, his superpower would be exposed, ruining his plan to hide and level up. Just as he was about to land the final blow, the ground suddenly shook like crazy, an earthquake rattling the whole alley before they could react. Moments later, a massive clawed hand smashed through the neighboring building's wall. A huge mutant rat growled as it emerged from the dust and debris, towering over them like a giant beast. The creature ignored the kids and leaned toward the unconscious woman. But instead of swallowing her, it sliced her head off with a super-fast swipe. The rat grabbed the severed head, while Sen King Han screamed in terror. Realizing how dangerous this was, Lin Chen scooped up the terrified Sen King Han in his arms. He told her it was a gargantuan mutant rat, and they had to bolt to safety fast. He spun around and took off, holding her tight as they ran. A streak of red and yellow flashed across the sky. A blonde girl with rabbit ears on her helmet dove into the alley, moving at lightning speed, blurring past the rat. Sen Kinhan peeked over Lin Chen's shoulder and gasped. Cyborg moves insanely fast. Cyborg landed softly behind the monster. Ready for battle? She squared off against the rat. Her gloves glowed as she charged her weapon and declared, "Anesthetic smoke." She fired bullets at the beast, causing massive explosions that shook the alley down to its bones. Lin Chen shielded Sen Kinhan from the shockwaves. The mutant rat roared in pain, trapped in a blazing inferno, then stumbled into a haze of numbing smoke. Seeing the perfect moment, Cyborg dashed in, finishing the weakened creature with a fierce combo attack. Later, Lin Chen watched the news at home. He analyzed the fight and figured Cyborg's power probably wasn't that high. He thought she had to weaken the rat first, and it still took her 7 minutes to finish it off. He mulled over how dangerous these giant mutant rats were. They were tough as nails, could get over 10 meters long, and reach a normal level 5 rank. Lucky, they escaped. The whole ordeal reminded him how real the world's dangers were. He vowed to train harder to protect himself and those he cared about. Then he was seen in his training space, squatting with a heavy barbell. The system rewarded him, even though the mutant rat threat lingered and life went on. Not long after, he and Sen Kinhan celebrated their 9th birthday with both families and a huge cake. After making wishes, they swapped gifts. Thanks to his genius intellect, Lin Chen taught himself sculpting overnight and crafted Sen Kinhan, an intricately carved wooden hairpin. She laughed out loud, clipped it into her hair, and said she loved it. Time flew by, and before long, Lin Chen and Sen Kinhan graduated elementary school and moved on to middle school. As they left school, the system announced he had completed 9 years of compulsory education. He unlocked titles like Kindergarten King Kit and Elementary School Top Dog. He was hyped to unlock the next middle school Overlord since it granted the survival of the fittest trait. During break, he kept a hardcore training routine, doing 1,000 push-ups with a huge rock on his back to jack up his stats. His grind paid off just before school started. After a 10-kilometer run, the system said his biology stats had surged to normal level 3. His fitness skyrocketed, letting him lift 700 kilograms one-handed, jump 4 meters high, and sprint 100 meters in 6 seconds. With power going up, he wondered how strong the Kyoto genius had gotten. Coincidentally, the news aired the night before school started. The report showed the 14-year-old genius had merged with giant ant genes and could lift a 2,000-kilogram alloy with one hand. Lin Chen estimated those genes boosted strength by 4 to 8 times, so this kid's real lifting power was about 500 kilograms. That meant Lin Chen was still fundamentally stronger. He grinned, imagining how powerful he'd become once he fused with genes in the future. The next day, middle school kicked off. Being a top city student, every good school wanted him. He accepted offers from 2 middle schools, but only if Sen Kinhan could be in the same class. Next day, the sophomore year kicked off. As one of the city's top students, all the best schools were chasing him down. He accepted 2 middle school offers, but only if Sen Kinhan joined his class. At registration, the principal and homeroom teacher greeted them warmly, with high hopes for him. After some small talk, he found an excuse to bounce with Sen Kinhan. The real reason he picked that school? Its killer sports facilities. They planned to smash some badminton matches on the courts before classes officially started. On the court, Sen Kinhan pumped up Lin Chen and Xiao Chen, saying it was game time. She served with hype, calling it the fairy's shot. Lin Chen caught the birdie easily in midair, but their fun got cut off. A squad of older bros strolled up, the leader rocking a backwards cap snatched the shuttlecock. He claimed the court was theirs now. His crew mocked and dared Sen Kinhan to stay and face them. Sen Kinhan stood firm, saying rules gotta be followed and that she got there first. Seeing the guys crowding Sen Kinhan, Lin Chen stepped up cold as ice. He told them to back off and reminded them the first one there gets to play first. The leader sneered cocky, bragging he'd take the court. He tossed the shuttlecock up, but before he could serve, Lin Chen made his move. He declared, from now on, his rules ruled. Power surging, he leapt up and smashed that shuttlecock hard. It shot across the court like a lightning bolt, leaving a white streak behind. It was so fast, the leader barely reacted. The hit shattered his racket and knocked off his cap. The older guys froze, broke into sweat, and shook with fear. They wondered if Lin Chen was even human. They suspected he might be part demon hybrid or something. Totally freaked because if that shot was even a little off, the leader's head could have flown off serious nightmare fuel. The bullies bowed their heads, apologizing. They told Lin Chen they got the rules now and would bounce as soon as possible. Then they hauled out fast. Maybe thanks to the quick rumor spread, no one dared mess with Lin Chen or Sen Kinhan anymore. Besides a bigger school and better gear, their lives stayed pretty much the same. School-wise, Lin Chen was light years ahead since he'd already crushed the whole high school syllabus. In class, he chilled reading to kill boredom. After practice at night, he used his mental core to learn new skills: online cooking, photography, driving, swimming, and tons of sports. To unlock the middle school overlord title, he had to top every event and rep the school at nationals. Standing among mountains of trophies, he kept his winning streak low-key to keep his identity secret. A whole semester passed and he still hadn't unlocked the title. But his crazy results earned tons of fangirls tossing piles of love letters on his desk. He just ignored them all. Besides tutoring Sen King Han, he zeroed in on the upcoming sports fest. He believed that if he dominated that, the title would finally pop. For the festival, he signed up for 3 events: shot put, high jump, and sprinting, showing off strength, jump skills, and speed. He hit an insane shot put distance of over 2,211 meters. Even holding back so he didn't look too OP, he still easily snagged first place in all events. While chilling with Sen King Han admiring his gold medals, a wave of new power rushed through him. A system notification popped up, saying his achievements were off the charts compared to other students, so he unlocked the middle school overlord title. Having now unlocked titles at all 3 school levels, he finished dominating the full 9-year compulsory education and gained a new attribute: survival of the— While sitting with Sen King Han admiring the gold medal, he felt a new surge of power flood his body. A system notification popped up, saying that because his achievements far surpassed all other students, he unlocked the title Middle School Overlord. With all 3 titles unlocked across the 3 school levels, the 9-year compulsory education domination achievement was complete, and he received the attribute. Feeling that power spread all over, he smiled, knowing the final title had finally clicked. Lin Chen and Sen King Han left school, and he mulled over that new ability. This skill let a predator absorb the life essence of others to evolve. He wondered what exactly life essence meant, lost deep in thought until Sen King Han's call snapped him back. A spark hit him, so he asked Sen King Han if he could borrow her beast fang necklace. She agreed and handed it over. The second his fingers touched it, a system alert popped up. It said he'd absorbed a trace of life essence from Jan Butterfly. A new guidebook unlocked, showing progress at 1%. A phantom of a massive, dark butterfly with eyes all over its wings hovered around him. He totally froze when he realized the fang was actually a butterfly tooth. That night, wanting to dig up more info, he searched Bisan Jane Butterfly online. To his shock, Nada showed up. Realizing he had to do the research himself, he remembered B Say gave them a pair of fangs. Digging through his bag, he found the second tooth. Holding it up, he absorbed its power once more. Another system notification popped up, confirming he'd taken in the second life essence, but his progress only bumped up by 2%. He stared at the fang, feeling bummed, realizing there wasn't much essence left in it. He figured he gotta find another way to unlock the full power of the Bisan giant butterfly. The next day after class, to amp up his training and keep a quick escape route if he ran into any beasts, Lin Chen started biking Sen King Han around daily. As they left school one day, a guy called out to Lin Chen. Dressed in sportswear, the dude stopped them and introduced himself as Coach Guo from the school's martial arts team. He hyped up Lin Chen's performance at the sports meet as the best in school history. Pumped full of energy, Coach Guo officially invited him to join the team, saying his athletic skills totally outclass his academics. He pushed Lin Chen to say yes, but also gave him time to check out the team before deciding. Coach Guo talked so fast and with such passion that Lin Chen didn't even get a chance to decline, just waved goodbye as they pedaled away. He said the martial arts team met in room C of the gym and promised to wait if Lin Chen was free to drop by the next day. When the sun went down, Lin Chen was back in his room, ready to test out new powers. He hyped himself up, clapped his hands, then totally smashed a snake and a mosquito he just found. He opened his hand to peep at the 2 dead bugs but didn't feel any kind of energy surge. Then it hit him. Killing tiny, lame critters didn't trigger any skill. He figured only strong beasts or freaky monsters pack enough life essence for him to chomp on and level up. To check his new theory, Lin Chen decided to hit up the meat market. With Sen Kin Han trailing behind, he pedaled into the city. They soon showed up at a huge multi-floor supermarket. Inside, as they cruised down aisles, Lin Chen noticed tons of beast meat, but it was all pre-packaged. He knew there was no way to test his theory without touching the meat. Just as disappointment was creeping in, he heard a butcher slicing fresh beast meat. He spotted a counter marked fresh beast meat, unpackaged. Quiet, safe to touch, and a butcher was carving big chunks. Seeing Sen Kin Han looking lost and waiting behind, he told her he'd check out the meat himself. Without explaining more, excited to prove his suspicion, he rushed over to the counter. He dropped his hand on a fresh slice of beast meat, and the moment he touched it, a strong purple energy blast rolled through him. Just like he thought, beast meat held mad life essence. Pumped, he clenched his fist tight, grinning ear to ear. Sen Kin Han stared, totally confused, not getting why he was happy just from touching meat. She stepped up worried, asking what the meat felt like. Playing it cool, Lin Chen told her the meat was way fresher than usual, and asked if she wanted to try touching it herself. She immediately waved it off, saying he touched enough for both of them. With his theory confirmed, Lin Chen decided to grab some beast meat to try out, which caught Sen Kin Han off guard. He wasn't shocked by her reaction since he knew beast meat costs a fortune, even the cheapest kind. Ghost squid ran nearly 1,000 yen per pound. Opting for squid, he picked up a pack. Sen Kin Han freaked out at the price, telling him it was way too expensive and he should ask his mom first. Lin Chen just smiled, rubbed her head to chill her out, and said not to stress. He made up a story that his mom told him to buy a lot for both families. A flashback showed his mom, Jiang Guangxin, happily agreeing to whip up a big meal. Lin Chen admitted that sharing was part of the plan, but the real reason was to test whether eating meat would help him absorb life essence, because he worried soaking up essence directly might ruin the meat. At checkout, he bought 3 packs of ghost squid for a heavy 29.94 yen. The cashier said thanks as they left, and Lin Chen thought about how pricey meat was, wondering when they'd ever be able to afford it again. It was past 9 p.m. By the time shopping wrapped up, and knowing the city's been wild lately, they decided to head straight home for safety. On the way back, Lin Chen kept thinking about the experiment. Can't wait. He sneaked a hand onto the ghost squid pack in the basket and instantly felt that familiar purple energy flow. The system confirmed he had absorbed a trace of ghost squid life essence. A new species guide unlocked, but progress showed just 0.1%. A creepy multi-eyed squid illusion popped in his head. Riding through the quiet streets, he ran some math mentally. He realized eating a tiny bit just unlocked a fraction of the power. He figured he'd need to chow down 100 pounds to hit full progress, costing around 100,000 yen. Thinking about the squid's special ability to dissolve in water and vanish, he decided that skill was totally worth the price. The plan was clear. He needed to hustle up a big pile of cash, because asking the fam for that much was out. He remembered his other reason for buying the meat was to test if absorbing essence would spoil it. He glanced at the meat, and even after a while, it still looked fresh. Super relieved, he knew absorbing essence didn't mess up the meat. As he kept absorbing, the squid progress bar jumped to 3%. His focus got cut off when Sen Kin Han screamed a warning. He slammed on the brakes, stopping just inches from a couple riding bikes on the lane, and apologized. He scolded himself for not watching the road and wondered why traffic was so packed. Sen Kin Han pointed ahead. They saw a tense showdown, a buff redhead dude holding a woman hostage with a blade. Sen Kin Han freaked out, recognizing the hostage. It was their teacher, Gao Mei. The guy shouted threats at the crowd. Police had the entire block locked down, trying to calm things over loudspeakers. The chief cop held back an officer named Bin, telling him not to fire recklessly. He explained the target was way too close to the hostage, using her as a shield, making precise shots impossible. An officer suggested using tranquilizer gas, but the captain shut that down, worried it might piss off the suspect instead of working quickly. While cops hesitated, Lin Chen decided to jump in. He sneaked a small stone off the street and flicked it with insane speed and accuracy. The pebble nailed Bin's gun, triggering an accidental shot. The stray bullet hit the hostage-taker's hand, making him howl and drop the knife, releasing Gao Mei. Snatching the break, the captain shouted for his team to move in. Officers charged and quickly took down the unarmed threat. Meanwhile, a female cop comforted a shaken but unharmed Gao Mei. Once things calmed, Lin Chen quietly hopped on his bike. Sen Kin Han stared at him wide-eyed and asked if he was the one who threw the stone. He quickly told her to zip it, saying they needed to bounce first and talk later. They pedaled away. Just as they were about to leave, a voice called out, ordering them to stop. The captain called out, asking if Lin Chen was the stone thrower. Panicked by being spotted, Lin Chen immediately denied it with a forced smile. The captain watched them ride off, puzzled why someone would shy away from credit, mumbling to himself there'd be a reward for such brave actions. The reward caught Lin Chen's attention right away. Needing cash, he flipped the script, turned on a dime, and zipped over to the captain. Shy at first, he took back his denial, admitted he threw the rock, and explained that money was super important to him. The captain told him to head to the station to file a report, promising to help him snag the reward. After calling home, Lin Chen and Sen King geared up to hit the police station. He thought things would go smooth, but when cops brought the suspect in cuffs, things went south fast. The dude's face twisted into a terrifying mess. The cops freaked when they realized he was some kind of cult freak morphing into a giant mutant rat right before their eyes. The beast blew off the cuffs and lost it, slapping those huge claws all over the officers. The captain grabbed the radio and barked out an all-out shoot order but told him to keep civilians safe. The cops emptied their clips, but it's like water on a duck's back. Panic reports said the suspect had fused with this crazy thing called Genjiat Kin, triggering an emergency backup call. Realizing the danger, Lin Chen said sorry. He grabbed both of them, dragged them off, pushing to get out of there fast, telling them to run. He sighed in relief when the monster didn't chase, but knew they had to bolt quick. While they were dipping, this new figure swooped down from the sky, glowing purple. It was a badass female agent decked out in slick, futuristic armor. She smacked that giant rat hard enough to stagger it, hanging it in the air. Her short purple hair framed her as she started charging the laser cannon on her chest. She yelled, "Shoot," and unleashed a massive purple energy beam, tearing through the mutant rat. The monster let out a painful roar before getting totally incinerated, leaving just blackened, charred remains. Lin Chen stood there frozen, shook by how insanely strong that armored agent was. Once the threat was gone, Teacher Cao Mei and Sen Kin Han finally breathed easy. Lin Chen, meanwhile, was way more worried about his bike. He let out a breath of relief that the explosion didn't wreck it, because that would have been a serious money hit. Just as the tension faded, he suddenly clocked something. He peeped into his bike basket and saw the pricey ghost squid meat had gone bad, stinking up the place. Now he got why his original theory made sense. Soaking up life's essence ruins meat, but it takes a minute to kick in. Holding up a soft tentacle, he figured he needed a cover story and decided to blame the fight and the dead cult freak. Putting on a dramatic act, he threw the ruined tentacle down and loudly blamed the cultist and the armored agent's blast for burning the meat. Teacher Cao Mei comforted him, saying the main thing was everyone stayed safe. Although they planned to head home, by the captain's orders, they all rode with security back to the station. They didn't expect to share a ride with the cult freak's corpse. After that laser blast, all that was left was a pile of burnt flesh on a stretcher, and the smell was brutal. Sitting in the stinky vehicle, a new thought flickered in Lin Jikun's mind. He remembered how the fangs of Bisei still held life essence long after death. A wild idea popped. Maybe that corpse still had some essence, and if it did, could he actually swallow the Genjiat Kin from that dead cultist? Sitting in the cop car, Lin wondered how much Genjiat Kin he could chow down from the cult freak's charred corpse. Bold decision. He sneaked a hand toward the body. The instant he touched it, a powerful red energy surge hit him. The system confirmed he'd absorbed a streak of life essence from the giant mutant rat and unlocked a newbie guidebook with 5% progress. He rocked back, stunned by how much he'd soaked up, realizing the fresher the essence, the more he could snag. The escort cop caught his move and told him to stay put. Lin Chen quickly said he just needed to stretch. Then at the public security office, he saw that the cop was kinda gullible, but the captain was way sharper. The captain told him the brave reward paperwork was in but got serious quick. He wondered how a high school kid could accurately throw a rock from far away in low light and hit the cultist's knife hand. Lin Chen gave a vague answer that it's just because he usually trained his right hand. The weird reply shut the captain up. Their chat got cut off when Sen King Han called out that her stuff had arrived. Lin Chen got a surprise when his folks rushed into the station all frantic. His mom stormed up, panicked, screaming his name with a terrified face. She grabbed him close, asked if he was okay, and said he scared her half to death. He tried to chill her out, saying he was fine, and even got a bravery reward, hugging her tight. Mom made him promise next time, if things got dangerous, to find someplace safe first. With tear-filled eyes, she said the only thing she ever wanted was to see him grow up safe. Lin Chen got genuinely choked by her real worry. When they left, he reassured her he'd always put protecting himself first. The police captain watched him go, still pondering the kid's strange skills. On the way out, Lin Chen passed two female cops chatting about the case, one bitching about the creeps getting braver. The other said the cultist was a social work student at Guangwon University, brainwashed by the rat god cult. The first cop cursed the cult, while the other said they had to wipe out the root cause, some guy named V King, which instantly caught Lin Zhao's attention. Riding home, he hit his phone hard, searching up the rat god cult, and was shocked by all the info. He learned the cult's HQ was in Shanghai City, mostly made up of society's rejects. He found a chilling fact: a chunk of the world's remaining kin were trying to evolve into higher-level creatures, forcing their followers to gather evolution materials. That led him to a skin-crawling question. Could Ring, a mutant beast, already have 6 senses? His thoughts broke when he looked out the window and spotted a giant rat about the size of a cat on the sidewalk. For a second, he wondered if it had anything to do with our kin, but quickly shook off the idea. Qin was planning to evolve into a higher-level creature and was pressuring followers to gather evolution materials. This led to a chilling question in his mind. Did Ring, a weird beast, already have chakra? His thoughts were cut off when he looked out the window and spotted a giant rat, almost as big as a cat, on the sidewalk. For a second, he wondered if it had something to do with Ring, but he quickly shook off the idea. I told myself that in the South, having a nose as big as a cat's ain't rare. Brushing that off, I noticed Sen Kin Han acting all weird and quiet. I glanced over and saw her squirming, clutching her knees tight. Right away, I got it. Since we were kids, whenever she got stressed or freaked out, she couldn't control her bladder. Even though it embarrassed her big time, Lin Chen always thought this weird reaction might be linked to some secret potential inside her. When we got home, my mom, Jiang Quang, freaked out seeing almost 3,000 yen's worth of monster meat gone. I scrambled to come up with an excuse and said I probably dropped it while running for my life. Mom told me straight up to forget about the meat and focus on staying safe. She said what matters most is that I'm okay. I breathed a sigh of relief, glad I pulled one over on her. But my dad, Lin Yanseng, was way more stubborn. He swore he'd go back and get that pricey meat, bragged that a hard-working man like him has stamina for days. I tried to stop him, telling him it's too risky and the meat's probably ruined anyway. Dad raised an eyebrow, asking how I knew it was spoiled. Sweating bullets, I blurted out, just a guess. Meanwhile, the public security office was empty now, and the police captain was still mulling over the strange events of the night. As he puffed on his cigarette, he couldn't stop wondering how a regular student threw a rock with crazy strength and pinpoint accuracy. Suddenly, he heard a weird noise from the corner and froze, eyes widening as he spotted a giant rat way bigger than any normal rodent chilling on the filing cabinet. Before he could react, the rat lunged down. The captain instantly pulled his gun and fired. The fight was fast, brutal, and ended in a bloody mess. The next day at school, Lin Chen sighed at his desk. Thinking about last night, he realized he was still too weak compared to that freak Yakuza and the girl enforcer. He needed to hustle cash fast to buy more monster meat like ghost squid to speed up his skill guide. He thought about becoming an influencer or selling study notes, but scrapped that since it would be too flashy and clash with hiding his powers. Out of nowhere, an idea sparked. He remembered in this world, martial arts and gene fusion matter more than grades. He decided it was go time. Then, he headed to the gym where the martial arts team trained in Building C. He found Coach Guo sipping from his thermos and greeted him. Coach Guo was surprised, asking if he was joining the team or just scoping it out. Instead of answering, Lin Chen leaned in and quietly asked if joining meant chances to fight in city tournaments and if the prize money was good. The coach smiled and confirmed there'd be both, with rewards reaching tens of thousands. With that worry off his chest, Lin Chen shook the coach's hand and declared he was joining the martial arts team right that day. Coach Guo welcomed him warmly. He gathered the team to introduce the new member, highlighting Lin Chen's championship win in the sports meet. The other teammates, Jiang Kai, Hon Tianseng, Lu Tong, and Han Jiguo, each gave their intros. Finally, Lin Chen introduced himself. Having never had formal martial arts training before, Coach Gu demonstrated basic hand and foot techniques. The coach explained these moves looked simple, but were tough to master, mentioning that even the fastest learner, Li Shutong, needed a whole week to perfect them. He encouraged Lin Chen to give it a shot. Lin took his stance, ready. Thanks to his innate intelligence trait that gifted him martial arts insight, he memorized and understood every move just by watching. While practicing punches, a system message popped up, awarding points for vitality, power, agility, and skill. He executed every hand move with flawless precision and speed. Then he smoothly switched to kicks, delivering powerful yet graceful strikes. Another system message rewarded points for leg strength, flexibility, and mastery level. The coach and the whole team stood there stunned, jaws dropping as the coach nearly dropped his water bottle. He couldn't believe it. He wondered how anyone could master such complex moves perfectly in just one try. Watching that flawless performance, only one thought ran through his mind. This kid's gotta be a once-in-a-million martial arts genius. That night at the dorm, Lin Chen's mom, Jiang Quang, called him for dinner. He dashed out, super pumped, spoon in hand, asking what was for dinner. She proudly brought out a huge plate of ghost squid, the one he'd been craving. The aroma made him say she cooked the best meal ever. She encouraged him to eat it while it was hot. He took a bite and raved that her cooking was the world's best. She happily told him to eat lots since she bought a whole 3 kilograms just for him. While he ate, a system message appeared. It said he'd absorb a streak of life essence from the ghost squid by eating it, boosting his progress by 3.01%. Frustrated, he realized eating meat worked too. If only he hadn't messed up that first batch by touching it while they ate. A news flash grabbed his attention about a 14-year-old genius girl, the youngest enforcer ever after fusing with an energy core. Her energy system gave her insane power, like lifting a 5 to 1,000-kilogram SUV with one hand, running 100 meters in 3 seconds, and jumping 8 meters straight up. Watching that, Lin Chen pondered the debate in this world. Between Kyoto's gene fusion prodigy and this cybernetic girl, which path was stronger? His thoughts got cut off by another breaking news alert saying the public security captain they met, Hei Chun-sen, had been killed in the office. Surveillance footage showed him being attacked and swallowed whole by a giant mutant rat that broke into the station. Medical staff were seen loading his body onto an ambulance. Lin Chen was shaken up. He remembered that giant rat he saw the night before and wondered if it was connected. He pictured a massive rat wreaking havoc across the city. The captain's death was a serious warning of dangers lurking around every corner, leaving him on edge about what was coming next. A heavy warning about the rising danger hit hard. Staring it down, Lin Chen made up his mind to crank up his training as soon as possible. After the police captain died, Lin Chen threw everything into a brutal workout grind. After intense training sessions, he could sprint 100 meters in a jaw-dropping 4.61 seconds, with his strength shooting through the roof. His vertical leap hit 5.3 meters, and he could lift 1,200 kilos with just one hand. Besides his solo grind, he kept training with the captain too, hoping to power up fast for the upcoming tournament. The next morning at school, he headed straight to the gym to practice. Sen Kinhan trailed behind out of curiosity. On the way, a pink-haired girl happily waved at Lin Chen and handed him a bottle of fresh milk. He politely declined, thanked her, and moved on with Sen Kinhan, leaving the girl looking down. From a distance, his teammate Jiang Kai clenched his fists, mad because the guy who beat him at the sports meet just turned down a gift from the girl he liked. Can't hold back his irritation, Jiang Kai rushed over to block their path. He confronted Lin Chen, calling him rude and accusing him of hurting the girl's feelings. When Lin Chen calmly explained that he was allergic to milk, Jiang Kai didn't buy it and called him a liar. Furious, Jiang Kai pointed right at Lin Chen and threw down a challenge. He laid down terms. If he lost, he'd stop bothering Lin Chen forever, but if Lin Chen lost, he'd have to chug the whole bottle of milk. Just as the challenge dropped, a system notification popped up. A new achievement mission activated. Defeat 1,000 different opponents in official matches to unlock the survival selection trait. A fierce grin cracked Lin Chen's face. This was the shot he'd been waiting for, glowing with a spooky purple aura. He accepted the challenge. His eyes sparked with excitement as he agreed to the fight. The word about the match spread through the school like wildfire. Two hyped-up students decided to check out the showdown between the famous Lin Chen and an upperclassman. When they got there, the gym was packed, the crowd surrounding the battle zone tight. Clearly, the crowd was rooting for Lin Chen, with tons of fangirls cheering him on to school the opponent. Even the pink-haired girl was there, phone ready to film. Jiang Kai snorted in annoyance. Everyone figured he was doomed. Deep down, he had to admit Lin Chen's skills had skyrocketed over the past month. He saw this fight as his last shot to take down the rising star and prove who was boss. Unlike his opponent's intensity, Lin Chen chilled out. He casually said he needed to get home for dinner and asked if they could keep the fight quick. Taking that as an insult, Jiang Kai sneered but agreed to keep it short. Coach Guo stepped in to referee. He raised his hand to start and went over the rules again. But before the battle kicked off, Jiang Kai yelled, "Hold up," grinning cockily, and gave Lin Chen a break. He said he'd been grinding nearly 2 years, while Lin Chen had just a month. To keep things fair, he declared Lin Chen could throw 3 moves first. Lin Chen just nodded, and the second he agreed, Lin Chen surged forward. He closed the gap in a blink, catching Jiang Kai off guard. Before his opponent could even raise his guard, Lin Chen landed a brutal punch. The fierce blow made Jiang Kai cringe, blood spurting from his nose. He collapsed instantly, knocked out cold on the gym floor. The entire arena went silent. Coach Ham dropped to his knees, stunned. He shouted that the match ended with just one punch. The martial arts team and the crowd were shook, calling the outcome ridiculous. Nobody could believe the fight wrapped up in a single second. The silence broke with a roar of cheers. Sen Kin-han pumped her fists skyward, shouting mad congrats for Lin Chen's win. The other girls, including the pink-haired one, joined in, shouting that he was amazing. Standing over the beaten opponent, Lin Chen got a system alert. It said he defeated one foe and earned the ladies' respect. He unlocked mating priority, and more importantly, progress on the new mission hit 1/1000th. He figured he had a long way to go to unlock the natural selection trait. To speed things up, he turned to the rest of the martial arts team, who looked scared, flashing a friendly but intimidating grin. He invited them to spar too. The team members looked pale with dread. They immediately came up with excuses. Some had extra classes, others said their moms were waiting for dinner, a few even faked being sick. Before they could bolt, Jiang Kai pushed himself up, refusing to accept defeat. He angrily accused Lin Chen of cheating and swore to crush him in a rematch. Coach Guo stepped in, telling Jiang Kai to man up and accept the loss like a real dude. Then he wondered if that one punch was just luck and decided to test it by facing off against another team member, Xiao Li. When Xiao Li heard his name, the kid froze in fear. Though he got into fighting stance, his terror was clear. He begged Lin Chen to go easy and not hit his face. 10 minutes later, the result was obvious. Several martial artists were knocked out cold on the gym floor. Lin Chen looked over them and reminded he'd been careful not to hit too hard, just exchanging a few hits. Checking the system, he felt bummed out. Only his first win counted. The others didn't register as achievements. The count still hovered at 1/1000th. He realized friendly training wasn't enough. He had to beat opponents in official matches. While he was thinking, a hand slapped his shoulder. Coach Wu grinned like crazy and declared Lin Chen a true prodigy. He cheered that in just over a month, the rookie became the team's secret weapon, bursting with confidence. He told Lin Chen that with him leading, their school would smash every rival and claim first place in this year's regional martial arts competition. As Coach Guo celebrated, Lin Chen suddenly got it. Coach was right. The upcoming tournament was the perfect chance to face real opponents officially. He locked in, knowing that every official win would push his progress forward. Your thoughts get totally interrupted when a wiped-out Jiang Kai calls your name. When he snaps back to, Jiang Kai stands up, points right at Lin Chen, and weirdly but officially quits with some dramatic vow that's straight-up visual. His strange words leave everyone, Sen King Han, Coach Guo, and Lin Chen included, stunned and kinda confused. Once the match wraps up, the crowd and coaches bounce fast, leaving Jiang Kai looking lost, whining that he wasn't done talking. In this world, high schoolers gotta choose between martial arts or academics, both loaded with danger everywhere. The martial arts class is seen as the better pick, determined not to get left behind. Sen King Han chooses to join the martial arts class and starts grinding hard with Lin Chen. Their daily training schedule is brutal, kicking off with a 3,000-meter run. Next up is an hour of close combat drills, followed by burpees and push-ups to boost strength. At the end of each sesh, Lin Chen massages Sen San to help ease muscle tension. Meanwhile, Lin King stays all in on his own training. He pushes himself every single day, aiming to win the tournament and unlock natural selective traits as fast as humanly possible. A month later, all that sweat's about to be tested. The regional martial arts tournament rolls in, and Lin Chen's pumped to throw down. The event's in a huge city arena packed with massive crowds circling the main stage. In the waiting area, the vibe's super tense. Coach Guo nervously checks the lineup, complaining their Sang 2-2 team drew the strongest squad, Sang 2-1-2. One teammate just makes things worse, bragging. Their opponent has a sprinter clocking the 100 meters in under 9 seconds, making the team feel totally outmatched. Sensing the squad's morale tanking, Lin Chen calmly raises his hand and volunteers to fight first. Even though Coach Guo's worried, he agrees to send out his secret weapon. Lin Chen steps into the ring. Sen King's cheering loud from outside while Coach Guo yells out some half-hearted support. Lin Chen beds in for the fight. His opponent, a way bigger, more muscular dude. The top Manhwa first-team student steps up and props Lin Chen's talent for just making the tournament as a freshman. But then his tone quickly turns salty. He mocks that the ring ain't made for a shorty not even hitting 5'7". Flexing his arms, he promises Lin Chen a real lesson in what size and strength difference means. The ref signals start, and the huge dude rushes forward, throwing a fierce punch. Shockingly, Lin Chen doesn't dodge backward. He just leans away smoothly and fires back a swift punch to the guy's chest. The hit's brutal, knocking the opponent flying across the mat straight out cold. The MC freezes, then stammers out Lin Chen's victory. Outside, Sen King Han jumps up screaming that her Lin Chen's a beast. The whole Sang 2 team erupts, crowding around their coach and shouting that Lin Chen's crazy, trash-talking the opponent's muscle-only power. Meanwhile, the top Shanghai first-team coach is fuming, yelling at his student for recklessly charging and skipping footwork. Back at the ring, Lin Chen gets a system alert confirming he knocked out an opponent, boosting his ranking and bumping his elimination stat by 2,000ths. Clenching his fist in satisfaction, he knows these fights are exactly what he needs to climb higher. The rival coach is determined to stop the streak, sending out the next fighter, a guy named Chen Feng, ordering him to take down the freshman quick. Chen Feng agrees coolly. He steps into the ring and gets into a calm, ready stance, looking way more chill than the last guy. The MC signals the second match start. Chen Feng immediately shows off superior skills, moving crazy fast and unleashing a flurry of strikes. Lin Chen stays cool, blocking the hits, even stopping a heavy kick with just one hand. But the force spins Chen Feng wildly midair, and he crashes hard to the mat, knocked out cold. Medics rush in with a stretcher, saying Chen Feng needs a head scan. The crowd's shocked, buzzing, and whispering, trying to figure out what just went down, guessing the Sang 2 students just crazy lucky. Some angrily yell the tournament's rigged and demand refunds, but Sang 212's coach knows better, clutching his head in despair. He's terrified. This isn't luck. Sang 2's freshman is the real deal. Back in the waiting area, the coach switches tactics. He calls out the next fighter, a spiky-haired guy named Gao Fei, strictly telling him to focus fully on defense and warning not to lose. But Gao Fei is full of confidence, calmly telling his coach to chill, promising he's guaranteed to win. Striding into the ring, Gao Fei quietly disses Lin Chen's wins, thinking his opponent's weak and just using tricks. With his lightning-fast speed, clocking under 9 seconds in the 100 meters, plus tons of experience, Gao's sure he can't lose. The crowd buzzes, chatting hyped about Gao's rep and speed. Some mention his dad's a Gen Fusion master, explaining his elite skills, while most predict Lin Chen's win streak will end, even if they admit he's got great potential. The MC signals the fight start. Ignoring his coach's orders, Gao Fei immediately charges, launching a powerful kick at Lin Chen. He keeps throwing lightning-fast strikes, using his special move, the water fist break rock. His coach fumes watching, yelling at his stubborn fighter about attacking recklessly. Gao Fei brushes off defense, thinking a genius like him doesn't need it. Meanwhile, Lin Chen easily dodges the hits, finding the technique cool and deciding to learn it on the spot. Gao Fei gets more annoyed because he can't land a single hit. He stops, panting hard, and asks Lin Chen how he keeps dodging. Lin Chen casually fired back. "You got any other tricks to mess with me?" Pissed off, Gao Pei unleashed a frenzy of desperate punches, all the same predictable moves. Lin Chen decided he'd seen enough, figured it out, time to finish this. He dodged the last punch with ease and countered with a powerful kick straight to Gao Pei's gut, ending the fight instantly. The crowd fell dead silent again. The silence broke only because the crowd was so stunned. Then, cheers exploded from Team Sang 22's fans. Coach Guo and Sen Qinghan were over the moon. They kept claiming Xiao Chen was a total beast as they celebrated their third straight win. The rest of the tournament went just as smoothly. The next few opponents were even weaker. Lin Chen took them down effortlessly and soon enough, wiped out all 5 fighters on the rival team solo. Over the next 2 days, things stayed exactly the same. He kept dominating, rapidly beating 2 more schools without breaking a sweat. Thanks to this insane performance, he pulled ahead with 2 tournament championships, and the whole squad proudly posed for pics with Hui Truong and the trophy. But when checking the system, his opponent count was only at 16,000. He was bummed, realizing that at this pace, it'd take years to unlock the natural selection attribute. Though the mission progress was slow, there was a bright side. He didn't expect Coach Guo to be so generous. He received a full prize of 20,000 yuan from the tournament, combined with academic competition rewards, now totaling about 30,000 yuan. That cash wouldn't last long. He blew it all immediately at the supermarket, snagging a huge stash of ghost squid meat. For the next few weeks, he ate that pricey meat every single meal. After downing 30 pounds, his codex unlocked progress for ghost shadow squid hit 33%. Training and eating that rare meat seriously boosted his skills. By sophomore year, he broke through to a new level, jumping from level 3 to 4, with physique reaching new heights. Now he could lift 1,890 pounds with one hand, leap straight up over 65 meters, and sprint 100 meters in just 4.49 seconds. Time flew, and before long he and Sen Qinghan graduated from middle school at Shanghai. But when high school entrance results dropped, their paths seemed about to split. Sen Qinghan sat in her room crying, devastated. She asked Lin Chen why, after all their hard work, they couldn't go to the same school. He explained even though he topped both academics and martial arts and her grades were great, her martial score wasn't enough to enter Sang 22's elite class. As he comforted Sen Qinghan's team to recruit students and asked if she wanted to come along. In despair, she tearfully said it didn't matter to her since the principal was only here for him. Taking her hand, Lin Chen pulled her up and led her out of the room. He told her not to stress. He'd figured out a plan. The only condition for him to stay at Sang 22 was Sen Qinghan sitting next to him in class. True to his word, the Sang 22 principal arrived at Lin Chen's house. She talked with his mom and Sen Qinghan for hours about his future. She expressed a strong desire for him to stay at her school. As the meeting ended, the principal stood to leave. As a final offer, she said if Lin Chen agreed to stay, she'd grant any request he had. Lin Chen seized the chance and stated his only demand. Sen Qinghan must be in the same class with him. The principal looked at worried Sen Qinghan, confirmed her name, and without hesitation agreed, smiling and saying both would enroll together at Sang 22 for the new school year. Overjoyed, Lin Chen and Sen Qinghan thanked her. Their high school future was secured. Lin Chen joined the last martial arts tournament of middle school, and with his overwhelming strength, led the team to another championship. He decided to use his prize money to fully unlock the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex. Only 20% left, and the prize money was just enough to fill the progress bar. Not sure what would happen next, he went to a secluded spot, a forest outside Shanghai, for safety. Not wasting any time, he started absorbing the life energy from the last piece of squid. A strong blue energy enveloped him as the system confirmed he was absorbing a massive amount of essence. His eyes widened, feeling that last surge of power as the progress bar hit 100%. A new notification popped up telling him he unlocked the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex and gained a new biological affinity. The water affinity, boosting his harmony with water, letting him move freely and even vanish inside water. But, as the power stabilized, standing in the quiet forest with the soft squid tentacle in hand, he felt the new ability was kinda underwhelming, still a little hollow inside. Lin Chen tested the new skill at a nearby lake. He found the water affinity had some perks. He could soak for a long time without wrinkling skin, and swimming was easier thanks to reduced water resistance, but nothing super impressive otherwise. Sitting in the water, he reminded himself that since Ghost Squid is a low-tier mutated beast, a weak power made sense. He resolved that to get better powers, he'd have to save up to buy high-tier mutated beast meat or level up to hunt wild mutants himself. Memories of the giant mutant rats fired up his determination even more. He clenched his fist, vowing to get stronger. With less than 1 week before school started, Lin Chen's mom and Sen Qinghan's family planned a trip. To study his new ability, Lin Chen suggested they hit the beach. Standing in the ocean, Sen Qinghan complained the seawater was freezing, but Lin Chen felt totally chill. He told her to get used to it, then dove underwater, swimming at an insane speed. While moving, his system pumped points into his swimming and diving skills. From the shore, Sen Qinghan called out nervously, asking him to teach her how to swim. Lin Chen surfaced suddenly, remembering his little bestie still couldn't swim. He patiently taught her the basics. With her natural athletic, Sen Qinghan's family decided to take a trip. To study his new abilities, Lin Chen suggested hitting the beach. Standing in the ocean, Sen Qinghan complained that the seawater was freezing, while Lin Chen felt totally chill. He told her to get used to it and then dive down to swim at an insane speed. As he moved, the system rewarded him with points in swimming and diving skills. From the shore, Sen Qinghan called out worriedly, asking him to teach her how to swim. Lin Chen surfaced, suddenly recalling that his little bestie still couldn't swim. He patiently showed her the basics. With her natural talent, she was handling it at an average skill level, so he thought she'd struggle. But then, Qinghan totally proved him wrong. She got all hyped up, shouting that swimming was a breeze and that she picked it up instantly. She dove down like a pro. She swam smoothly and popped up looking totally stunned, amazed that she could dive without any coaching. Lin Chen froze when he noticed this weird blue aura like water swirling off her. As she surfaced, she excitedly described how magical it felt. She said normally opening your eyes underwater stings, but for her, it was cool and comfortable instead. Lin Chen couldn't help but get lost in thought. Watching her swim away, he realized something was off. Even if she had a natural water talent, there was no way she learned all these skills this fast. Her progress was just too crazy. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. He remembered her problem with peeing herself whenever she was stressed. He wondered if that weakness was actually a sign of a powerful water affinity she was born with. That thought got him pumped. He believed she might have a rare cultivation physique like the characters in the immortal tales his folks loved reading. To test this theory, they kept diving. Her performance blew him away even more as they explored the underwater world. He realized they'd held their breath for over 10 minutes. That's insane for a newbie like Sen Qinghan. While swimming, Sen Qinghan's face suddenly shifted. A strange swirling sound started vibrating through the water around her. Both of them looked up, trying to find where the noise was coming from. They rushed to the surface, and Sen Qinghan gasped as glowing blue water spiraled around her. Later that night, while strolling along the beach, Lin Chen asked what had happened to her. She said underwater she kept hearing eerie sounds right next to her ears. He comforted her and asked what the noise was like. She said she couldn't understand the language, but it was a woman's voice echoing non-stop until she surfaced. To calm Sen down, Lin Chen took her back to the hotel lobby. Afterwards, he searched online for info about the weird female voice but found nothing, leaving him restless. He channeled his restless energy into training. While doing 1,000 weighted sit-ups, he suddenly felt a burst of power. A system notification popped up, telling him his effort paid off. He'd leveled up to ordinary level 5. Surprised but stoked, he mulled over his new strength. He realized at level 5 he was strong enough to match a huge mutated rat. A determined gleam lit his eyes as he clenched his fist, believing tearing monsters apart barehanded was finally doable. Eager to test his new limits, he hit an empty beach at night. His stats skyrocketed. His 100-meter dash time dropped to 3.64 seconds, and his vertical leap shot up to a crazy 6.98 meters. To check his strength, he grabbed a nearby car and found he could lift the 1.6-ton vehicle with just one hand. With this breakthrough, his life kept moving forward. Summer break ended, and he and Sen King Han started their junior year at Sang 22. On day 1, they showed up early to do morning duty, and the new girl instantly spotted him, whispering excitedly that he was handsome and they were so lucky to have him on duty. Lin Chen was still shocked that classmates even knew him when an even bigger surprise hit. They triggered a new quest just by doing their duty. The achievement required completing 1,000 cooperative missions to unlock a new biological trait, the social animal attribute. While cleaning the classroom with Sen King Han, he wondered what this new trait would do. Since the school year had just begun, he swung by the Moe's supermarket after class. The codex for Ghost Shadow Squid was now unlocked. He knew it was time to pick a fresh target for his powers. As he cruised past the pricey exotic meats section, his eyes landed on a new item. In a refrigerated case sat the head of an aggressive giant iceberg beast, packaged and selling for 1,998 yuan per pound. A pumped grin spread across his face as he lifted the meat, deciding this would be his next goal. The giant iceberg beast was a higher-tier exotic creature than the ghost squid. It had crazy strong eyesight, 30 times better than normal humans, making it a terrifying hunter, able to catch even the fastest prey with pinpoint accuracy. Back in his room, Lin Chen checked out the iceberg meat. He figured unlocking its guidebook was totally worth it since enhanced vision would be a huge fighting edge. He also noted the price 1,998 yuan per pound, putting it in the spend wisely category. He placed his hand on the meat, triggering a blue energy aura. The system confirmed he'd absorbed a life trace from the giant iceberg beast, unlocking 1% of its guidebook. After some calculations, he realized 1 pound only unlocked 1%, meaning he'd need over 200,000 yuan to unlock it all. He understood that the rewards from junior year tournaments would be way higher than sophomore year. Determined, he vowed to push harder in competition so he could earn enough to unlock the Savage J Eagle's codex before the year's end. When summer break ended, Lin Chen's high school journey at Sang 22 kicked off. On the first day, the teachers introduced themselves. Martial arts coach and homeroom teacher, mechanical engineering teacher, genetic fusion instructor, and wilderness survival coach. After their intros, they asked the students to do the same. A few students stepped up. First was a long purple-haired girl, Chu Yu Song, who said her thing was art. Then came a lively pink-haired girl, Zhang Jijia, who shared her love for anime, cosplay, and sports. After her, a guy named Peng Hua Wang said he liked gaming at home. Soon it was Sen King Han's turn, making her super nervous and blush like crazy. She struggled through her intro, saying her name was Sen King Han. She liked drawing and hoping for everyone's support. Finally, it was Lin Chen's turn. His intro was brief and straightforward, just standing up, stating his name, and asking for everyone's help. After all the intros, time flew by fast. Soon it was Sen King Han's turn to be the center of attention, which freaked her out and made her face turn bright red. She tried to say her name was Sen King Han, shared her love for drawing, and asked for everyone's support going forward. Finally, it was Lin Chen's turn. His intro was the shortest and most straightforward. He just stood up, said his name, and asked for everyone's help. After the intros, time flew by so fast. A brown-haired girl walked up to Sen King, totally catching her off guard. She asked Sen King what her entrance exam score was. Sen King nervously said she got 709 points, then asked about the new girl's score, Chu Dui's. Chu Dui impressively said Sen King's score was 10 points higher than her own 7,108. Suzui then asked about the physical test, admitting she only scored 95 out of 100. That question threw Sen King Han way off. She stammered out that her score wasn't that great. Inside, she freaked out since she only got 79 points, barely enough to get into the elite class, and was too embarrassed to admit it. Not catching on, Suzui kept guessing if Sen King Han had scored 94 or 93. Sen King N dropped her head shyly and quietly said it was even lower. Chu Dui kept guessing scores in the low 90s, making Sen King N more and more flustered. Suddenly, a hand slammed on the table between them, startling Chu Dui. It was Lin Chen. He leaned in with confidence and asked the nervous girl if he could add her on WeChat. She was shocked but thrilled a handsome guy was paying attention and quickly agreed. Sitting back, Sen King and breathed a sigh of relief, grateful Lin Chen had saved her from that awkward chat. Lin Chen then turned to another guy, Hayu, and also asked to exchange contacts. After adding them, he created a group chat with all four of them. The system confirmed the group was created, marking another collab task done, pushing social achievement progress to 2 out of 1,000. He commented the task was a breeze. After forming the group, the new squad started bonding. Hay said he was from Nandong City and came from a martial arts family that owned a fighting gym. Proudly, he mentioned he ranked 8th in Nandong's youth martial arts competition. Chu Dui shared her family owned a fashion chain, so they were pretty loaded. After Lin Chen and Sen King Han opened up about their backgrounds, the four quickly grew tight. As they got comfortable, Hayu asked everyone to guess who was the strongest student in class. Chu Dui immediately pointed at Lin Chen, guessing it was him since he topped the district entrance exam. That shocked Hai because he didn't realize his new mate was times that time skilled. But Lin Chen humbly said being the top scorer doesn't always mean you're the strongest. Then he dropped a bombshell. The principal spent big bucks to recruit 2 insanely strong students from Nan City into their class. Hayu pointed out the first one was a blonde-haired guy named Wang Suoji, ranked 3rd in Nan, who could run 100 meters in 7.98 seconds. The second was a big, muscular dude, Liu Gang, while Lin Chen just smirked quietly inside because he'd been way beyond those stats since elementary school. Soon enough, the bell rang again, and the textbook lesson started. This semester had 4 core subjects: martial arts, gene fusion, mechanical modification, and wild survival. Since Lin Chen had already self-studied all the materials, he decided to use free time to find a quiet spot to train. While training, his thoughts shifted to bigger threats. He remembered the dangerous rat sect was still out there. The cops had only caught some low-level guys, but the savage leader was still out, slipping through the law. That grim reality fueled his determination. He clenched his fist, promising himself to power up as fast as possible and reach at least level 6, a rank he believed would put him on par to take on Ring itself. The first practical class was wild survival. Teacher X Chang B gathered students in the forest and asked if anyone knew how to start a fire by drilling wood. Hai muttered that was a useless skill, shocking the crew. Both Wang Suoji and Liu Gang stepped up and flawlessly started fires using the ancient method. The teacher looked impressed and asked where they learned it. Liu Gang said he picked it up at summer camp, while Wang Suoji said he taught himself by watching videos online. Once they were done, Lin Chen easily taught the trick to his small group, and they quickly got the hang of it. Then in martial arts class, teacher Zhao Duanfeng announced they'd be learning special breathing and cultivation techniques. Again, Wang Suoji and Liu Gang loudly claimed they already knew this stuff. Showing off a bit, Duan was kinda awkward but still managed to teach it. Lin Chen already got those skills down, so he decided to keep a low profile. Over a month passed without much happening. One day in mechanical modification class, teacher Kai Duff announced a progress test. To motivate everyone, he revealed cash prizes for the top 3, 888 yuan for first place, 666 for second, and 333 for third. Lin Chen's eyes lit up hearing the money prize. He realized winning first place would get him enough to buy nearly half a pound of that pricey Grand Eagle meat. Pumped, the whole class geared up and the exam kicked off. Coincidentally, teacher Gen Fusion Le Duran had the same idea and surprised the class with a similar reward-based test. After 2 tough exams, everyone was wiped out. Yu slumped onto the desk. She hoped to score 90, but now she probably wouldn't even hit 60. While everyone griped, Wang Suoji and Liu Gang started bragging. Liu Gang asked Wang Suoji how he did. Wang Suoji confidently said he was probably at 95, just stumbled on the last question. Liu Gang casually agreed. Same here, aiming for 95. Hearing their flexing, Hayu glared, clenched his fists, and thought about punching them. The teacher announced the mechanical modification test results. He read out Wo Wai Linking got 52 points, while Sen King Han passed with 61. Sen King Han excitedly told Lin Chen she'd made it, and he congratulated her for the effort. The teacher continued announcing Hayu's impressive 88 points. Friends praised him and he humbly said it was just luck, promising to Next, the teacher confirmed Liu Gang and Wang Suoji both scored 95 as expected, praising them for missing perfection by only 1 question. Wang Suoji confidently added that if he'd had another 10 minutes, she said she hoped to score 90, but now even 60 seemed tough. While everyone was complaining, Wang Suoji and Liu Gang started flexing. Liu Gang asked Wang Suoji how he did on the test. Wang Suoji confidently said he was probably at 95 since he only stumbled on the last question. Liu Gang casually agreed, adding, Same here, aiming for 95. Hearing the teacher announced the mechanical repair test scores. Wo Wai Linking got 52 points, Sen King Han passed with 61. Excited, Sen King Han told Lin Chen she passed, and he congratulated her for the hustle. The teacher then shared Heyu's impressive 88 points. Friends praised him, and he humbly said it was just luck. He promised to treat them all a meal with his 333 yuan. Next, the teacher confirmed that Lu Gang and Wang Suoji both scored 95 as predicted, praising them for missing a perfect score by just one question. Wang Suoji confidently said that if he had an extra 10 minutes, he could have nailed it. Next, the teacher confirmed that Liu Gang and Wang Suoji both scored 95, just as predicted, praising them for missing a perfect score by only one question. Wang Suoji confidently said that if given 10 more minutes, "Yo, you want to break down that last question?" Liu Gang was down with it too. Listening to their bragging got Haiyu all mad, but he told himself third place was still his. But then the teacher dropped a bombshell with the results. Even though the test was super tough, one student nailed a perfect score. Lin Chen scored 100 points flat. Wang Suji and Liu Gang freaked out, yelling how that was just unreal. The whole class went wild, cheering. Even Haiyu, who bombed, joined the hype. Everyone had to admit Lin Chen was on a whole other level. Sen King Han and Chu Dui were hyped, throwing mad props like he was the pride of Shanghai. Lin Chen just brushed off the praise, his mind locked on that reward. He raised his hand, asking Mr. Kai when the A88 prize for first place would drop. The teacher promised it'd come later. Deep down, Mr. Kai felt Lin Chen's intense focus on the cash was kinda strange. About an hour later, the gene fusion test scores came out. Mr. Kai Duff read them aloud, and this time the UN duo didn't hit the marks they hoped for. Liu Gang got 81, Wang Suji 83. Still solid scores, but they looked clearly bummed. On the flip side, Sen King Han killed it with 78, making top 5, and she was hyped with Chu Rui, leaving the class shook. Lin Chen crushed it again with a perfect score, claiming another prize like it was nothing. That second wipeout was a massive blow to the confidence of Haiyu, Wang Suji, and Liu Gang, totally breaking them down. Refusing to take the L, Wang Suji and Liu Gang started doubting how anyone could ace such a brutal test. They basically implied Lin Chen must have known the answers ahead of time. Mr. Kai Duff shut that down instantly. He swore up and down that was impossible. Said he personally crafted every question, the answers wasn't anywhere online, so cheating was no freaking way. They were left speechless. The whole class wasn't having any of their whining either. Haiyu and Chu roasted Wang Suji and Liu Gang hard for their weak mindset. Haiyu called them Man City's biggest shame and Chu piled on, saying toxic, low-key rude peeps are always the biggest drama starters. After lunch, the wild survival skills test kicked off. Mr. Shu Chang B explained. The prize was still the same. Cold, hard cash for the top 3. The test had 3 parts: climbing, swimming, and fire-making using friction. After flopping in academics, Wang Suji told Liu Gang they had to crush the practical part. Liu Gang was all in. They shot Lin Chen hateful looks, ready to beat him and erase their shame. The first event was climbing. Speed was the key to winning. Just like expected, Lin Chen's sick physical skills let him steamroll the rest. He hauled up the cliff with insane speed, leaving the UN duo in the dust and snagging first place. The tree climbing was just as easy. Lin Chen took the lead again. Meanwhile, Wang Suji totally bombed and complained he didn't even see Lin Chen's shadow. Lin Chen was more focused on Sen King Han though. Like he thought, she struggled climbing and finished last. Still, he wasn't stressed, because he knew her strength was in the water and figured she'd bounce back during the swim. Next up was fire starting. With the money on the line, Lin Chen knew he had to keep outdoing the UN pair. He dialed up the focus and went crazy fast, made fire in just 58 seconds. Wang Suji and Liu Gang were shook, wondering how this guy was so quick at everything and totally freaked by those lightning-fast hands. The last part was swimming. This time, Sen King Han stole the spotlight. Thanks to her natural water skills, she swam insanely fast, easily beating the Yuan duo and delivering a savage blow to their already shattered confidence. Wang Suji was frozen, baffled how Sen King Han suddenly got beast mode underwater and thought he was losing it. After the test, Wang Suji and Liu Gang sat there, defeated and silent for a long minute. But the silence only lasted till lunch. In the afternoon, the final martial arts showdown started. Mr. Zhao Duanfeng announced it was time to check their progress with live combat matches. The top 3 would score cash prizes to hype everyone up. For Wang Suji and Liu Gang, this brought back hope. They were pumped to reclaim their honor. They believed martial arts was all about stamina and skill. They figured if Lin Chen sucked at this, all his other points didn't count. Before the fights, The teacher put the class through a warm-up physical test with a 100-meter dash, one-arm weightlifting, and a vertical jump. Lin Chen held back a bit, not wanting to flex too hard, but still crushed it. He ran the 100 meters in 7.78 seconds and lifted 330 kilos with one hand. His vertical jump was 2.18 meters, easily topping all three events, just barely ahead of the Yuan pair who were stunned again. Wang Suji couldn't figure how Lin Chen ran faster, and Lu Gang was shook, because the dude didn't even look bulky, yet was ridiculously strong. Trying to hype each other up, Wang Suji reminded Lu Gang that flunking the physical test didn't mean they'd lose the fight. Because real combat was all about technique, so they convinced themselves their skills gave them a shot. After the test, everyone headed over to the arena for the sparring matches, eager to wrap up this natural selection stuff. Lin Chen stepped onto the stage first, but after showing mad dominance, nobody dared to challenge him. Even Wang Suji and Lu Gang just watched from the sidelines. Seeing this deadlock, the teacher stepped in. He called out a student named Lei Wei and told him to fight Lin Chen. They squared off, but the match ended before it began. To save time, Lin Chen landed one hard punch and sent Lei flying off the platform. Then he sped through and crushed every other challenger just as brutally, taking out every classmate with the same savage efficiency. Watching this, Wang Suji and Lu Gang totally lost hope. Wang Suji freaked, realizing Lin Chen was way stronger than they expected and probably hadn't even gone full throttle during the physical test. He wondered who could even stand up to a beast like that. Just when they were about to break mentally, Heu suddenly jumped into the ring and called out Lu Gang. He pointed at him and said he was fully warmed up and in his prime, throwing down the challenge. Fired up, Lu Gang accepted on the spot. You think even if you're not confident facing Lin Chen, you can totally beat Heu, swearing you'll take him down in 30 seconds flat. Heu yells and charges, and they both jump into a lightning-fast exchange of moves. But the fight's decided by that clear power gap. Liu Gong easily blocks Heu's kick, uses his superior strength to toss him up, and throws him straight out of the ring. Heu crashes hard onto the ground, defeated and puking. Standing tall, Liu Gang gazes down at his classmate, tossing a sarcastic compliment, admitting Heu's body skills are the best in class, but smugly finishes by saying he's still the top dog. After the win, Liu Gang turns to see Lin Chen stepping up. Lin Chen calmly throws down a challenge, seeing this as the perfect chance to push his achievement mission forward. Fresh off his win and full of swagger, Liu Gang smirks and accepts, saying he's not scared at all. He immediately strikes with a powerful punch, but the skill gap is obvious. Lin Chen moves with lightning speed, easily dodges, then slips away. Just as Liu Gang's trying to process what's happening, Lin Chen counters with a swift kick. The strong hit lands on Liu Gang's back, sending him flying out of the ring and losing with just one move. With both members of the Nan Doan duo knocked out, the others start teasing the last guy left. They shout, asking if Wang Suji's gonna get revenge for his boys and telling him the honor of Nan Doan's squad now rests on his shoulders. They mock him, saying, "Don't be a scaredy cat." Wang Suji yells for them to chill and says he was already planning to fight. He charges into the ring against Lin Chen. Facing such a powerful opponent, he pumps himself up, thinking whatever's meant to happen will, and he's got to find a way to take this guy down. Determined to win, Wang Suji shouts he's giving it his all and storms Lin Chen with a fierce attack, but it's all for nothing. Lin Chen easily blocks the punch with one hand, then counters with a strong hit that flips Wang Suji upside down. He crashes hard onto the gym floor, out cold and foaming at the mouth just like the others. After handling the Nan Doan duo, Lin San keeps on smashing through the rest of the guys in class one by one with the same easy efficiency. After beating every guy, he checks the system. According to the natural selection achievement rules, beating the same person multiple times only counts once. That means the only opponents left in class are the girls. He wonders if they're even up for a fight. To his surprise, the girls are super ready. A group of them blushes and forms a heart with their hands, hyped to take him on. The first brave soul is Chu Yu Tong. She excitedly raises her hand to challenge, jumps into the ring, and attacks with crazy fast moves. Still, Lin Chen is way ahead of her, easily dodging every strike. She marvels at his insane speed, landing softly and feeling bummed she almost touched him but couldn't catch him. Surprisingly, after Chu Yu Tong loses, more girls step up one after another. Of course, Lin Chen holds back a lot when fighting them. His goal isn't to hurt anyone but to win official matches and rack up achievements as fast as possible. Before long, Lin Chen's gone through all the girls in class. Even though he beat everyone, he's still far from completing the achievement mission. He feels a bit let down but quickly perks up when teacher Jiao Du and Feng drops some good news. The teacher praises the class and says elite students gotta learn how to challenge stronger opponents. He announces that in a month, their class will go head-to-head. with the strongest regular class of Year 2, and he hopes they're ready. Lin Chen, who was bored about the lack of foes to speed up achievements, instantly gets hyped. A fresh battle right on the horizon feels like a lucky break. After class ends, Liu Gang, now a bit humble, approaches Lin Chen. He admits he underestimated the school and says from now on, he's going to consider Lin Chen his rival for the next 3 years. Lin Chen realizes with the teacher's plan of constant class challenges, finishing the achievement within a year might not be that hard. Wang Suji also steps up, swearing he'll wipe away his shame before graduation. Lin Jikun stays focused on the real perks. He calculates he's already made over 3,000 yuan just from prize money for assignments, which fires him up because now he can buy more beast meat. He clenches his fist tight, totally ignoring the 2 non-UN guys who were fuming at his arrogant indifference. That night, back in his room, he thinks over his finances. Even with the prize money, he's still far from buying all the beast meat he needs. To earn more, he decides to follow his parents' path and signs up as a web novel author, kicking off his writing journey. Thanks to his natural talent and intelligence, his writing is stellar. The next morning, he sees a contract invitation from a platform in his messages. After signing the agreement, a breaking news story instantly grabs his attention. The report covers a terrifying incident that happened just 2 hours ago. A giant mutant rat attacked a frozen meat warehouse on the city outskirts. The article describes the attack in chilling detail. The mutant rat, over 5 meters long and crazy strong, bit a rescue Cyborgs robot in half. In its last desperate move, Cyborgs was forced to activate a hidden backup energy core to self-destruct. Taking the mutant with it, the explosion was massive, vaporizing the giant rat instantly. Reading the news, Lin Chen gets freaked out. He stares at the mutant rat's photo, growing more anxious, not knowing how many mutant rats might be hiding in Shanghai City. He also wonders where those huge creatures could be lurking. The day of the big match against the strongest regular class of Year 2 rolls around, and students gather at Sang 22 Arena. Before the fight, teacher Jiao Duanfang holds a strategy meeting with the top fighters. The coach warned that although their top players were really skilled, the rival class was overall stronger and could just use defense tactics to wear them out. He told them to finish the match as fast as they could. Right after the meeting wrapped up, Lin Chen darted toward the ring, hyped to knock out as many newbies as possible to ace natural selection. He volunteered to fight first. His opponent, a tall girl with long blonde hair from class 2 to 5, stepped into the ring. Seeing who she had to face, she immediately complained to the coach that the elite class always sent out their strongest fighter first, she said. She was the weakest in her class and had no clue how to even fight. Hearing this, Coach Xiao Duanfeng got mad and marched over to the opposing coach, an older man known as Brother Feng. He accused Tim of breaking the unwritten rule in class battles that the weakest student goes out first. He wanted to know why that coach sent their top fighter to the first match. To settle the drama, Coach Jiao told Lin Chen to step down for now and said he could fight later, letting the weaker students go first. Lin Chen reluctantly agreed and stepped off. Then the coach pointed at Zhang Jijia and told her to step up, but she hesitated and said she wasn't ready yet. Sensing an opening, Zhen King Han stepped forward. She volunteered to fight and told Coach Jiao since she's the weakest, she should be the first to go. Nervously, Sen King Han stepped into the ring, facing the tall blonde girl, clearly stressed. Outside, her friends, Xu Dui and Heiyu, started yelling loud cheers to pump her up. But the sudden pressure only made Sen King Han more tense. The match kicked off with the blonde girl instantly throwing a hard punch. Sen King Han tried to block it. Even though she got pushed back, Sen King stayed determined. She knew she couldn't win, but chose to hold on as long as possible by playing pure defense to drain her opponent's energy. Her plan surprisingly worked. 3 minutes in, the blonde girl was gasping, shocked at Sen King Han's stamina, and realized if she kept going she'd burn out. So she decided to end the fight fast. She rushed in with a final finishing punch. The hit connected and Sen King got knocked down. Struggling to get up, she was totally crushed. Coach Xiao Duanfeng praised her performance. Giving a thumbs up, he said she did really well and her defensive tactic was super smart. Lin Chen also comforted her, gently rubbing her head and telling her she did great, holding out for over 3 minutes against an upperclassman with an extra year of training and that she'd improved a lot. Hearing this, Sen King smiled happily. After Sen King Han's loss, a brown-haired girl from the elite class stepped into the ring. Noticing Dan Tri was worn out from the last match, she saw her chance and went on the attack. She threw a strong kick, but Dan Tri, tougher and experienced, dodged easily and countered with a quick punch to the face. The brown-haired girl got pinned down, crying out in pain and forced to surrender. Standing over his beaten opponent, Dan Tri taunted her, asking if she'd underestimated the regular class by recklessly rushing in like that. He kept mocking, saying even if she wasn't as talented as him, she had another year of training. Coolly, he dared her to train another year and try again. Just then, Chu Dui stepped in determined. She said she'd get revenge for Sen King Han and beat Dan Tri. Chu Dui showed she's a serious fighter. She easily knocked down Dan Tri with a solid punch. Outside, Sen King Han cheered wildly, saying, "Chu's amazing." Lin Chen told Sen King she was awesome too, explaining that Chu Dui's easy win was only possible because Sen King had already worn down Dan Tri earlier. Sen King Han beamed happily. 2 hours into the battles, the elite class managed to even the score. Coach Xiao Duanfeng walked over to Brother Feng from Class 52 and teased that his team had only 4 fighters left, while he was confident his class would win the bet. But then he turned back to the students, warning them not to get cocky. He said the real power of the elite class was in their top 4 fighters, Lin Chen, Wang Suji, Lu Gong, and Heo. The real fight was just getting started. After the coach's announcement, Heo was called up next. He cracked his knuckles with serious vibes and stepped into the ring with a dramatic stance. He got ready to fight, and Flashy asked an upperclassman if he was ready to face his hungry fists. The brown-haired senior smirked, telling Heo to cut the childish act and stop overdoing it, cause it was annoying. Heo immediately launched a quick kick that knocked the senior to the ground, scoring a solid win. Standing over the fallen, the senior mocked Heo, asking where he got the confidence to act so tough with such low skill, and called him trash. While celebrating, a tougher senior with thick purple hair stepped into the ring. Glaring at Heo, he called him arrogant for mocking others. The senior charged in with a powerful punch. He's gonna teach this kid a serious lesson. To the senior's shock, Heo moved with crazy speed, dodging easily. Heo then countered with a strong kick that sent the senior flying backward. Heo knocked him out. Watching this epic win, Chu Dui and Sen King Han started cheering loud for Heo. Pumped up, Heo kept his insane winning streak going, beating several more opponents in a short time. After defeating 5 fighters back-to-back, he was exhausted. Panting heavily, even though tired, he still tried to look strong and yelled for the next challenger, bragging he could take on 10 more people. But it was clear he was running on empty. His winning streak ended when he got taken down by the 6th opponent. With Heo out, the elite class was in deep trouble. Only 3 fighters left, while Class 52 still had 13. With Heo's loss, Wang Suoji stepped up next. He went all out, kicking off an impressive win streak by single-handedly knocking out 10 opponents with a series of fierce kicks and punches. However, after Heo lost, Wang Suoji stepped up and gave it his all, kicking off a crazy winning streak and single-handedly beating 10 opponents with fierce kicks and punches. However, the streak was brutal, totally draining him out. By the 11th match, Wang Suji was wiped and got taken down. Right after, Liu Gang smashed through his opponent super quick. 2 top fighters from the other side dropped in less than 10 minutes. With only 1 enemy left, Coach Zhao Duanfeng got cocky and told Coach Brao Feng to tell his team to quit. But Brother Feng stayed calm, just smirked, and called out the last fighter. Wang Jin too stepped up, some big, seriously overweight student who was way bigger than Liu Gang. Even though the dude looked intimidating, Liu Gang wasn't fazed. He totally dismissed him, just called him a little chubster. Then he charged, thinking for sure he'd win. He landed a hard punch right in Wang Jin 2's gut. But shockingly, it didn't do crap. It felt like he was hitting some thick rubber or something. He tried again, unleashing a rapid combo, but the dude's thick fat absorbed every hit. Before long, Liu Gang was gasping, exhausted, realizing his attacks were useless. The big guy had barely moved, looked down at Liu Gang super chill, then asked if he was done since it was his turn now. Before Liu Gang could react, Wang Jin too grabbed him by the collar with insane strength. With one smooth move, he tossed Liu Gang right off the ring, winning the match, leaving only 1 fighter from the elite class standing. Everyone was shook by that power. Coach Zhao Feng admitted he didn't remember second year having anyone that strong. Coach Brao Feng just smirked and explained Wang Jin 2 was a transfer student who just joined this semester. Then he bragged about the bet again, teasing Coach Zhao that he's probably gonna lose and have to buy the whole opponent's class dinner. Realizing he got played with a secret weapon, Coach Zhao clenched his fists, pissed off and worried even Lin Chen might not beat this beast. Still doubtful but putting on a brave face for his last fighter, Coach placed a hand on Lin Chen's shoulder and said it's his turn. He told him to give it his all and not stress too much about winning or losing. This experience was super valuable. Lin Chen just smiled, reassuring the coach he's gonna win so that the guy standing there shuts up. Stepping into the ring, Wang Jin too glanced at him, unimpressed. He underestimated Lin Chen, thinking the dude looked way too weak to be the last ace of his class. Outside, the Sen King squad and elite girls were yelling, calling him a cocky fatso and cheering Lin Chen to teach that porker a lesson. Annoyed by their taunts, Wang Jin too decided to give Lin Chen a shot. He told Lin Chen he'd stand still and let him throw 10 free punches. He said he didn't want Lin Chen or those little fangirls complaining that he was picking on a smaller opponent. Lin Chen happily took the offer. Wang Jin too told him to go all out. Without hesitation, Lin Chen unleashed a monster punch to the giant's gut. The force was so huge it sent Wang Jin too spinning high in the air before crashing hard to the ground, knocked out cold. Both classes were stunned into silence. Then the quiet exploded with cheers and tears from the elite class as they celebrated Lin Chen's unbelievable win. A while later, Wang Jin too started waking up, totally confused. He stared around, asking himself where he was and what just happened, mumbling that this outcome was unreal and defied logic. After Lin Chen's win, the second-year coach approached Wan Feng, elite class's teacher. He said Lin Chen was super strong. When comparing Lin Chen's knockout punch to the genius Wan Cheng, Wan Feng replied that though Lin Chen was strong, he hadn't reached Wan Cheng's level yet, explaining Wan Cheng had been a monster who scared the principal since day one of freshman year. Hearing that name, Lin Chen stepped forward and asked who Wan Cheng was. Zhao Duan Feng got hyped and said Wan Cheng was a legendary student from a few years back. As a freshman, he single-handedly beat the entire elite third-year class, leaving school leaders in awe. The coach went on listing Wan Cheng's insane freshman year feats, like running 100 meters in 6.12 seconds, a vertical jump of 3.96 meters, and deadlifting 650 kilos with one hand. He asked Lin Chen if he was impressed. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly and admitted he was a bit impressed, though in his mind, Wan Cheng's stats were just on par with the strength he gained during 6th grade summer break. That night, the whole class celebrated the win at a restaurant. Coach Zhao Duan Feng raised his soda can for a toast, happily saying thanks to Lin Chen's victory, the second-year coach had to keep his bet and treat the whole class dinner. Everyone raised their glasses, hyped up about Lin Chen's performance. At dinner, Lin Chen was surrounded by classmates, including Heo and Sui, now famous across school. They were eager to know his training secret and wanted to add him on weight. Lin Chen felt a little weird with all this new attention. Amid the rowdy crowd, he noticed Sen King stayed the same, worried he wasn't eating enough, quietly scooping food onto his plate. While celebrating, Sen King suddenly looked shocked. She rushed to Lin Chen saying she needed to hit the bathroom and hurried off. As she left, Lin Chen noted that despite everything changing, her nervous pee before stress habit was still the same. In the restroom, two girls from class were gossiping, one complaining that Sen King spoiled Lin Chen like a servant, always pouring his water and peeling his shrimp. The other agreed, wondering how someone as weak as Sen King even made it into the elite class if not by sucking up to him. She cruelly added their bond wouldn't last because their skill gap would tear them apart. Jen King Han overheard all this and felt hurt, but instead of running away, she faced them head-on with fresh determination. It was tight because the skill gap between the two was definitely going to keep them apart. Sen King Han heard everything and was heartbroken, but instead of running away, she faced them with fresh determination. She straight up told the two stunned girls she ain't some suck-up. She's actually his bestie. That night on the way back, Lin Che noticed she seemed down and asked what's up. Sen Kin Han hung her head, feeling all sad and opened up to him. She explained her mom always said she'd grow out of bedwetting, but she had to admit, kind of bummed, that even now she still has to wear diapers every night. Looking up at him, she said she feels like she's disabled, like she can't control her bladder at all. Lin Che looked at Sen Kin Han with real heartache and told her she's definitely not disabled. He gently put his hand on her shoulder to comfort her, saying that not being able to control your bladder is actually like an undeveloped superpower. Sen Kin Han looked up with big, hopeful eyes, asking if it's really a superpower. Lin Che confirmed it's her natural talent showing through. Totally hooked, Sen Kin Han wondered if his awesome skills are from superpowers too. Lin Che confidently said, "Yeah, just like you, I've got superpowers too." Amped about that, Sen Kin Han started thinking about what kind of powers she might have. Lin Che reassured her it's got to be some seriously strong power, but their way home got blocked. A special ops squad in hazmat suits was locking down a building, and an officer on a loudspeaker told everyone to back off while they're exterminating rats. Their attention got grabbed by the chaos inside. This dude in an apron went wild, swinging a broom at the rats, trying to chase back the squad. He yelled at them to stop, begged them not to kill his brothers. His face twisted with pain and anger as he kept shouting. Consumed by rage, he lunged at the officers, screaming he's ready to die with them. Seeing this, Kin Han asked Lin Che if that guy's lost it. Lin Che agreed, thinking he might be crazy, though he felt kinda sorry for the guy, told her some folks are like that and just need to head home. Later that night at Lin Che's place, he and his parents were watching a worrying news report. The host said a young female teacher went missing last week and still hasn't been found. His mom, Jiang Guangxin, worriedly pointed out she's the fourth young woman to disappear just this month. Dad, Lin Chen, corrected her, saying it's actually the fifth. The news showed pics of all these missing women, young and good-looking. They also aired a public warning telling young women to avoid going out alone at night. Concerned, Jiang Guangxin told her son to never let Sen Qin Han wander off by herself. Lin Che smiled and promised to look out for her. Meanwhile, at a police station in Shanghai City, the market guy was being held in custody. A doctor in blue scrubs was chatting with the cops. The officer asked for the doc's take, wondering if the guy was mentally ill. The doctor said he wasn't sure, explaining he tried talking to the suspect but got nothing back. The cop found it weird since at the market the dude was nonstop yelling. Suddenly, the cop's eyes went wide with a horrible realization. Both he and the doctor turned to look just as the man, hunched over and surrounded by some creepy dark aura, started to twistedly transform, turning into a massive mutant rat. As it grew bigger, the officer panicked and shouted into his radio, desperately calling for backup and armored vehicles. Yelling the guy in the interrogation room is turning into a giant mutant monster. The huge mutant rat went berserk, wrecking everything. The police opened fire, but the bullets only slowed it a little. As the officers retreated, a female cop reported that the headquarters confirmed all armored vehicles were tied up on other missions. The director added grimly that reinforcements would arrive in about 10 minutes, and their ammo wouldn't last that long. Realizing they couldn't take it head-on, he ordered the team to get in their vehicles. Their new plan was to lure the beast out to the outskirts to buy some time. The female cop jumped into a patrol car and fired it up, while another officer got ready inside. They took off through the city with that giant rat close behind. It was leaping over buildings like nothing. The female cop urged them to speed up, trying to gain time for the armored team. Their ride zoomed onto a mountain road and headed into a tunnel. But the monster wasn't giving up, closing the gap with terrifying roars, its jaws wide open, showing sharp teeth. The beast slammed hard into the rear of the car, causing it to spin out, flipping multiple times in the air before crashing down. Inside the overturned car, the female officer hung upside down, injured and desperate, thinking this might be game over. Just then, the huge mutant rat let out a victorious roar on the wrecked car. Boom. A massive explosion swallowed the creature whole. Reinforcements had arrived. A woman with short purple hair wearing shiny armor hovered in the air, locked onto the target and fired off a barrage of powerful purple missiles. The rockets hit the monster, triggering fiery blasts as she ordered it destroyed. When the smoke cleared, Cyborg landed on the Park Street. She spotted a big tunnel and realized the rat had escaped underground by burrowing. She commented that these monsters were getting smarter. Despite that, she saw chunks of flesh and blood on the ground, concluding the creature was badly hurt and couldn't have gone far. She decided she had a solid chance to track it down. The scene switched to the city skyline at 3 in the morning. In his room, Lin Che was sitting at his computer, not practicing but writing. He was thinking about how far he'd come as an online novel author. He'd been writing daily for over half a month, and his story was nearly 200,000 words now. More importantly, his paid revenue had topped 10,000 yuan. He thought about the book's future potential, noting it was still fresh and new on the market. Hit the ground and concluded the creature was badly hurt and couldn't get far. She decided she had a solid chance to track it down. The scene shifted to the city skyline at 3 in the morning. In his room, Lin Chen was sitting at his computer, not training but writing. He pondered his progress as an online novel author. He had been penning chapters daily for over half a month, and his draft was nearly 200,000 words. More importantly, his paid earnings had surpassed 10,000 yuan. He thought about the book's future potential. Note 10,000 characters. More importantly, paid income had exceeded 10,000 yuan. He thought about the book's future potential, noting that it was still in its early new book phase. He was hyped up, wondering just how much cash he'd rake in when it officially dropped. So hyped about the novel's profits that sleep was out of the question. Lin Chen decided to hit the grind for some training. He scouted out a dead-end alleyway, no cams around to check how far he'd come lately. While training, he felt mad good about his progress. His 100-meter sprint time dropped down to 3.43 seconds, and his vertical jump hit 7.22 meters. He was thinking if he kept this up, he'd hit some legendary-level physique for sure. But his workout got cut short by some gnarly, gnawing sound. He spun around and caught a shadow hunched deep in the dark corner. It was a nasty rat-turned-creature, like a rat person. It was chomping on a human arm. When it saw Lin Chen, the creature begged for its life, pleading for mercy and explaining it was starving. It made this weird promise that once it was full, it'd come back yearly to pay respects. Lin Chen freaked, stared hard, realizing this was the rat person from the news report about that giant mutant rat that escaped. He was scared, wondering if this thing was actually that monster, just looking more human but still seriously freaky. Realizing how dangerous it was, Lin Chen figured he had to call the cops. But when he turned away, the rat person panicked, thinking Lin Chen was its next snack. It stammered that it didn't have to eat him and could find someone else for a meal. Before Lin Chen could react, the creature lunged forward. It bounced off the alley walls like lightning, flipping fast with a crazy speed series of jumps. The rat person charged straight at him and yelled it wanted human meat, hunger overriding fear. The attack was so fast that Lin Chen knew he had no time to dodge. With no other choice, he met it head-on. As the creature closed in, Lin Chen snapped a single kick right to its jaw. The impact spun the rat person in the air before it slammed hard onto the ground. The beast struggled up, clutching its bleeding chest. It looked at Lin Chen in shock, wondering how a frail-looking student packed such insane power. Dazed and hurt, the rat person blinked at him, shaken by his sudden strength. Before it could move, a rock flew in and hit it smack in the head. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen didn't give the monster any chance to fight back, unleashing a brutal hail of stones, thrown with wild speed and deadly precision. The rat person got totally overwhelmed by the non-stop barrage, helpless against the constant hits pounding its body. After a while, the stone storm died down. Lin Chen stood at the alley's end, breathing heavy. He looked where the creature had fallen and saw it wasn't moving at all. He stepped in carefully and found out his attack was way deadlier than he thought. The rat person was straight up wiped out, leaving just a pile of bones steaming in the air. Wondering if it was really dead, Lin Chen touched the bones. A rush of blue energy flooded his body, and his system notified him he'd absorbed part of the giant mutant rat's life essence, boosting his codex progress by 7%. He felt let down by only pulling in 2% this time, compared to 5% from the burnt corpse. He guessed. The difference was all the crazy amount of genes each heretic had absorbed. Realizing dawn was near and staying put was risky, he headed back home. Minutes after he left, a purple-haired girl swooped down into the empty alley. She stood on the steaming bones, wondering who could have slain the rat person. The scene cut to a dark building where a freaky ritual was going down. A fanatic hooded dude was dragging an unconscious woman into a glowing red summoning circle. He placed her in the center, dropped to his knees, offering her up to the rat lord for a feast. From the shadows, layers of red eyes blazed bright, and a deep angry voice demanded why only one woman was offered. The voice accused him of trying to starve it, complaining this sacrifice wasn't even a bite's worth, threatening to turn him into part of the offering. The fanatic collapsed, begging for an explanation, still bowed on the floor. He nervously explained young women lately were super cautious, barely going out at night and always sticking in groups, making them tough to catch. The giant rat lord cast its shadow over him, its deep voice booming. The order that if women were scarce prey, then catch young men. The fanatic immediately agreed, and suddenly a chunk of raw bloody meat was tossed onto the floor. The fanatic greedily grabbed it and ate it raw, thanking the rat lord for its mercy. As he ate, the ritual reached a terrifying peak. Huge red tentacles sprouted from the summoning circle, wrapping around the unconscious woman and dragging her away. The rat lord's many-eyed mouth opened wide and swallowed her whole. The sound of chewing and bone crunching echoed through the whole building. After the meal, the rat lord laid down a chilling command. It told the fanatic not to catch commoners next time because their meat was way too bitter. It declared it wanted to feast on nobles living in luxury because their meat was softer. To help Sen King level up her fighting skills, Lin Chen set up special training sessions at her place. During one, he played the role of her personal coach, fixing her hand placements, posture, and shoulder angles. He broke down how to generate more power and maintain better balance. Once her form was on point, he told her to throw a full power punch. She came at him with a determined strike. Lin Chen caught her fist easily, praising her for the precise angle and increased strength. He caught her next kick, pointed out the mistake in her move, and showed the correct technique by adjusting her leg into the right position. After the intense session, Sen King collapsed onto the floor, exhausted and sweaty. She panted, saying, even though she was tired, she really felt her martial strength had seriously leveled up. Still kneeling on the floor, filled with motivation, Sen King told Lin Chen that training 3 times a week wasn't enough and asked if they could practice every single day. Lin Chen said that wasn't necessary because her body couldn't handle such high intensity daily. Sen King agreed and decided to stick with their current training schedule. Right then, Lin Chen's phone buzzed. When he pulled it out, Sen King leaned over, curious if it was some kind of breaking news. He glanced at the screen and saw 2 major headlines. The first announced that the Jin Corporation would offer free treatment for all those girls who'd lost limbs early due to mechanical upgrades. The second was even more jaw-dropping. a prodigy from Beijing. Lin Jikun's eyes blew wide reading that. He instantly knew that genius had to be his long-time rival. Most people can't fuse genes until they're fully grown because younger bodies can't handle the brutal reactions and tend to mutate easily. But this prodigy nailed the second fusion at just 18. Lin Chen mulled over that insane physical talent, wondering if gene fusion was truly the ultimate power route. Meanwhile, back home, Lin Dian was grinding hard on his new web novel career. Thanks to his crazy typing speed, his novel blew up overnight. The comment section was packed with folks amazed by his output. Someone even called him the tentacle beast for cranking out 50,000 words on day one. Lin Chen figured that with his natural talent and sharp intellect, he could smash out 10,000 words per hour after just a month of practice. This pace meant writing took only about an hour daily, leaving loads of time to train. His dad, Lin Yaneng, came in and praised his killer progress. He guessed that if Lin Dian kept up solid storylines and 10,000 words daily, he could pull in about 50,000 yuan in the first month. He added that bumping the word count could easily bring home 100,000 yuan monthly. Lin Chen was totally hyped. Making 50 to 100,000 yuan a month meant he'd never stress about unlocking the Beast Codex again. He set a solid goal: spend the first 2 months unlocking the Wild Eagle Codex. The scene shifted to his martial arts class, where Master John Feng announced a progress test tournament. Lin Chen's sheer strength was front and center. He crushed the arena, taking down every opponent with powerful kicks and punches. Not a single hit landed on him. After the matches, the master handed over a cash prize. Lin Chen thought about what a winning day it was, not only scoring 88 yuan extra, but also racking up precious survival skill experience points. While Lin Chen dominated, Sen Qinghan didn't shine. She landed in last place as usual, with her friend Chu Dui trying to cheer her up. But training with Lin Chen was already paying off. She could finally hold her own. A flashback showed her last fight against W. Yunong, the second lowest student in the class, where she got taken down in under 3 seconds. This time, Qinghan hung tough for nearly 3 minutes. Even better, she went on the offensive, landing multiple punches and kicks. Her martial arts coach, Zhao Du and Feng, was super impressed by her progress. He praised her hard work and encouraged her to keep pushing. When the tournament wrapped, the master gathered the class and dropped some big news. He announced that in 1 month, their class would challenge the elite class 52, aiming to beat everyone except their top 3 fighters. The class roared back with confidence, firing up their fighting spirit. The coach was pleased to see the energy. Fast forward a month, Lin Jijian's web novel was killing it. He checked his account and saw a balance of 89,000 yuan. Pumped with the new cash, he headed straight to the supermarket to grab some beast meat he needed. He told the clerk he wanted wild eagle meat. The clerk mentioned a special deal: buy 100 pounds at once and get a 5% discount. After thinking it over, Lin Chen decided to hold off. It made more sense to wait until he had enough for the full 100 pounds to snag the discount. He figured he'd probably have enough next month. The next day at school, Sen Qinghan was stoked, telling Lin Chen the cafeteria had a new stir-fry stall and she heard the chef was crazy good. He was down to check it out. They hit the stall where a bunch of cooks were hustling, both smelling the amazing aroma and impressed. After grabbing their food, they sat down. Lin Chen remarked they were lucky to get there early because now a long line had formed. Their meal was interrupted by a major argument in line. One student accused another of cutting ahead, while the other claimed a friend at their table was saving spots. The fight got heated, with the first insisting holding spots was still cutting, and the second pushing back hard. Sen Qinghan recognized a voice and pointed out to Lin Chen their friend who was usually causing these scenes. She asked if they should go check it out. Lin Chen glanced over, cool as ever, and said, "Nah, probably not worth it." He figured the guy named Heo was intimidating enough to scare the other off. Man, was Lin Chen dead wrong. The student Heo was arguing with stood firm, looking down on Heo with mad disrespect, and called him a do-do-can. Hai Yu felt cornered when that kid's friends showed up to back him, leading the charge to confront Hai Yu about what was going on. One of the other bullies smirked, saying there was no drama, just mad about line cutting. Hai Yu snapped at them to get to the back of the line. He was shocked by their boldness and realized he was outnumbered. Still, he stood his ground. Hai Yu tried to block their way, spreading his arms to stop them. He couldn't figure out why no one in the jam-packed cafeteria crowd stepped up to help. From their table, King Han looked worried, pointing out to Lin Chen that their buddy Hai Yu was getting picked on. Just as the bullies moved to shove Heo past Hai Yu, a firm hand landed on the leader's shoulder. It was Lin Chen. His face darkened with authority as he calmly told the bully to queue up properly. The bully spun around, flashing a cocky grin, daring Lin Chen to back it up. The argument heated up. One dude insisted holding a spot was just cutting in line, while the other pushed back. Sen Qinghan recognized one voice and pointed out to Lin Chen their friend who always ended up in fights. She asked if they should check it out. Lin Chen glanced over calmly and said, maybe not necessary. He noted Heo seemed to have kept his cool and scared the other. The student Heo had been arguing with stood firm, looking down at Heo with disdain and called him Bubble Trouble. Haiyu felt trapped as that student's friends showed up, leading the charge to confront Haiyu about the scene. One of the bullies smugly said nothing was going on, they were just mad about people cutting in line. Haiyu yelled at them to move to the back and wait. He was shocked by their boldness and realized he was outnumbered. Still, he tried to hold his ground. Haiyu spread his arms wide to block their path. He wondered why no one in the crowded cafeteria would step up to help. He was shocked by their recklessness and realized he was outnumbered. Still, he tried to stand his ground. Haiyu attempted to block, spreading his arms to stop the way. He wondered why no one in the crowded cafeteria stepped up to help. From their table, King Han glanced over all worried, pointing out to Lin Chen that their buddy Haiyu was getting bullied. Right when the bullies were about to shove him, a hand slammed down hard on the ringleader's shoulder, and that was Lin Chen. His face cast a shadow of pure intimidation as he calmly told the bully to line up properly. The bully spun around with a cocky, challenging grin aimed right at Lin Chen. What if he just skips the line? Instead of flipping out with violence, Lin Chen just smirks. He pulls out his phone and casually says he's gonna report him. The dude at the front laughs off the threat, calling reporting lame. With Heo smirking beside him, Lin Chen coolly fires back. Ain't it way more embarrassing to cut the line? If you don't want to get reported, the bullies just give up and storm off, all salty. Then the scene switches to a swanky mansion in Shanghai's posh area, where the rat god cult is having a secret meetup. Their boss, a guy cloaked in black with a hood, sits throne-like and talks to his crew. He breaks the news that Sa Trang, one of their members, died after flipping out in the market and getting killed by the security team when provoked. Another follower mutters he deserved it. The boss then introduces a fresh recruit set to replace Sa Trang. He drops a chilling new order from the rat god. From now on, they gotta catch and sacrifice only nobles, because their god thinks regular folks are too bitter. The new rule freaks some of them out. Two voices protest, saying hunting nobles is way too risky. They argue that missing regulars might not raise a fuss, but nobles disappearing would cause major drama. The boss suggests they target rich merchants' sons who ain't got real power to lower the danger. He shifts focus to the newbie, telling him since he's green, he can't go after the nobles yet. Instead, he's got to train by catching a handsome guy to sacrifice to a rat god minion named Sin, whose face hides in shadow. Sin nervously accepts, promising not just any pretty boy, but the hottest in the entire city for their god. Back in class, Heo is still salty about the mess at the cafeteria. He tells Lin Chen he checked out the line cutters and found they're all from Class 3, Year 2, the elite squad they're about to face. Heo can't believe such top-tier students act so rude. Leaning on a locker, Lin Chen checks his phone and says, high grades don't mean high morals. His face shifts when breaking news pops up. He reads that another wealthy heir just disappeared, the fifth one recently, and since the kidnappers haven't asked for ransom, he recalls the rat god cult's order about catching nobles. Lin Chen gloomily concludes that same cult is the mastermind behind these vanishings. The big match day arrives, students pack into a huge gym with 2 rings. Tension is thick between the two classes as those bullies glare hostilely at him while Heo shoots back a daring gesture. After both classes warm up, matches kick off just like before. Senshan goes first. Her opponent, an upper-class elite girl, immediately throws a fierce kick. Senshan blocks it, but her strength is overwhelming. Senshan's defense shatters and she crashes down hard. The upper-class girl is beast mode, beating several first-year girls, including Chu Dui, without letting them land a hit. The first year's losing streak halts when a muscular, short-haired girl knocks the elite down with a hard kick, but that win's short-lived, as the next upper-class girl, a long redhead, takes control fast. She dominates, knocking down 9 first years in under 10 minutes, including 3 dudes. Now, only 4 first years remain: Lin Chen, Wang Suji, Lu Gang, and Ho. The situation looks grim since the elite year 2 just lost 5 girls, but none of the 36 male students have fought yet. Their teacher, Zhao Yu Anfeng, tightens his fist, feeling the power gap is beyond saving. With slim options, Zhao whispers to Heo that it's his turn, asking if he can beat the 6 upper-class girls left. Heo confidently says, easy, especially since I'm hyped to fight these hot upper-class girls. True to his word, Heo wins all 6 matches easily, knocking out the remaining female warriors. Then the first year's first male from year 2 steps up with a threatening stomp. He poses tough and taunts Heo, asking if he's ready to die. Heo calls him rude, recognizing him as the cafeteria bully and thinking he's just a little punk, making this the perfect chance for revenge. But Heo's confidence bites him as the bully charges with lightning speed. Before Heo can react, the upper-class guy lands a brutal punch to his gut. Hayu drops to one knee, stunned. The bully mocks how weak he is and tells him to admit defeat. Furious, Hayu struggles to stand and throws a punch, but his opponent dodges it easily and counters with a quick kick, knocking Hayu flying off the ring, defeated and lying on the floor. Hayu painfully realizes this guy's strength isn't even the weakest among the boys and blames himself for letting his guard down. After beating Hayu, the upper-class guy turns to Lin Chen by the ring, mocking if he wants to step up next and challenges him. Lin Chen casually hops into the ring, quietly thinking he's been waiting for this moment. His classmates erupt, cheering him to crush the bully and clear Hayu's embarrassing loss. The fight starts with the bully Chiwei kicking high at Lin Chen. But Lin Chen stays totally calm. He blocks the kick with one hand, grabs Chiwei's leg, and slams his head hard onto the ring floor. The impact knocks Chiwei out cold instantly. Lin Chen stares for a moment before coolly kicking the unconscious body off the ring. The stunned Year 2 students can't believe it. Someone points out Chiwei's one of their top 5 strongest, and he just got wiped out right away. They couldn't wrap their heads around how a freshman could be so beastly. Watching from the sidelines, Coach Duan Feng figured Lin Chen was seriously hiding a ton of real power. Lu Gong and Wang Suji were shook just the same, wondering if dude was even human. Lin Chen turned to the other sophomore guys and coolly asked who was up next. Their faces twisted into fear at the display they just saw. 30 minutes later, the outcome was clear. All of the 29 remaining students in class 52 were knocked out cold. Facing his last challenger, Lin Chen mulled over how fast he was leveling up in this survival game. A system alert popped up saying he already taken down 19 out of 1,000 opponents. He checked the number and felt low-key disappointed. Realizing he was moving too slow, he knew that since he always fought last, this slow pace just wasn't cutting it. Deciding his strength surpassed high school level, he figured he didn't need to stick to their rules anymore and made up his mind to set his own playbook. The following Monday, a loud gasp echoed from the principal's office. Inside, the Shanghai school principal stared at Lin Chen, wide-eyed, and asked if he seriously wanted to throw down a solo challenge with stakes. Lin Chen confirmed and boldly declared he wanted to challenge the entire school. The principal rubbed her forehead, looking all kinds of confused. She asked if he was dead serious about taking on every single student as just a freshman. He nodded and invited her to the arena, promising he had the power to back it up. Then they headed to the empty gym. The principal crossed her arms, asking why he'd brought her here so late. When he shrugged off his uniform jacket, flexing his muscular frame, he confidently said he came to show her the real deal. The principal got caught off guard, totally misunderstanding his vibe, and tried to stop him. But Lin Chen just walked over to a heavy barbell and grabbed it. To her shock, he lifted the 700-kilogram weight with one hand, holding it up like it was nothing. The principal stood frozen, mind blown. She finally got what he meant by showing his strength. She realized his power crushed even the school's legendary freshman champ, Wei Chang. Fully convinced, she gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. She greenlit his idea and promised to set up an event where he could take on the whole school. Grinning a bit awkward, he reminded her to get some prizes ready, explaining that without cash rewards, no one would be hyped to fight him. Then he laid out his smart plan for the prizes. 2 kinds, a participation gift to hype everyone up, and a growing jackpot that stacks with every challenger. Anyone who beats him takes all the cash, but if no one wins before the deadline, all the money goes to him. The principal smiled, intrigued, and agreed. Lin Chen had one last ask, to keep his true strength under wraps for now, so the students wouldn't freak out. She lightly patted his shoulder, happy to comply. Then back at her office, she showed Lin Chen the finalized plan. He gave it a thumbs up, saying it was perfect. He thanked her for the effort. While they chatted, teachers Feng and Lu Duran strolled by, shocked to see the principal acting unusually cheerful with Lin Chen, wondering what was going on. Coach Duan Feng looked confused and dryly noted the normally stern-faced principal was now smiling like a total softie, totally missing the point. At 2 p.m., all the students gathered in the gym, crowding around 2 huge rings where Lin Chen and the principal stood. The principal grabbed the mic and started announcing. She introed Lin Chen, spotlighting his recent wins and laying down the rules and prizes for his solo challenge open to the whole school. The announcement blew up the crowd, who exploded in disbelief and heckling. Many shouted the principal must have lost it. They felt insulted by his freshman arrogance. Some angrily pointed out beating the toughest sophomores didn't mean he could handle juniors. Others just called him cocky. Facing this hostile crowd, Lin Chen stayed chill and said that starting tomorrow, he'd be in the gym 2 hours every afternoon waiting for challengers. Inside, he was hyped by their rage, thinking with so many wanting to fight, he'd have a shot at crushing this survival challenge early. Cut to a busy street at night, a blonde guy strolling solo, sipping on a drink. Two hot girls step up and invite him to a bar. Blondie gives them a cold look and straight up tells them to bounce. As they leave, they mumble that he's zero fun. He watches them walk away, annoyed, wondering if Shanghai City's always this dead. Blondie's a newbie in the Raz cult, struggling with his first mission. Scanning the crowd below, he vents how, after days of searching, he still hasn't found a man worthy enough to be a proper sacrifice. Anxiety wraps around him like a vice as he pictures the cult leader judging him. He's scared if he fails, he's toast. He once thought about kidnapping some famous dude but realized that was impossible since they always rolled deep with bodyguards and he lacked the power to get past them. As he walks, the pressure mounts, the deadline's looming, and he's growing desperate. Lost in thought, Lin Chen jogs past him wearing a tank top and shorts. The blonde guy turns, eyes popping, immediately drawn to Lin's vibe, thinking he finally found a gorgeous specimen. He's got his target now. The blonde cultist watches Lin run off, feeling a rush of relief and winning vibes. He instantly got hooked by Lin Chen's vibe, thinking he'd finally found one fine dude. He had his target. The blonde cultist watching Lin dash off felt relief flood him like a win. After hunting for a long time, he landed the perfect target without breaking a sweat. A wide, wicked grin spread across his face as he confirmed Lin Dian would be his sacrifice. He started tailing the target, watching Lin Chen slip into a quiet industrial alley. Seeing the deserted spot, the cult guy's face twisted into a scary smile, his eyes pitch black. He knew this was the perfect chance and figured it was time to strike. He unleashed his power, twisting and warping into a terrifying monster with a mouth full of massive teeth. But then, just as the cult dude was about to attack, a brick came flying out of nowhere and smashed straight into his head with a nasty, bloody crack. The monster staggered, clutching its head in pain and totally thrown off by the hit. Out of the shadows, Lin Chen stepped forward, holding the brick he'd just thrown, cool as ice, commenting he didn't expect to run into some weirdo while jogging and figured this was the perfect chance to level up his guidebook. The monster trembled, scared stiff, thinking this human was seriously fierce, muttering stuff it didn't even understand. It felt super unlucky running into this guy. Before it could even react, the monster collapsed and kicked the bucket. Lin Chen looked on, surprised he killed it just by picking up and tossing a brick. He wondered how an RG cult follower could be so weak. Not wanting to dwell, he quickly knelt by the corpse to absorb its life force before anyone showed up. A system notification popped up, confirming he consumed a trace of life energy from a mutant giant rat, boosting his guidebook progress by 8%. He eyed the result, disappointed it only bumped up by 1%, concluding the tiny amount of life force was why the rat guy was so weak. Thinking about his safety, Lin Chen decided to skip night runs for a while. He knew not all cultists were that weak, some tougher ones had bodies strong enough post-transformation to even shrug off bullets. The next morning, Lin Chen was chilling at home when a shocking news report popped up on TV. He learned that at 3 in the morning, the city's police teamed up with a chemistry tutor from Shanghai University to wipe out the Raz cult. The report explained this tutor was a high-level gene hybrid who single-handedly took down a giant rat king. It aired footage of a brutal battle where a huge multi-eyed monster fired a barrage of razor-sharp spikes at a red-haired, winged gene hybrid. The tutor withstood the powerful attack but ultimately came out on top. The entire fight lasted just 30 seconds, ending when the giant rat king collapsed defeated and the gene hybrid landed, claiming a swift victory. Watching, Lin Chen sank into deep thought, expression serious. He mulled over the insane power he'd witnessed, wondering if this was truly the strength of a high-level being, admitting how freaky potent it was. In a brightly lit modern room, two guys decked out in tactical gear were chatting. One with green hair sipped water and asked his buddy, a spiky orange-haired dude named Tian Cheng, if he'd heard from their master. Tian Cheng confirmed their master still hadn't responded. He added the team of powerful fighters sent to crack down on the riot at spot number 36 were still missing. The green-haired guy pressed for the current status there. Tian Cheng said it was pretty stable, explaining that if it wasn't, he wouldn't be free to mop up the runaway real shrimps that slipped away in the chaos at first. The green-haired dude looked puzzled by that dismissive nickname. He recalled the Rat King's insane power, the monster even the whole police force couldn't handle. He silently admitted that compared to a top-tier prodigy like Tian Cheng, the giant Rat King was basically a shrimp. Switching gears, the green-haired guy grinned and threw an arm around Tian Cheng's shoulder, suggesting since he was here, he should swing by their old school to give a talk. Tian Cheng declined, saying he wasn't just hanging around and actually had real work to do. The green-haired guy teased that giving guidance to the little bros was a kind of work too. Deep in a dark cave under the full moon, it turned out the Rat King had survived the fight with Wyanch. The creature explained its recent actions, saying it started off eating beggars, then moved on to young people. Now, bowing down, it admitted it had grown fond of feasting on the pampered rich. And it wasn't alone. It showed deference to a newly emerged monster even scarier, a huge blue-skinned beast with glowing red eyes and insane power. This new beast, the boss of the Rat King, angrily said. It had gambled on sending Jack King, the cobra, to get its clan digging tunnels. But Jack King went rogue, started eating people, and stirred up a huge ruckus, drawing unwanted attention. The giant beast glared and warned Rat King, asking if it thought it deserved to die for this failure. Terrified, Rat King begged the boss for another shot. The giant beast considered the plea and agreed to grant Rat King one more chance, but made it clear the price to pay would be steep. Without another word, the clawed hand of the beast slammed down on Rat King, spraying blood everywhere. Deep inside the cave, the blue giant continued punishing Rat King. After gouging out one eye, the creature held the bloody eyeball up and commented that Rat Folk's eyes smelled awful but tasted pretty good. Then it grabbed the trembling Rat King, praising it for being smart enough to hide and sending a decoy pretending to be Rat King to get taken out by the authorities. This meant the creature Tian Cheng fought was just bait. Still, the beast delivered a chilling warning. If Rat King didn't tunnel as ordered, it would die for sure. Meanwhile, at gas station number 22, Lin Chen's personal challenge had just arrived. Still, the freak dropped a spine-chilling warning. If Rat Jing didn't dig the tunnel like told, death was still on the table. Meanwhile, at gas station number 22, Lin Chen's personal showdown was about to kick off. When he struts into the gym, all eyes lock on him. Students dub him the cocky freshman who dares to throw down against the entire school, and tons of folks are hyped up watching. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's glued to his phone, scoping out a wanted poster for 9JG cult members who bailed, with a cool reward of 500,000 yuan for catching them. He sees them like walking stacks of cash, but his practical side reminds him to stay safe first before thinking about the paycheck. He rolls into the gym and spots it packed to the brim with students crowding around the fighting rings, just like he hoped. Seeing the huge crowd ready to battle, he knows they're not just here for his challenge, but also for the finale of his plan, the participation prizes. To hype them up, Kin Han's posted outside with a megaphone, shouting that every fighter scores a raffle ticket for a shot at some sweet rewards. The hype is real, and the guys all erupt with cheers. They're shouting about epic prizes like game consoles and the latest phones. But one dude's way more hyped just to maybe shake Sen King Han's hand when pulling the raffle. That same kid jumps up super eager to be the first volunteer. Before he can even get a word out, a girl leaps over him, stomps on his head, and claims she's going to be the first. That kickstarts total chaos. A massive and loud crowd of girls barrels forward, trampling the guys as everyone scrambles for the chance to face Lin Chen. Before long, the ring is packed with girls buzzing around Lin Chen, all hyped up, saying they want to throw down against him. But the challenge quickly turns into straight-up fangirling. One girl grabs his arm, hyped, telling him how strong he is. Another gently strokes his face, teasing about how handsome he is. Surrounded tight, Lin Chen starts feeling this whole thing's getting seriously weird. He doesn't want to fight girls, but steels himself anyway. Knowing he's got to get this done to level up, he starts tossing out some light pushes, knocking the girls off the ring one by one like it's nothing. Finally, he lets out a blast of energy, pushing all of them off at once, giving an apologetic smile as they're sent flying. Once the madness chills out, Lin Chen checks the system's update. His selective survival achievement is at 309 out of 1,000. Even after losing, the girls aren't quitting. One with softly pink-tinted hair raises her hand, hyped, yelling Lin Chen stays cold and firm, declaring the rules clear. Losers don't get second chances. The girls look bummed, a few whining about the unfair rules. Then a big, muscular dude with his crew steps up. The leader cracks his knuckles, pissed off, and declares it's time to teach this cocky freshman a lesson. But his threat is all talk. Lin Chen easily downs each of them with just one punch. The system flashes his selective survival progress at 419 out of 1,000. Soon, he's standing tall on a pile of knocked-out students and coolly asks, "Who's next?" Right then, a new, fiercer challenger walks up, claiming he's still in it to fight. He jumps in the ring, and the crowd instantly knows this is Yan Sao Xuan, the top dog of the most elite honors class in sophomore year. The chatter kicks off, everyone wondering who'll come out on top. Most bet on Yan Sao Xuan, remembering his legendary rep for beating an entire class solo before a senior instructor put him in his place. Yan Sao Xuan lands on the ring and tells Lin Chen he used to be as cocky as him but got schooled with a hard lesson. He explains he learned there's always someone stronger and starts in on a bossy monologue trying to school Lin Chen on life. Ignoring the speech, Lin Chen just spins to the teacher and asks if they can start already. The teacher, a bit flustered, calls for the match to begin. Before Yan Sao Xuan can finish his preachy advice, Lin Chen cuts him off with a knockout kick that sends him flying off the ring. When Yan Sao Xuan crashes into the far wall, Lin Chen casually flicks his ear and comments with relief, "Finally some peace." The students are stunned silent, then erupt in disbelief, wondering how the school's fiercest boss got taken down so fast and just how crazy strong Lin Chen really is. That shocked silence breaks with slow but firm applause. A new challenger steps through the crowd, a muscular guy with bright red spiked hair. The students quickly spot him as Chen Guzing, the top student in the entire school, and explode with hype, saying now the real show's starting. Lin Chen scopes out the newcomer, thinking this is a classic case of the kid trying to step up to the master. Chen Guzing lands on the ring, smiling cockily, and comments he's surprised Yan Sao Xuan got beaten by a junior. But just as he's about to drop his speech, Lin Chen cuts him off again, turning to the teacher and asking if he can start now. Chen Guzing protests, but the teacher, annoyed at being ignored, calls to start the match. Chen Guzing charges ahead, surrounded by a blue aura, saying it looks like he's gotta beat his opponent into listening. Lin Chen faces him, his fists glowing gold as their first hit creates a massive shockwave. Chen Guzing apologizes, but Lin Chen says he's just in a rush, then lands a powerful punch that smashes Chen Guzing past his limit, sending him flying backwards, his shirt ripped and his face a mix of shock, wondering how this happened. The whole crowd watches in total disbelief, jaws drop, witnessing the fastest defeat of the school's strongest fighter. With the top dogs knocked out, Lin Chen turns back to the crowd still frozen, points at a random student, and tells him to step into the ring to fight. But just when he was about to start his speech, Lin Chen cut in, turning to the teacher to ask if they could get the show on the road, despite Chen Guzing's objections. The teacher barked to start the fight, annoyed for being ignored. Chen Guzing charged with a blue aura swirling around him, declaring it looked like Lin had to fight him for him to listen. Lin Chen squared up, his fist glowing golden as their blows collided with a massive shockwave. Chen Guzing apologized, but Lin Chen just said he was in a hurry, tossing a brutal punch that pushed Chen Guzing past his limit. It flung him backward, his shirt shredded, face stunned, wondering how this even happened. The whole school watching was totally shook, jaws dropped, witnessing the quickest knockout of the school's strongest warrior. With the top fighters taken down, Lin Chen turned to the stunned crowd, pointed at some random student, and dared him to step into the ring for a fight. That student straight up pointed at himself like it was unbelievable, and Lin Chen confirmed they hadn't even fought yet. The kid shook nervously, begging for a light touch. But Lin Chen just smiled and reminded him that jumping in meant he'd get a lottery ticket. Pumped up, the kid charged into the ring, and Lin Chen promised he'd go easy. That promise didn't last long because he instantly knocked the kid out with one punch. The system announced a new survival achievement had just been unlocked. Seeing that, the other students realized there was no shame in losing to someone that overwhelming, and they still had a shot at winning prizes. The hype exploded as they all rushed forward, driven by the chance to snag a new phone. What followed was Lin Chen's smooth, systematized streak of easy wins. He stood firm and knocked down challenger after challenger with ease. His system score ticked up with every opponent defeated. After he took down the last student, a big notification popped up. It declared that by cutting down 1,000 different opponents, he completed the achievement. Right after, another alert confirmed he'd unlocked a brand new survival trait, total survivorship. Lin Chen clenched his fist, his face glowing with pure victory, joyful that his long, tough grind had paid off. When the mission was done, the system announced Lin Chen's fresh reward. He gained the biological survival trait that boosts the damage he deals to other living things. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, realizing that even though this was a straightforward, useful damage boost, he was kinda annoyed the system didn't say exactly how much the damage increased by. Mission accomplished. Lin Jiki jumped off the ring and declared the challenge was over. The girls, disappointed, complained it ended too fast and they wanted to see more. Without wasting a second, Lin Ka grabbed Sen King Han's hand and slipped her through the parting crowd. They quickly left the now empty arena. Then, hearty laughter echoed from the principal's office. Inside, Principal Sang sat behind her desk. Congrats to Lin Chen for officially snagging the title of the school's top warrior. But stepping closer, she teased him, suggesting that since he beat Chen Gu in a flash, he must be hiding some serious power. Sitting with Sen King Han, Lin Chen sipped his drink and humbly admitted he was only holding back a little bit. The principal looked at him knowingly, clearly skeptical. She brought up Chen Gu's recent special entrance exam at Kyoto University, where he lifted a 690-kilogram barbell with one hand. Based on that, she confidently guessed Lin Chen could probably lift at least 800 kilograms with one hand. Lin Chen knew he couldn't let her discover his real strength, it was way higher. He played along and said her guess was almost perfect, claiming his official max was 795 kilograms. The principal chuckled triumphantly, satisfied she'd nailed it. While she was basking in her victory, Lin Chen tried to grab her attention. After proving he was the strongest in school, he immediately shifted focus to his real priority. Excited, he raised his hand and asked when he could get the 8,810 yuan reward. Seeing him so eager for the cash, the principal laughed, calling him a sly one, but agreed and sent the money right away. As she started talking about his new responsibilities, Lin Chen cut in, asking if there was anything else he could help with. Then he dropped a special request. Since both he and Sen King Han loved swimming, he asked permission to use the arena's pool. He emphasized he wanted exclusive access, meaning the pool had to be closed off to everyone else when they used it. The principal smiled and happily agreed, pleasantly surprised at how easily she said yes. Lin Chen added another condition. He explained that he didn't like being seen in his swim trunks, so he wanted to cover the security cameras during their private swims. That made Sen King Han blush hard, and the principal's mind immediately jumped to some pretty suggestive conclusions, imagining a boy and a girl alone in the pool with the cameras covered, picturing a steamy, romantic scene between them. Going with her assumption, the principal grabbed a key from her desk and told Lin Chen she'd grant all his requests. She handed him the key, officially designating the pool as their private swim area. As he took it, she leaned in and whispered a teasing warning to be careful not to create a new little creature in there. Her suggestive hint totally flustered Lin Chen. He wondered why the heck a new creature would even come up. Walking down the school hallway, Lin Chen looked at the pool key, thinking that with exclusive access, he could finally start properly digging into the true nature of Sen King Han's mysterious ability. His thoughts got cut off when Sen King stopped and nervously said she needed a favor. She explained she signed up for the singing contest. Even though she practiced her solo, she still needed someone to help with the duet part. She shyly asked if he could practice with her tonight, and Lin Chen immediately said yes. Overjoyed, Sen King Han pumped her fist and skipped ahead. Lin Chen watched her go, thinking about how much this contest meant to her, smiling, hoping it would help her find her confidence. That night, at Sen King's apartment, they practiced together in her room. She sang into the microphone while Lin Chen listened carefully to the duet part on his phone. Meanwhile, in the living room, Sen King Han's parents, Sen Jian and Suming, were watching. Her dad nervously asked his wife if it was okay for them to share a room now that they were older. Her mom immediately scolded him. She said they were childhood friends and asked what right he had to object. She snapped at him to butt out, which shut him up real fast. Then, overhearing her parents' chat, Lin Chen decided now was the perfect time to wrap up practice. He told Sen King Han they'd been at it for half an hour, and it was time to switch gears to studying. As he was about to head out, he reminded her about tomorrow's plan, to hit the school's private pool so she could get the hang of controlling water better. He told her not to forget her swimsuit, and she happily agreed. They said their goodbyes, and Lin Chen headed home. Left alone, Sen King Han's mind was buzzing nonstop about the upcoming swim, and her cheeks got all flushed. She nervously opened her closet, debating which swimsuit to rock. She tossed two choices on the bed, a plain blue one-piece and a bolder black bikini. Grabbing the black bikini made her cheeks burn even more because she worried it was way too revealing. Her imagination ran wild, picturing her and Lin Chen splashing around. After hesitating for a bit, she convinced herself it'd be fine since it was just him at the pool. She stubbornly stuffed the black bikini into her bag. Next day, after school let out, Lin Chen and Sen King headed to the quiet pool at the gym. Swimsuits on, Lin Chen stood waiting by the pool's edge. His toned body was on full display. He glanced up at the security cam, recalling his promise to the principal, feeling confident he could handle this. Just then, Sen King Han called his name. He turned to see her at the door, rocking that bold black bikini with a bright smile and rosy cheeks. She came over, apologizing for keeping him waiting. Cool and calm on the outside, Lin Chen told her to take it easy and watch her step. But inside, he was totally caught off guard, thinking she looked ridiculously cute. Regaining his composure, he said it was time to hit the water and start training, and she happily agreed. They both dove in and began swimming smoothly. Underwater, Lin Chen grabbed Sen King Han's hand and they kept swimming. Suddenly, her eyes flew wide in shock at some weird sensation. She quickly grabbed Lin Chen's attention with a panicked look. Flustered, she pointed upward to the water's surface, signaling they had to come up immediately. Getting the message, Lin Chen pulled her close and quickly swam toward the surface. They broke through the water with a splash. Lin Chen, worried, held her tight and asked what was wrong. With a mix of shock and excitement, Sen King Han blurted out that water was passing right through her body. To prove it, she put her hand underwater and told him to watch. Like she said, the water slipped right through her palm like it hit nothing and fell back into the pool. At the school pool, Sen King Han stared at her hands in disbelief as water flowed through them. Confused, she asked Lin Chen why her body was leaking water like that. He studied her closely, realizing he was witnessing her hidden superpower, and seriously told her to hold out her hand so he could check. Touching her palm, he felt nothing weird besides that strange ability. To be thorough, he suggested they get out so he could examine the rest of her body. Sen King Han blushed and got nervous but shyly agreed. Not long after, she was lying on a bench by the pool, soaked from all his checks. As he poured water on her, she asked how much longer the test would last. After 3 rounds, Lin Chen thought it over and decided there was no other weird stuff going on. Helping her sit up, he said it seemed like only her hands had this power for now. And she nodded, understanding. Sitting on the pool's edge, Sen King Han asked if her lifelong constant urge to pee had anything to do with her power. She guessed maybe some other part of her body let the water pass through too. Lin Chen admitted it was possible and told her to warn him next time she felt like she had to go. He blushed bright red and added she should try to sense if any other parts felt like her hands. He instantly felt awkward, thinking he sounded like some weirdo. Suddenly, Sen King Han's face lit up. She joyfully exclaimed that this proved she wasn't useless, she actually had a water-related superpower. Fueled by new determination, she thought maybe if she fully developed her powers, she could stand beside Lin Chen as a worthy sidekick. The story then shifts to a bustling city at night, with huge holographic ads for robots lighting up the skyline. Lin Chen walked into a supermarket, where a friendly clerk greeted him. Confident, he walked up to the counter, swiped his card, and dropped a jaw-dropping order. 100 pounds of expensive wild giant hawk meat. Shocked by the massive order, the clerk nervously took his card and delivery slip and hesitantly agreed. As Lin Chen left, she watched him go, wondering which rich kid lived that lavishly. Despite the surprise, she stayed professional and finished the order with a smile, even asking for a good review. Later, in a remote industrial area, Lin Chen picked up the delivery and thought about his finances. He remembered just getting 120,000 yuan from his online novel royalties, bringing his total cash to 210,000, which he figured was enough to cover it all. Eyeing the big box of monster meat, he got ready to tap into its power. He told himself it was time to see what the codex would do. Placing his hand on the meat, a strong swirl of white energy burst around him. A blue system notification confirmed he was absorbing the life force of the wild giant hawk and that the codex unlock progress had hit 100%. Then, he got a vision of the hawk's power, the pure white bird soaring high above, then diving fast to snatch a huge squid-like creature with its powerful talons. The vision faded, and Lin Chen stood bathed in bright blue light. A final system alert declared he had successfully unlocked the Wild Hawk Codex and gained a new biological trait called The scene faded out as Lin Chen stood glowing under a vibrant blue light. A final announcement said he'd successfully unlocked the Wild Hawk Codex and earned a new bio-attribute called Sun Eye. System alert just explained your new power, Sun Eye, saying your vision and tracking skills for moving stuff got seriously boosted. When your power kicks in, your eyes glow bright gold and your pupils get sharp like a hawk's. Testing out the skill, Lin Chen's vision expanded huge, giving him a bird's eye view of the whole city. This power is crazy precise, letting him zoom in on a single person in a crowd and even read the text on their phone from way far away. He's totally blown away by his hawk-like eyesight. Then Lin Chen bounced back home and was caught off guard seeing his parents, Lin Yanseng and Zhang Wangxin, glued to some bleak news about a high-level gene blender gone rogue in public, causing hundreds of casualties. The footage showed this terrifying winged monster lifting a truck amid total destruction. After that, the show cut to a heated debate. One guy argued gene blending is a dead end and humans should unlock their own potential to evolve. Another quickly shot back, calling that idea pure fantasy. Then he snapped, asking how anyone's supposed to fight mutant beasts without gene blenders. He pointed out that old-school fighters can't even dodge bullets. Watching the argument, Lin Chen's parents started chatting. Lin Yanseng commented that gene blenders are like ticking bombs nobody can control. Zhang Wangxin brushed off his worries, explaining the government's rules are super strict and accidents like that are super rare. She added, the real problem is gene blenders often lose their ability to have kids. Lin Yanseng agreed, saying it's probably best to save genetic material or have kids before going through blending. While they were deep in convo, Zhang Wangxin suddenly realized their son was home. She panicked, knowing they'd just said things not meant for his ears, and greeted him with a flustered, red face. Catching their awkward vibes, Lin Chen suggested everyone chill and have dinner together. While eating, Lin Chen announced there's a singing contest at school the next day, and Sen King Han signed up. His parents got super hyped. Lin Sang declared the whole fam had to go cheer her on, and Jiang Wangxin was all in too, saying Sen King hands like a daughter to her. Lin Chen just nodded coolly. The night of the contest was insane, a massive, lit-up stage and a pumped-up crowd. True to their word, Lin Sang and Jiang Wangxin showed up roaring for Sen King Han with headbands and a huge glowing sign. Before her performance, in an empty classroom, Lin Chen helped Sen King Han get ready. He gently applied makeup to her face. When she opened her eyes, she caught him staring, cheeks burning. She shyly asked why he was looking at her like that. Lin Chen just smiled and said she looked gorgeous. His genuine compliment made Sen King Han, all dressed in a sleek black dress, blush even harder. Their cozy moment got crashed by their friend Chu Dui, who popped her head in and teased, asking if their love scene was done. Sen King Han got embarrassed and hurried to explain she just needed his makeup skills. Chu Dui joked she was making excuses and teased them like an old married couple. Lin Chen was holding a bunch of makeup brushes, flexing his makeup master rep. Chu Dui said she just came to remind them they're up soon. After 2 acts, she waved goodbye and bounced. Once she left, Lin Chen told Sen King Han he'd walk with her to prep, but she just stayed seated, looking hella tense and shaky. Freaking out, she tugged his shirt nervously, struggling to say it, then blurted out she lost control of her bladder again, spilling on her fancy dress cause her stress got the best of her. Tears streaming, Sen King Han broke down, fearing she ruined everything and worried people might hate her if they found out her dress got wet. Lin Chen kept his cool, lifted her chin, and told her to stop crying or the makeup would get wrecked. Standing alone in the empty room, a sudden idea hit him. His eyes locked on the big white curtains. Without hesitation, he grabbed scissors and ripped a curtain off the wall. He laid it on the table and started cutting the fabric skillfully. Sen King Han watched, stunned, her tears drying up. In no time, he turned that curtain into a classy, multi-layered white dress. Moved by his talent, she softly called his name. Lin Chen handed over his creation and told her to head to the bathroom to change. Blushing, Sen King Han said it wasn't needed and asked him to look away while she changed right there. Lin Chen was clearly caught off guard by the request. His face flushed deep red. Despite his embarrassment, he agreed and turned around to give her some privacy. Behind him, Sen King Han gently slipped off the ruined black dress. Although not facing her, Lin Chen heard everything and got even more flustered when she playfully stretched in just her underwear before slipping into the new dress. When she finished changing, Sen King Han told Lin Chen he could look now. He saw her glowing in the fresh outfit. She thanked him with a bright smile and explained that crying helped her shake off the nerves. Lin Chen wished her good luck, gently ruffling her hair as she grinned back at him. Soon after, the host called Lai Chuan and Sen King Han to the stage. They rocked the spot with a lit performance that had the crowd hooked. Then the host built up suspense and announced they won. The two hugged tight, overjoyed, while the crowd went wild cheering. Lin Chen wished her luck, gently rubbing her head as she smiled bright at him. Soon after, the host called Li Chuan and Sen King Han to the stage. They put on an electrifying performance that had the crowd hooked. Then the host amped up the hype and declared them winners. The two hugged tight, as the crowd erupted in wild cheers, into a lively performance that captivated the entire audience. Then the host built up the suspense and announced their victory. The two hugged joyfully as the crowd cheered wildly. Right in the middle of the crowd, Lin Chen stood next to his dad, clapping with pride flashing across his satisfied grin. The very next day, a teacher walked into class and freaked out seeing the window. She angrily demanded to know who sliced up the curtain. As punishment, Lin Chen and Sen Shan had to clean the entire classroom. While scrubbing the floor, Lin Chen thought this was a fair way to make up for it. Suddenly, a system notification popped up saying he completed the cooperation achievement 1,000 times. His reward was the friendly animal attribute, boosting his fighting power based on his nearby allies. A small, satisfied smile crossed his face, happy with this unexpected bonus. Meanwhile, Sen Shan's life was looking up. After her victory, she blew up in popularity. Other girls complimented her singing and invited her to karaoke. Quiet but glowing with new confidence, she happily accepted. That confidence also helped her martial arts skills steadily improve. Lin Chen was leveling up too. He won a major martial arts tournament, marking the first win for Shanghai High School in 5 years. He got cheers from Sen Jinghan's parents and his teammates. Before long, his room was packed with trophies. His fame landed him a promo deal, turning him into the face of the family's martial arts gym. Every bit of effort paid off between the promo gig and earnings from his online novels. He'd saved up more than 900,000 yuan. Checking his account balance, he realized it was enough to unlock the next secret manual. Lin Chen headed to a quiet spot to pick up his next order from a friendly supermarket clerk. Inside the big box was the remains of a hidden dragon, a huge lizard-like creature famous for staying out of sight. He laid his hand on the chunk of meat, beginning the absorption process. A strong blue aura sparked to life around him. The system confirmed he was swallowing the hidden dragon's life force, and the secret manual unlocked progress hit 100%. Moments later, another notification popped up saying he unlocked the hidden dragon manual and gained a new attribute, natural camouflage. The system explained his new power. This skill lets him lower his presence by masking his life signs and hiding his true biological level. Lin Chen immediately figured out two ways to use this skill. He could sneak into hiding for ambushes or cover up his real strength to trick enemies. After wrapping up his main objective, he remembered he needed to grab some buns for his mom and started walking through the city. His thoughts got interrupted by a shout. He turned around and saw a wild scene. A stunning redhead getting escorted by two guards wearing tactical gear. Suddenly, a guy involved in the arrest called out his name with a shocked look. Lin Chen recognized him as Jiang Kai, an upperclassman from Ying School. His attention shifted to Jiang Kai's powerful mechanical legs. Jiang calmly explained that after failing high school, he went backpacking and got seriously injured. Both legs had to be amputated. Jiang shared that he got lucky to be part of a mechanical reconstruction experiment by the Mechanical God Corp, which unexpectedly turned him from disabled to basically a walking armored vehicle. Curious, Lin Chen asked about the woman in custody. A guard explained she was a leftover member of the Rat God cult, the only female among 9 runaways. Just then, Jiang's colleague called him away. As he hurried off, Jiang waved goodbye and promised to talk later. Lin Chen waved back. Watching them disappear, a hint of suspicion crept in. The Public Security Bureau had been all out searching for those Rat God cult fugitives but came up empty. Yet Mechanical God Corp caught one so easily. He figured this group definitely wasn't to be underestimated. His thoughts got cut off by a call from his mom, Jiang Wensen. She asked if he'd bought the buns yet and when he'd be back. He said he was on his way and would be home soon. She reminded him to be careful. The scene shifted to a lively birthday party. Since their birthdays were just a day apart, the two families always threw a joint celebration. Their parents were singing happy birthday. At their 18th birthday, they stood side by side and blew out the candles on the cake. Then, their mom told them to pass the fruit to each other. They happily swapped gifts. The fun got interrupted when the room started shaking violently. Everyone lost their balance, and someone shouted if it was an earthquake. Lin Chen instinctively grabbed Sen Jing Han to keep her steady, but he quickly sensed this wasn't a normal earthquake. Something way more dangerous was going down. Deep beneath the city, the real cause came into view. An enormous cave flooded with countless rats sporting glowing red eyes was surging out. The next morning, a news anchor denied the events from the night before, explaining that Shanghai was off any tectonic fault lines, so big quakes were unlikely, and urged people not to panic. During breakfast, Lin Chen finished eating and told his parents he was heading to school. His dad told him to be careful. Outside, Sen Jing Han was waiting, cheerfully asking if they could walk to school together. He agreed. As they headed out, they were officially adults now. Lin Chen added that college entrance exams were coming soon. Sen Jing Han admitted she felt nervous whenever she thought about that. Time passed, and Lin Chen finally saved up enough to unlock the next secret manual. He started absorbing again. A powerful purple energy swirled around him as he targeted a void crocodile. The system notification confirmed. He was swallowing the creature's life force and the manual unlock progress hit 100%. He got a vision of a huge beast like a crocodile with fierce, fish-like fins, desperately trying to escape, a giant, ruthless eagle. A final notification announced he'd unlocked the Void Crocodile manual and gained a new biological attribute, Danger Sense. The system explained this ability, escaping from the fierce giant eagle. A final announcement revealed he had unlocked the Void Crocodile's secret manual and gained a new bio attribute, Danger Sense. The system explained this skill's rewards. This lets him vibe the hostility from creatures within a certain range, making it way easier to size up their bio levels. Lin Chen thinks this skill is going to be clutch for stopping surprise attacks. To test out his new power, he hits up a super-packed mall. Walking through the crowd, he taps into the danger sense and scopes out everyone's strength levels. What he notices is most folks are rocking the basic 1 or 2 levels, confirming they're just average people. While checking out the supermarket, he locks in on his next secret target. He spots some toad meat packs that probably boost regen abilities, but his hype crashes when he sees it costs like 100,000 yuan per pound. He figures his monthly earnings from writing online novels won't cut it to afford that. With a fierce look, he decides he's got to boost his income after finals. The scene switches to the nun. Right now, at the provincial education office, inside the minister's office, a woman with pale purple hair and antler-like horns stands out. The vice president of Shanghai University and the education minister from Nanjing province are chilling, listening to a report. A male subordinate is wrapping up the update on the province's education scene. Mo Dongji calmly sips her drink and thanks him. Then she asks about the status of origin point number 36. The assistant replies that things finally stabilize, sighing with relief. He explains if it didn't, the whole province would be screwed. With nothing left to discuss, Mo Dongji tells him he can head out. After he leaves, she's left alone with her thoughts. She reminds herself it's been years since she took on a disciple. She walks to the big window overlooking the stunning tropical beach and stares at her reflection. The Martial Arts Academy entrance exam is a tough 9-day grind. Day 1 kicks off with a written test in the morning and physical fitness in the afternoon. From day 2 to day 8, students head into the forest for a hardcore week of survival and combat trials. The 9th and final day is all about assessing their GenMod fusion aptitude. The story picks up on June 7th, the very first day of exams. Lin Chen and Sen King Hen walk together, though she's clearly stressed. She nervously tugs on his sleeve, confessing she's super anxious. Her biggest fear? Losing bladder control again. Lin Che smiles warmly, pulls her in for a comforting hug, telling her to chill and not stress out. He holds her tight and reminds her she's got solid theory knowledge and she's prepared with diapers, so just give it her all. His closeness makes her blush but comforts her. She promises to do her best and tells him he's got to crush it too. He agrees. During the written test, Lin Jan sits confidently and breezes through the questions. He finishes way early, with nothing left to do but lean on his hand and brainstorm fresh ideas for his online novel. After the exam, he spots Sen King Han looking downcast as she leaves. He worries she bombed the test. Walking over, he pats her shoulder and reminds her they just need to pass this written round. But she snaps back saying she actually killed it and doesn't need pity. Confused, Lin Chen asks why she looks so off, seeing her face flaming red. Sen King Han softly admits she had an accident and wet her pants again. She hurries off to the restroom and tells him to wait up. Lin Chen tells her to hurry since the physical fitness test is about to start. Later during the weightlifting segment, Lin Chen flexes unreal strength. The MC announces his final score after he casually lifts a 950-kilogram weight with one hand, leaving other students stunned. His classmates scream in awe, recalling other insane feats like running 100 meters in 5. After his test, a tired Sen King Han in workout gear approaches Linikin. He asks how she did, and with a worn but proud smile, she shares her impressive stats. Ran 100 meters in 9.32 seconds, jumped vertically 1.62 meters, and lifted 125 kilograms. She adds with a gentle breath that she still can't top him. Lin Chen compliments her, and he affectionately pats her head, and she looks at him all happy. A moment later, classmate H rushes over yelling excitedly that the written test results are out. He mentions hearing Wang Suoji and Lu Gang scored over 80 points, and that he got 80. When he asks their scores, a nervous Sen King Han checks her phone. Her face lights up as she shouts she got 82. H is stunned. Both of them look over at Lin Jian. He calmly holds up his phone showing a perfect score of 100. Sen King Han's happy for him while H mumbles, blown away by Lin Chen's talent. As they head back, Sen King expresses worry about the next phase. The real-world test will last a whole week in the forest. Lin Chen grabs her hand and assures her not to stress because he's got her back and will protect her. She feels reassured. Meanwhile, in a private room, two mysterious figures are chatting about the exam. A sharp-dressed man wearing a plague doctor mask hands a small wooden box to a young guy. The masked man instructs his subordinate to use his role as a security staffer to his advantage. The young guy takes the box. Inside are 10 dark objects looking like seeds, which the masked man calls ghost seeds. These will back him up on his mission. The masked man promises if the guy succeeds, he'll be nominated to become a full member of the organization. The young guy seems hyped about the reward, but asks for a different rare fruit instead. The masked man snorts and tells him to get serious, explaining one fruit only lets him evolve to the mid-level. Meanwhile, joining the organization opens the door to becoming a legit high-level creature. After a moment, the young guy gets convinced and agrees that becoming an official member is the better deal. Came with different perks, and he said he wanted a rare fruit instead. The masked guy snorted, telling him to meditate harder, explaining that one fruit would only level him up to mid-tier. Joining the organization gave a shot at becoming a true high-tier being. Time passed, and after some convincing, the guy finally agreed that becoming an official member held way more value. A convoy of buses rolled through a dense, bone-filled forest. An announcement let everyone know the students were about to hit the battlefield exam. Inside one of the buses, Sen King was knocked out, resting her head on Lin Chen's shoulder. He gently woke her up and told her they'd arrived. An automated voice guided the students from Gate 9 off the bus and to the meeting spot. The students gathered in a big prep area where all the rules for the week-long test were laid out. Tons of scorecards were hidden all over the forest, some stuck in hard-to-reach spots, others carried around by critters. Safety staff hung close to the dangerous animals but warned that calling them over got you disqualified on the spot. The beastliest creatures with the highest point cards were deep in the woods. Students' final scores were based on how many cards they found plus camera footage reviews. With 100,000 students fighting over 50,000 cards, at least half wouldn't score at all. The exam pushed both teamwork and rivalry. Students could either team up and split points or swipe from each other. The judge announced they had 1 hour to prep. Right away, the students started hustling to form groups. One loud kid bragged about his dad to attract teammates, but a strict female supervisor shut that down fast, warning them about openly recruiting like that. Nearby, Lin Chen and Sen King Han were grabbing snacks when a group of girls asked if Lin Chen wanted to team up. He flat out said no. Just then, a red-brown-haired guy stepped up and asked if he could buy some of their food instead. Instead of selling, Lin Chen tossed him a pack of toast as a gift. Impressed, the guy proposed teaming up and introduced himself as Han Jun Pin from a top high school. While munching, Lin Chen politely declined, a bit bummed. Han Jun Pin thanked him for the snack and started to walk off. Watching him leave, Sen King Han commented how weird he was. Lin Chen smirked mysteriously and explained the dude wasn't really after food but the stunning beauty right next to him. Realizing he was flirting, Sen King Han flushed red. When break time ended, Lin Chen grabbed Sen King Han's hand and they stepped into the forest. Venturing into the wild, Lin Chen decided to keep things low-key and cautious. To help Sen King Han get used to it, they started searching for scorecards in a safer outer area. To upgrade their hunt, Lin Daishuan switched on his solar eye ability. His eyes lit up golden, giving him enhanced vision that immediately spotted targets. He told Sen Han he saw a 1-point card on a nearby treetop and encouraged her to go grab it excitedly. Sen Han leapt high with awesome agility. Moments later, she held up a 1-point card triumphantly, calling out to Lin Chen that she got it. With his solar eye active, Lin Chen scanned the area methodically, directing Sen King Han from one hidden card to the next. Before long, she had gathered a small pile of 1-point cards, thrilled beyond words. Sen King Han hugged Lin Chen tight, cheering that he was amazing. Their celebration was cut short when they unexpectedly ran into someone else. It was Hong Run Bin, greeting them with a smile. He raised a big scorecard, saying he collected 28 points. He claimed he just wanted to thank Lin Chen, but deep down, his real aim was to get close to the super cute Sen Han. Seriously, he suggested forming a team and splitting points evenly among the three. Lin Chen shot him down straight up. He told Han Jun Pin that if he genuinely wanted to repay him, he should just hand over all his scorecards. Han Jun Pin looked shocked and pissed at the ridiculous demand. His friendly vibe vanished, replaced by a fierce intensity. He charged forward, shouting that they picked the wrong path. As Han Jun Pin lunged with a yell about a bad choice, Lin Chen calmly smiled, agreeing instead that Han Jun Pin was the one who messed up. The fight blew up in a flash. Lin Chen delivered a devastating punch to Hong Runbin's gut, knocking him down in agony and coughing up blood. With his rival down, Lin Chen and Sen King Han locked arms and walked away. Meanwhile, Lin Chen casually held Hong Runbin's scorecard. Behind them, the attacker lay knocked out cold. Sen King Han worriedly asked if he was okay, but Lin Chen coolly reassured her that he hadn't even used his true strength yet. Over the next few days, Lin Chen kept guiding and training Sen King Han. He helped her hunt for more scorecards, pushed her to build strength by lifting big rocks, and taught survival skills like boar hunting. Their time wasn't just grind and training. They also soaked up simple moments like picking fresh fruit. They worked like a perfect squad, easily fending off other students trying to ambush them. When worn out, they rested under a makeshift shelter together. With Sen King Han asleep on his shoulder, Lin Chen looked at her fondly, wishing that peaceful moment would never break. Finally, they reached the forest's central zone. Sen King Han pointed to a wooden sign warning, "Danger, mutant beast area." But as they ventured deeper, everything felt eerily quiet. Sen King Han remarked they'd gotten there too late since there were no mutants in sight. The only clue left was huge blood trails smeared across the path. As they trekked further, Sen King Han sighed in disappointment, saying if they'd come earlier, she could have earned a genius title by slaying a mutant beast. Lin Chen silently patted her head, telling her that title didn't really matter and it was time to head back. He figured with cameras everywhere, hunting beasts was basically impossible, so focusing on training Sen King Han's survival skills was way more practical. After the combat assessment, students were taken to the next round, testing their gene compatibility. They were escorted to a high-security facility on the island's genetic research lab. There, they were told to line up for testing. Inside the lab, students waited for blood draws. Sen King Han asked Lin Chen if the solutions at the island's gene research center. They were told to line up for testing. In the lab, students waited to give blood samples. Sen King Han asked Lin Chen if the solutions. So, is that test tube the reagent for the exam? Yeah, I can confirm it's the gene reagent taken from the jellyfish buds. This jellyfish's genes sync super well with human DNA and easily spark chemical reactions, especially with blood, making it the perfect test reagent. The process involves injecting fresh student blood into the jellyfish solution to watch the chemical reaction. That reaction decides if the student's genes are a good match. While they wait, Hugh nervously says he really hopes to pass this gene compatibility test because he doesn't want to deal with the mech enhancement exam. Fu Dewey adds that the mech test is rumored to be brutally painful, like getting burned alive since it involves implanting special alloys in your body. Just thinking about that freaks Hugh out, and he starts praying. After drawing blood, students gotta wait about an hour for their results. When the results come back, a girl cheers happily. She scored 8% compatibility, enough to qualify as gene compatible. Another student looks downbeat with only 4%, and someone else breathes a sigh of relief after just scraping by with 6%. The students chat about the grading scale. 6% is passing, 8% is solid, and 10% is what top schools demand. They also mention Kyoto, the famous Prodigy, boasting a compatibility score of 16%. Hearing that, Lin Chen quietly wonders how he'll score, thinking his strong physique might get him up to 20%. Sen is getting more anxious and grabs Lin Jikan's hand for support. He calmly holds her hand back, telling her it's normal to be nervous. But inwardly, he thinks if her compatibility's too low, she might not keep up with him. Suddenly, Chu Dewey yells out in excitement she got a 10% score, enough for the top schools. Hao's a bit bummed with 11%, feeling he should have done better. Seeing others' results, Lin Dai Chen pulls out his phone to check his own. Sen Jingin's too scared to see hers and asks Lin to check his score first before hers. He agrees and looks at the phone. He gets a seriously impressive 15% and is beyond thrilled. Sen King Han immediately pulls Lin Dai Xuan into a celebratory hug, saying with that score, he's definitely the top-ranking student in the province. Even though Sen King Han is super happy, Lin Chen feels a little let down because 15% is still shy of Kyoto's 16%, making him realize physical strength isn't the only factor deciding gene compatibility. He gently tells Sen King it's her turn to check her results now, and she nods nervously. He tries to reassure her, saying if someone like him can get a good score, she'll do great for sure. But the moment he opens her results, his face shifts to pure shock. Sen King Han and Chu Dui glance over his shoulder and freeze. The phone screen shows an unbelievable result. Sen King Han's gene compatibility score is a whopping 21%. Scene cuts to the Southern River Provincial Education Office, where Mo Zhong-jae is meeting with other officials, including the principal from Shanghai High School. Mo Zhong announces that they have the gene compatibility results. First, they review Lin Jae Chen's file showing his impressive 15% score that crowns him top in the province. Officials congratulate the Shanghai principal who, though modest, secretly beams with pride. Just as everyone thinks the top scorer is settled, Sen King's results are presented, and her 21% compatibility sends the entire room into shock. Officials ask if that number could really be accurate. The principal is stunned, recalling Sen King Han was just Lin Jae Chen's ordinary childhood friend. This extraordinary result grabs Mo Song-jae's attention, prompting requests for detailed info on Sen King Han. The Shanghai principal nervously suggests to Mo Dong-di that Sen King Han's result must be a mistake since her school record has always been average. With a sigh, Mo Zhong-jae decides there's no choice but to see for herself. Back at the testing center, students are buzzing about the suspicious 21% score, wondering if there was an error. Sen King Han herself looks at Lin Kin, disbelief in her eyes, asking if it's a mistake. Lin Chen calmly says he doesn't think there's been any mistake. He leans in and quietly explains she naturally syncs super well with water, and since the test uses reagents from water beings like jellyfish, her result makes total sense. Sen Kin Han's eyes light up as it clicks. She's pumped to realize her body's highly compatible with the genes of aquatic beasts, meaning she's a born prodigy. Filled with newfound confidence, she looks at Lin Jae Chen, thinking she finally belongs next to him. Lin Di Chen smiles warmly, happy for her. That moment gets interrupted when someone shouts for everyone to check outside. When they turn around, they see a massive whirlpool crashing up from the ocean, and standing tall atop it is Mo Dong-jae. Students gape, stunned to see her standing cool and steady on the roaring waves. Others freak out, wondering if she's some kind of heretic, worried she might wreck the whole facility. Moon lands softly as the water calms around her. The research staff instantly recognize her, bow and call her by name. They confirm she's Mo Dong-dai, deputy principal at Shanghai University, part of a legendary martial family with a 1,000-year history. The staff whisper that her clan once tamed dragons and merged their genes. That explains her insane water control powers. Ignoring the whispers, Moon Jae strides straight to Sen King Han and asks if she's the girl in question. To verify the bizarre result, she orders a scientist to draw Sen King Han's blood and rerun the test 3 more times. Later, a worn-out Sen King Han sits beside a worried Hayu, confessing her arm feels a bit numb from all the blood draws. Not long after, a scientist calls her to follow him, and she immediately complies. She's led into a private office where Moonji is waiting. Moonji smiles and shares the news that all the tests came back consistent. Leaning in toward the anxious girl, she happily confirms all 3 repeats matched the initial result, flowed gently, water swirling around her. The research staff instantly recognized her, bowed, and called her by name. They confirmed she was Mo Dong-di, vice principal of Shanghai University, hailing from a famous martial clan with a history spanning over 1,000 years. Staff whispered that her clan once tamed dragons infused with their genes, explaining her extraordinary water control powers. Ignoring the whispers, Moon Jae walked straight up to Sen King Han and asked if she was the one they were looking for. To verify the unusual results, she ordered a scientist to take Sen King Han's blood and run tests 3 more times. Later, a worn-out Sen King Han sat with worried Heo, confessing her arm tingled after several blood draws. Soon after, a scientist called Sen King Han to follow him, and she walked right along. She was brought to a private office where Moonji waited. Moonji smiled, announcing the results were ready. Leaning into the anxious girl, she happily said all 3 tests showed 21%. Getting straight to the point, Mo Dong-jae made a life-changing offer. She wanted to take Sen King Han as her disciple. Sen King Han was stunned, stumbling over the sudden proposal. To prove the kind of power she could teach, Mo Dong-jae gently lifted water from the glass on the desk, spinning it into a tiny, controlled whirlpool. She told Sen King Han that if she became her student, powers like that would be easy for her to master. Overwhelmed, Sen King Han asked for time to think, wanting to ask Lin Chen first. Mo Dong-jae brushed off the hesitation, saying there was nothing to debate, because becoming her disciple was all upside. She kept showing off her impressive water manipulation, flexing her authority. She explained that, as the provincial minister of education and vice principal of Shanghai University, she decided Sen King Han would join her school since they were now teacher and student. She leaned in close, asking the stressed girl if she had anything to say. Pressured and overwhelmed, Sen King Han quietly replied she had nothing more to add, feeling totally cornered. She nervously saved Mo Dong-jae's contact info in her phone. Mo Dong-jae then mentioned she already had another disciple. That person would be Sen King Han's senior sister. Mo Dong-jae explained this other disciple was about the same age but started training over 10 years ago. She sent a photo to her phone, saying she'd introduce them when the time was right. Sen King Han was shocked to see a picture of a white-haired girl holding a rake, standing among skeletons and towering carnivorous plants. She immediately recognized it was her old friend, Miss Su. She asked Mo Dong-jae for the senior sister's name. Mo Dong revealed it was Luo Qian Sui and asked if Sen King Han knew her. Sen King Han explained she once had a friend. So, this kid named BXE from grade 1 looks exactly like her but suddenly switched schools. She's wondering if it's actually the same person. Mo Dong-jae brushes it off as impossible. Still, she's curious about Sen King Han's crazy test scores. Mo Dong-jae says her gene compatibility is off the charts, way beyond anything she's ever seen. She decides to run a full checkup to see if there's something special going on inside her body. When she places the glowing hand over Sen King Han's chest, she's totally shocked and mumbles that something's definitely not right. Sen King Han gets worried and asks if there's anything wrong with her body. Mo Dong-jae smirks, saying actually, her body looks way too normal. That's super weird for someone with a 21% compatibility score. To keep her safe from creeps and bad vibes, Mo Dong decides to lie low and announce her gene match is just 16%. Sen King Han quietly agrees with the plan. Once everything's set, Mo Dong-jae lets Sen King Han bounce, saying it's late and she should head home. Sen King Han nervously waves goodbye to her new master and walks out. Alone now, Mo Dong-jae makes a call. Her dad's on the other side, telling her this new disciple is next level and bound for greatness, promising them unreal rewards. He seriously warns her to keep this prodigy's insane talent totally on the down low. Mo Dong-jae nods, saying she gets it loud and clear. Later, Lin Chen rides Sen King Han home on his bike and jokes how weird it is she suddenly got a master out of nowhere. She agrees it all happened so fast. Lin Chen figures they should just watch how this plays out first. He says if Ma Dongjae is cool, no big deal. But if she turns out sketchy, they'll cut ties once Sen King hands strong enough. Sen King hands down with the plan as she hops off the bike. When they get home, their moms, Jiang Wang, Xin and Swang, greet them with big smiles. They announce the whole fam's hitting a restaurant to celebrate the two of them's big wins. They're over the moon because Sen King Han was the top scorer in the province, and she and Lin Chen might even get into the same college. At the restaurant, both families toast to Sen King Han and Lin Chen for scoring the highest marks in the whole province. After a fun dinner, the families say their goodbyes, wishing safe travels home. That night, underneath the full moon glow, there's a knock on Lin Chen's door. His mom, Jiang Quang Sen, opens it and finds Sen King Han standing there in pink pajamas, looking super flustered. Jiang Quang Sen smirks, teasing, back again to crash with Lin Chen. Feeling shy and silent, Sen King Han hurriedly denies any romantic stuff and insists she's got something really important to tell Lin Chen face to face. She tells Jiang Quang Sen she's gonna find him, then darts straight into his room. Amused by the whole scene, Jiang Quang Sen watches her leave, quietly wondering if this important talk is really just a confession. Sen King Han knocks on Lin Chen's door, saying she's got to share something urgent. When he opens the door and asks what's up, she explains it's about her new master from today. In his room, she sits on the bed, hugging a pillow to calm down. She says Ma Dongjae did a full-body check but found nothing unusual. Concluding that her body is totally normal, Sen King Han spills the key detail. Even with all her power, Ma Dongjae couldn't detect her crazy ability to let water pass straight through her body. Lin Chen is low-key blown away. Thinking about how powerful Ma Dongjae is able to control massive tidal waves yet still miss Sen King Han's secret, he figures her body must be way more mysterious than he first thought. He puts a reassuring hand on her shoulder, telling her they have to keep this power on the down low for now, because who knows what could happen if word gets out. He suggests they slowly study it once she's stronger and more experienced. Sen King Han agrees and says she'll trust his advice. Then she changes the subject, remembering her master mentioned she has a senior disciple. Sen King Han explains she saw a picture of this senior and was shook because they looked just like her old friend. King Han agreed and said she would listen to him. She then brought up something else, remembering that her master said she had a senior sister. Sen King Han explained that she saw a picture of the senior sister and was stunned because she looked just like her old friend. Peace out. She hands her phone over to Lin Chen. He grabs it and checks out a picture of Luo Qiansu. He admits they look alike but points out her vibe is totally different from the Bai Xe he remembers. Still, his attention gets snagged by the weird jungle scene behind the girl. He asks Sen King if she knows where the pic was taken. Sen Sing Han tells Lin Chen she's clueless but will ask her master. She shoots a message to Lin Chen, then texts Mo Dongdi asking about the location. Mo Dongdi replies with just one word, source zone. When Sen King pushes for more, her master cryptically says she'll know once she's stronger. Sen King relays this to Lin Chen, adding she can't squeeze any extra info out of her. Lin Chen decides they should drop it for now and look into it later. Later, while they're chilling on his bed, both holding phones, Sen King eyes him quietly before asking if dudes are into girls rocking cheongsams. The question totally throws Lin Chen off guard, secretly wondering if she's picking up vibes from her master Mo Dongdi, who also wears that traditional style. He blushes, picturing Sen King in a cheongsam, thinking it'd look fire on her, and admits it depends on the guy. Sensing his reaction, Sen King leans closer, grilling him if he's for real about liking it or not. Lin Chen flushes red and stammers. Maybe, yeah. She keeps grilling, asking about socks and if he's into black, white, or skinny colors. He wonders why she's asking such random stuff, then gets pinned down on the bed, and finally admits if he had to choose, he'd go for black or white socks. Pleased with the answer, Sen King suddenly jumps up and starts ordering a cheongsam and socks online, leaving Lin Chen all awkward wondering what just went down. Their moment gets cut off by a knock at the door. It's Jiang Guang dropping off a bag from Sen King's mom. She explains her mom sent some personal stuff and told her to stay the night. Sen King blushes, surprised as she fumbles out that she never asked her mom for anything like that and doesn't get why her mom did it on her own. As Jiang Guang leaves, he cracks a smile and says no worries, they're adults now, so crashing at each other's place is totally chill before the door clicks shut. An awkward silence fills the room, both Sen King and Lin Chen blushing, unsure what to do next. Going with the flow, Sen King sits up and opens the bag, saying she's going to change her diaper and hit the sack. But when she looks inside, she pulls out something shocked and asks what it is. Freaking out, she realizes it's a box of protection stuff. Super embarrassed. She wonders what her mom was thinking, packing that into the bag. Panic-stricken, she stammers she's going to change and rushes out of bed, trips over her own feet, and faceplants on the floor trying to escape. Lin Chen sits on the bed, totally puzzled by the chaos and wondering what the heck is going on. Lin Chen and Sen King have gotten accepted into the Evolution Academy at Shanghai University. Lin Chen tells Sen King, who's sitting on the back of his bike, to hang tight because they're about to roll. She clings to his waist sweetly. They also signed up at the family, his martial arts school, are headed to a promotional event today. As they bike through the busy streets, Lin Chen suddenly spots a group of strangers blocking their path. A dude in a black and yellow outfit stands, with a few people in white karate uniforms right in front of them, asking if he's Lin Chen. Shocked, Lin Chen breaks and asks who they are. The man introduces himself as Liu Guanggu, dean of the Martial Arts Academy at Shanghai University. But he says he's not here in his official role. Instead, he represents a group called Celestial Realm. Celestial Realm is conservative, against gene fusion and cybernetic mods, backing traditional martial arts for handling threats. Lin Chen recalls hearing about them but thinks their mindset is way off and kinda hardcore cult. Liu Guanggu formally invites Lin Chen to join Celestial Realm. Ignoring the invite, Lin Chen tells them to move aside. As he tries to leave, Liu Guanggu grabs his shoulder to stop him. "Please take a moment to talk," he insists. Offering a brand new phone as a gift, Liu's pushiness makes Lin Chen visibly annoyed. Later, Lin Chen, Sen King Han, and Liu Guanggu sit in a cafe. Liu explains that his Celestial Realm group researches how to unlock pure human potential without gene fusion or cybernetic mods. He passionately claims their goal is to help humans break normal biological limits and evolve into rare high-tier beings or even executioner grade. To back this up, he tells Lin Chen they've made some breakthroughs and plays a video on his phone. In the video, Liu Guanggu, who says his bio level is primitive 9, battles a tough opponent. He explains the clip shows him defeating a high-level gene fusion user. Lin Chen is shocked to recognize the winged guy from the video as Wei Cheng, the powerful genius who once single-handedly took down the rat cult. The battle in the video shows Wei Cheng soaring high, then unleashing a deadly storm of sharp feathers on Liu Guanggu. The feathers pierce Liu Guanggu's body, leaving him covered in blood, while Wu Tiancheng lands on the arena floor lightly. Despite being hurt, Liu Guanggu charges up with insane strength and lands a brutal punch, knocking the strong fusion guy off the platform. When the video ends, Liu Guanggu fires up, firmly claiming that the bloodline of man. With insane strength, he threw a wrecking punch at Wei Cheng, slamming the powerful gene fusion fighter off the ring floor. When the clip ended, Liu Guanggu was fired up, claiming that bloodline from this dude's already top dog, no need to borrow power from other species. He's all about pure humans mastering cultivation, that's the real future. Lin Chen glanced at his phone, his face caught between shock and disbelief. He wondered if the video was fake, maybe doctored, or Wei Cheng paid off to throw the match. Liu Guanggu shut down his doubts, insisting the clip was 100% real. He added he's going to keep throwing down with other high-tier gene fusion folks, inviting Lin Chen to come watch anytime. Lin Chen then asked why they don't just post the vids online to hype up the celestial human realm more. Liu Guanggu explained they wanna, but the big shots won't allow it. Fired up, he said the officials think any method that doesn't boost biology isn't worth a dime or the future, slamming his hand on the table out of frustration. He argued if they don't promote this stuff, they won't attract more researchers, making breakthroughs nearly impossible. He wrapped up with, "Quality change needs quantity change." Looking at Lin Chen with hope, he said a prodigy like him won't get stuck for 900 years like he did. Liu Guanggu was certain Lin Chen would evolve into a high-level being. Lin Chen froze hearing that, realizing Liu Guanggu got stuck for 50 years but only looked about 50. Like he read his mind, Liu Guanggu dropped a shocking secret. He said, "Don't judge by looks, I'm almost 100 years old," he explained. He stays young thanks to a special cultivation method they use. Skeptical, Lin Chen searched for info on the head of Shanghai University Martial Academy. What he found confirmed Liu Guanggu's story, an encyclopedia entry stating his birth date as May 1929. Lin Chen was stunned their cultivation could extend life that long and wondered if his parents could learn it too. He kept scrolling and found out young Liu Guanggu was a rich heir from the Liu clan, a top martial artist. When the gene fusion era kicked off, his family's refusal to adapt caused their decline. Their martial school fell into ruins, and the info even revealed a personal tragedy. Stubbornly holding onto tradition, his wife and kids left him since they chose gene fusion. Looking at the posts, Lin Chen thought about his bond with Sen Kin. And sure, she'd never bail on him. His research was cut short when he scrolled down and saw something that shook him. In the relationship section, his ex-wife was listed as Yuan Dong Dai. Lin Chen recognized this as another name for Sen Qin Han Mong Jie's new master. He also saw that the profiles of Yu Seng's son and Yuan Xiao's daughter were blurred out, making him wonder if they were dead. Lin Chen looked up at Lu Chuangu, concluding this guy was no joke. Catching his intense gaze, Lu Chuangu smirked. Proudly, he said, looking nearly young after almost a century proves the huge potential of pure humans, and that's why the celestial human realm exists, he declared passionately that celestial human means humanity conquering heaven and earth. He argued anyone relying on gene fusion would never surpass the beasts they borrow power from and would end up destroyed by them. He made the same point about mechanical enhancements, saying since many parts come from mutant beasts, that path can't escape its roots. Slapping the table again, he stressed the celestial human realm isn't totally against these methods but is against betting humanity's whole future on them. He believes they're only good for a stopgap while researching better long-term ways. With fiery passion, Lu Chuangu extended his hand, earnestly inviting Lin Chen to join the celestial human realm and fight for humanity's future. Still, Lin Chen raised his hand to decline silently, not discouraged. Lu Chuangu kept expressing his belief. Lin Chen could be the first pure human to break the usual biological limits, but Lin Chen stayed grounded, asking what exactly this cultivation method was. Lu Chuangu proudly explained their technique, called blood forging, an ancient relic method. He described it as using your own blood energy to train and strengthen the body, boosting fighting power. He bragged that ancient records say at the highest level, this art lets cultivators become holy beings who can smash mountains and rip giant steel beasts apart with bare hands. Yet, Lu Chuangu revealed a crucial limit. Only pure humans can practice it. He explained gene-fused people have impure bloodlines, and cyborg-enhanced folks have incomplete bodies, so their blood energy can't flow right. That's why he's convinced the future belongs to pure humans. Once more, he formally invited Lin Chen to join the celestial human realm. Lin Chen thought it over, then said he felt he knew too little about this path and wanted to observe more. Getting serious, Lu Chuangu leaned forward and said Lin Chen could take his time learning, but it'd be a massive waste to skip out on his awesome physical gifts. Leaning closer, Lu Chuangu said, from the celestial human realm's view, that top 16% scholar meant nothing compared to him. He even claimed she wasn't worth a single strand of Lin Jikun's hair, making Sen Qin Han spit out his drink in surprise. Surrounded by blazing confidence, Lu Chuangu declared they always believed Lin Chen, with the best physical test data, was the real genius of the province. He said if he picked their path, he'd definitely crush Sen Qin someday. This made Sen Qin Han feel down, wondering how the heck he got dragged into all this drama. Dude could definitely crush Sen Qin Han someday if he chooses that path. This leaves Sen Qin Han feeling kinda down, not understanding why she got dragged into all this drama. Lin Chen raises his hand to cut off Lu Chuangu's preachy rant, pointing right at Sen Qin Han, who's bowing her head, making it clear she's the top scorer with a 16% gene compatibility score he just mentioned. Sen Qin Han waves awkwardly as Lu Chuangu starts sweating from the pressure. Lin Chen decides to wrap things up, saying it's getting late. He grabs the phone Lu Chuangu had handed him earlier. Standing up, he takes Sen Qin Han's hand, thanks Lu Chuangu for the phone and drinks, then lets them know they're heading out. Panicked, Lu Chuangu quickly reaches out, begging them to wait and offers a 6-month trial period. As they walk hand in hand away, he calls out, promising to double all the perks the Evolution Academy offers him. When that still doesn't stop them, his desperation peaks and he triples the offer. The triple offer makes Lin Chen freeze, eyes wide in shock. Scene switches instantly, showing Lin Chen back at the table telling Lu Chuangu he's all in on Tianren's philosophy. With fierce determination burning in his eyes, Lin Chen clenches his fist and declares he's decided to bring his talent to Tianren and dedicate himself to the pure human ideal. Lu Chuangu is stunned speechless, while his chibi version cries over the huge amount he just vowed to pay. After making up his mind, Lin Chen tells Lu Chuangu, "You've got a question. You want to know if he's heard of the source point?" Lu Chuangu's surprised, wondering how a young student even knows about it. His expression turns serious as he explains the source point is considered the origin of all life. He adds that every mutant beast in the world is born from there. Lin Chen thinks this over, realizing the source point is basically the birthplace of all mutant creatures. He asks Lu Chuangu if the meat sold at the market also comes from there. Lu Chuangu confirms and explains that the meat on Earth isn't enough to feed the population at large. Lin Chen then asks about videos of that place. Lu Chuangu shakes his head, saying no electronic device works there, so the only way to record it is through detailed paintings. This makes Lin Chen recall the image, of senior sis Sen King Han as Luo Qian and realized that what he thought was a real photo was actually an extremely detailed artwork. Their chat gets cut off when Lin Chen's phone rings. It's their friend. Yo, where you guys at? The promo event at Jim's room is about to start. Lin Chen reassures them they're on their way. He stands, slings on his backpack, and tells Lu Kuang-gu they still have stuff to do and need to go. Before they bounce, Lu Chuan-gu hands Lin Chen a blue book called Blood Refining Technique, explaining it details the exact methods for training. But he warns there are requirements. The practitioner must be at least 4th level and have enough vital energy. He suggests since Lin Chen's physical data is close to 4th level, he should study the book over summer and start training as soon as he breakthroughs. Lin Chen casually pockets the book, surprising Lu Kuang-gu when he says he's already reached 6th level and will begin training right away. Scene shifts to a tall building. Inside, a young girl with a ponytail is working out hard, throwing a powerful kick at a heavy bag that swings wildly. She pauses when she hears a playful whistle, turns around, and sees Lu Kuang-gu coming in all hyped up and curious. She asks why the dean's so pumped. Lu Chuan-gu brags with a proud grin. He says thanks to his charm, he recruited the student with the highest physical score in the province to Tianren. The girl's shocked, asking if it's for real. Lu Chuan-gu pulls out his phone with Lin Chen's contact info, claiming it's all because of his personality. But she demands the truth. Pushed, Lu Kuang-gu nervously admits he had to offer Lin Chen triple the Evolution Academy's benefits. The girl screams in horror, reminding him their organization is already drowning in debt. Lu Kuang-gu tries to calm her by patting her shoulder, saying he's lined up 3 rich girlfriends to cover the costs, which makes her even more annoyed. Changing the subject, Lu Kuang-gu asks how long it took her to feel the vital energy when she first trained the blood technique. She recalls it was 10 years ago and took about a week. He then asks how long until she mastered the blood power. She answers 2 months. Lu Kuang-gu strokes his chin, complimenting her talent as expected from the runner-up of the exam. He admits that even he, a self-proclaimed genius, took 2 weeks to sense the vital energy. The girl looks downcast, begging him not to bring up her old title. She complains that since giving up gene fusion to join Tianren, she hasn't evolved into a higher-level being for years and feels mocked for fading into obscurity. Lu Kuang-gu puts a hand on her shoulder to comfort her, telling her to let them laugh all they want. He reassures her that a few years from now when she evolves, she'll be the one beating them all. She sighs, saying she's trained her body twice but still hasn't unlocked any new abilities. She asks about Lin Chen, wondering how long it'll take for him to feel the vital energy. Lu Chuang-gu guesses, since Lin Chen's physical stats are excellent, maybe about 10 days. Hearing this, the girl grins mischievously, saying she's got to give this genius junior a proper lesson. That night, the city is quiet. Inside his room, Lin Jin sits cross-legged on his bed, meditating with the blood-refining book open before him. He thinks feeling the vital energy is super easy. He did it in just 3 seconds. Reading the book, he decides his next step is controlling the vital energy to train his body. Starting with his right arm, he focuses the energy, which flares up like a flame. A system notification confirms he's using vital energy to train, boosting his endurance and skill level. Half an hour later, Lin Chen tests his progress. He grabs a knife and slashes hard across his arm. It meets his satisfaction. The blade snapped back without leaving a scratch. He realized that one training session made him untouchable by blades. Now he finally got why Lu Chuan-gu could take hits from Wei and Cheng, and he wondered just how strong he'd be after 5 more training sessions. He kept grinding. 3 hours later, Lin Chen was wiped out, slumped on his bed, drenched in sweat. At this pace, he figured he could master his whole body's blade resistance in just 1 week. Although his arm was done, it drained 1/3 of his energy. His rest was cut short by a late-night phone buzz. He checked and saw a text from Sen King Han. She asked if he was asleep yet and mentioned a surprise waiting for him. Curious, he agreed to head over right away. Stepping out, he wondered what kind of surprise she had. In the hallway, he ran into his mom, Jiang Guangxin. She gave him a sly grin and asked if he was going to see Sen King Han, mentioning that the girl had told her about the surprise gift. With a teasing smile, she told him to hurry up so Sen King Han wouldn't worry. Lin Chen tapped on her door and said he'd arrived. She invited him in. He opened the door and froze when he saw Sen King Han lying in bed wrapped up tight in a thick blanket, her face flushed red. When he asked what was going on, she said this was the surprise gift. His mind started racing, wondering if this was her way of making a move, imagining a risky scene with warning signs and all. Shaking off the awkward thought, he told himself she probably just wanted to show him a glowing watch or something. But Sen King Han said all he had to do was get closer and see for himself. Still blushing, Lin Chen edged closer and sat down on the bed's edge. She gently told him to lift the blanket up. Looking down, he caught her flushed face and shy yet kind of seductive eyes staring up. His heart sped up, and he felt heat rush to his face as the vibe got tense and unclear. Without hesitating, he lifted the soft white blanket to check out the surprise underneath. When the blanket rose, Lin Chen was totally floored. Sen King Han was lying there, cheeks blazing, wearing a tight white cheongsam she'd ordered online. His face burned just looking at her, completely stunned and bashful. Sen King Han asked if he thought the outfit suited her. Embarrassed and unable to look away, he nodded and said she looked amazing. Boosted by his reaction, she confessed she also bought a pair of black socks and asked if he wanted to see how they looked. Sweating from nervous excitement, he eagerly agreed, telling her to put them on so he could check them out. As Lin Chen watched, Sen King Han slowly slipped the black socks on. It made him blush even more. When she finished, she asked if she looked good. He assured her she looked stunning and that the outfit was perfect on her. Playfully, she said the socks felt super soft and dared him to touch them. He leaned in and lightly touched her foot, agreeing they were really comfy. Sen King Han lay back on the bed, scooted closer, and asked which felt better, touching her foot or the socks. Blushing, but smiling, Lin Chen said her bare foot definitely felt better, something she agreed with. Suddenly, their cozy moment was busted by Jiang Quang Sen's voice from outside the door. She loudly announced that Sen King Han's mom had dropped off some personal hygiene stuff and hung it on the door handle for her to grab later, making Lin Chen jump in awkward surprise. The unexpected shout scared him. He got up and went to the door to answer. Looking embarrassed, Lin Chen picked up the bag his mom had left at the door. Peeking inside, his face went bright red when he saw a box of safety stuff Sen King Han's mom had prepared for him. Confirming what he suspected, feeling awkward and a bit annoyed, he put the box back in the bag, thinking to himself they hadn't even kissed yet, why the rush? Sen King Han told him it was late and suggested he stay the night, then shyly told him to look away so he wouldn't see her in a diaper. Blushing, Lin Chen turned away while she changed at the end of the room. When she finished, she walked over and said she was ready. They could turn off the lights and go to sleep. Both were visibly nervous. Later, they lay next to each other under the same blanket, unable to fall asleep. Lin Chen asked if Sen King Han wore perfume because he noticed a nice scent on the bed. Closing her eyes with a mischievous smile, she said it was just her natural scent lingering on the sheets and dared him to sniff if he didn't believe her. Doubting, he muttered that it couldn't be true. Sen King Han opened her eyes and gave him a seductive smile that left him speechless. His face flushed hard, totally caught up in the moment. Slowly, she leaned in and kissed him deeply. During the kiss, Sen King Han's eyes suddenly snapped open, full of surprise. She immediately pulled away, breathing heavily, and told him to wait a bit. Shocked, Sen King Han got off the bed and slipped on her slippers. While Lin Chen awkwardly asked what was wrong, her face flushed red with embarrassment. She turned around and confessed she had just wet herself again. She stood embarrassed by the bed while Lin Chen looked down from the mattress. Suddenly, a thought hit Lin Chen, and he told her to wait. He asked how she felt right before it happened and if she experienced a strong mental wave. Blushing, she explained, her heart raced. A shockwave hit her chest, her body heated up, and that's why she lost control of the light board. Hearing this, Lin Chen confirmed her mental wave was super intense and everything matched what he suspected. He shared his theory with her, mentioning her innate water powers and that he believed her unknown special abilities were tied to her mind and controlled by it. Sen Han listened in amazement, realizing if her mental strength got high enough, she could develop and fully control her powers. With a new idea to test this theory, a shockwave hit her chest and her body heated up, making her lose control of her light board. Hearing that, Lin Chen confirms her mental fluctuations are super intense and exactly match his suspicions. He explains his theory, mentioning her innate water ability and saying he suspects her unique power links to her mind and is controlled through it. Sen Han listens, totally amazed, realizing if her mental strength climbs high enough, she might fully unlock and control her powers. With a fresh idea to test his theory, Lin Chen grabbed her hand and suggested they keep kissing to see if the mental waves would trigger the same effect again. Sen King told Lin Chen to wait while she changed her diaper, but he told her not to worry because she'd probably end up wetting it again anyway, so it made more sense to just keep testing it. She agreed, and they dove back into a passionate kiss on the bed. After the kiss, Lin Chen gently held her face and asked how she felt this time, all fired up. She confirmed it was exactly the same as before. A powerful mental wave immediately followed, causing her energy screen to spiral out of control. After several tries, Lin Chen said he was convinced her superpowers were activated by mental strength, drenched and embarrassed. Sen King Han noticed she had sweated a lot and said she'd go take a shower before getting off the bed. In the bathroom, She called out that she forgot her pajamas and asked him to grab a set for her. He agreed right away. Lin Chen went over to Sen King Han's wardrobe and checked out her neatly arranged clothes. While searching, he found a cute pair of pink bow underwear and got pretty surprised. He thought to himself how adorable they were, quickly put them back, blushing, and figured maybe she didn't wear underwear to bed with a diaper on. Finally, he picked out a pale blue pajama set and decided that would do. Then they both lay back on the bed, ready to crash. Lin Chen tossed and turned, looking deep in thought before glancing over at Sen King Han, who'd fallen asleep some time ago, even drooling a little. He smiled softly and gently stroked her cheek. The next morning, Lin Chen quietly slipped out of her room, carefully closing the door so he wouldn't wake her. Just as he was about to leave, he bumped into her mom, Suang, in the kitchen. She said breakfast was almost ready and invited him to stay and eat before heading out. He happily agreed. Lin Chen joined Sen King Han's parents, Sen, Jiani, and Suang, for breakfast. Her dad asked if Sen King Han was awake yet, and Lin Chen said she wasn't and should keep sleeping. Suang remarked how she wished her daughter had Lin Chen's discipline. But Sen Jian, after breakfast, Lin Chen waved goodbye to Suang at the door, telling her she didn't need to see him off. As he left, she closed the door with a sly, satisfied smile. Suang went to her husband and told him she woke up last night to pee and heard water running from the upstairs bathroom, hinting that their daughter and Lin Chen had been together. Sen Jiani nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with her guess, excited about the major step forward in the kids' relationship. Suang grabbed her phone and immediately texted the good news to Jiang Wan. Meanwhile, Lin Chen got home and started prepping to wash the clothes he'd worn the day before. Just as he was changing, his mom, Jian, scene switched to a building that looked like a university. A muscular guy with sunglasses and long hair, followed by some burly guys, barged into a martial arts hall yelling for Liu Kuanggu and demanding an explanation about Lin Chen. Calmly, Liu Kuanggu pretended not to know what he was talking about. Angry, the guy snapped that Lin Chen had enrolled in his Evolution Academy and accused Liu Kuanggu. The argument heated up, both heads loudly debating recruitment rules and previous agreements Liu Kuanggu blatantly ignored. With an air of arrogance, Liu Kuanggu claimed his recruitment method was totally legit and part of fair competition. He challenged the other head that if he wasn't happy, he should try to take Lin Chen back. The Evolution Academy leader shouted, demanding to know how a lowlife like him dared talk about fair competition and challenged him to fight right then and there to prove it. Liu Kuanggu sneered at the idea, asking if he thought he was stupid. The argument kept escalating. The leader retorted that he was 48 years old while Liu Kuanggu was just 25, accusing him of using youth to bully. Liu Kuanggu shot back that he was just bullying an old man, leaving the leader speechless. Losing the verbal fight, the leader turned and left with his group, yelling that as long as Liu Kuanggu refused to do gene fusion, she told him not to worry and reassured him that eventually Lin Chen would realize his classmates' advantage from machine-enhanced gene fusion, and then he'd want to switch majors naturally. He insisted the real issue was Liu Kuanggu breaking rules and needing punishment. Calmly, Meng Ji suggested that if he felt treated unfairly, he should fight back by going after Liu Kuanggu's top. She mused that even though Ma Jinhai was usually calm, whenever it came to Liu Kuanggu, he always lost his cool and got heated. As she took a sip, she thought about Liu Kuanggu, realizing that after all these years, he hadn't changed, still sharp-tongued as ever. She regretted that he'd made wrong choices in his youth, believing his body was as strong as... Scene switched outdoors, where Lin Chen and Sen King Han were jogging together along Van Ken Road. After running a bit, Sen King stopped, totally wiped out and gasping for breath. Liu Guanggu says his way of recruiting is totally legit and part of fair competition. He challenges that headmaster dude, telling him if he's not cool with it, he can fight to snatch Lin Chen right then and there to prove fairness for real. The headmaster yells back, freaking out how some nobody like him dares talk about fair competition and dares to fight on the spot like that's proof. Liu Guanggu looks down on the idea, asking if the headmaster thinks he's stupid. The argument just heats up, with Liu Guanggu pointing out the huge power gap between them, saying the headmaster is a high-level tier 5 while he's just a normal, scoffed at the idea, asking if he thought he was an idiot. The argument escalated. Liu Guanggu pointed out the huge power level gap between them, explaining that the director was a senior level 5, while he was just a regular level 9. This made the fight unfair. The director retorted that he was 48 years old, while Liu Guanggu, the chief, is a senior 5th level, while you're just a regular 9th level. That makes this fight totally unfair. The director fired back, saying he's 48 years old, and Liu Guanggu is 95. Accusing him of using his youth as an advantage, Liu Kuanggu clapped back saying he was just messing with an old dude, leaving the dean speechless. Losing the verbal showdown, the dean spun around and dipped with his crew, yelling that as long as Lu Kuang-gu refused to blend genes, he'd stay weak forever, playing with pureblood humans like they were bugs. Later, the dean sat in his office chatting with Meng Ji. She told him not to stress, assuring that Lin Chen would realize soon enough that his classmate was killing it thanks to gene fusion tech and that he'd naturally want to switch majors. But he was dead set that the real issue wasn't that it was Lu Kuang-gu breaking rules and needing to pay. Calmly, Mo Dongji suggested if he felt unfairly treated, he should fight back the same way by stealing his top student, a bit worried but convinced. The dean agreed to take her advice. After he left, Meng Ji shut the office door, grabbed her water. She pondered how, even though manhwa was usually chill, anything to do with Lu Kuang-gu made him lose it and get fiery. Taking a sip, she thought about Lu Kuang-gu, realizing that after all these years, he hadn't changed a bit, still sharp-tongued as ever. She felt sad he'd chosen the wrong path when he was younger, believing his body was as tough as his words, and if not for that choice, he could have been at least a principal by now. Cut to outside where Lin Chen and Sen King-han were jogging together down Veng Ken Road. After a bit, Sen King-han stopped, wiped out and gasping for breath. She said she couldn't keep running anymore. Lin John stepped up and handed her a water bottle to rehydrate. As she took a sip, he suggested they wrap up today's session and chill on the bench nearby to relax their muscles. Right after, Sen Kin-han lay face down on a wooden bench while Lin Chen sat next to her, rubbing her feet to ease the tension. Feeling grateful, she turned to him and thanked him. He smiled and said, since they're that close, she didn't even need to thank him. His words made Sen Kin-han blush hard. Sitting up shyly, she asked him straight up about their relationship, wondering if they were just friends, buddies, or if she was his girlfriend. Lin Chen smiled at Sen Kin-han and said he saw her more like family. Puzzled, she asked what kind of family he meant, then asked what kind of fam he wanted them to be. Blushing, she suggested they could be engaged, and he agreed. That made her heart burst with happiness. She scooted closer to him on the bench. Sen Kin-han then proposed that they get married right after college graduation. Lin Chen happily agreed to her plan, and they both made a pinky promise to seal the deal. Later that night at Lin Chen's house, he was sitting on the living room sofa with his parents, Lin Yan Cheng and Jiang Wang Xin. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Lin Yan Seng got up to open and was shocked to see who was outside. It was Dean Ma Zhen Hai. He greeted them and apologized for arriving late, explaining he wanted to talk about Lin Chen's choice of academy. Lin Yan Seng was confused, wondering why the dean was showing up now to discuss something already decided. Maine handed over a gift, 2 fish stating it was from a student. Lin Yan Sheng invited him inside, saying they could chat in the living room where Lin Chen was sitting. In the living room, Main Hai tried to convince Lin Chen, highlighting that his 15% gene fusion potential promised an extraordinary future, and wasting that talent by going the pure human route would be a shame. He argued that although Tien Range's intentions might be good, their theories showed no real progress and were a trap that would hurt Lin Chen long term. He urged Lin Chen to follow his advice, ditch the pure human path that only leads to mediocrity, and instead choose the Evolution Academy. Lin Chen listened, his expression serious and unreadable. His mother, Jiang Quang, nervously jumped into the conversation asking for clarification, saying she thought her son had already enrolled at Evolution Academy. That's when Lin Chen spoke up. He told his parents he forgot to mention he already joined Tien Range a few days ago. He explained he'd switched to martial arts at the academy to follow the pure human path, totally shocking his parents. His mom worriedly asked what was going on. Lin Chen explained his reasons, saying he agreed with Tien Ren's philosophy. He said the martial arts dean, Lu Chuang-gu, had seriously impressed him by offering triple the benefits, so he agreed to a 6-month trial period. He made it clear that if he didn't improve within half a year, he returned to gene fusion at Evolution Academy. His parents seemed to consider that plan reasonable. But Mainhai was furious, silently wondering where a poor guy like Lu Chuang-gu got the money for such perks. Turning to Lin Chen, he said he had some advice for a young man like him. He argued that triple benefits were just short-term gains that would lead to bigger long-term losses. He warned that during those 6 months, Lin Chen would miss out on priceless knowledge and experiences he could never reclaim. He begged him not to waste his time. Lin Chen remained firm, thanking the dean for his advice but insisting he believed in Tien Renji's ideals. He explained that if he didn't try this path, he'd regret it forever. Deep down, he admitted those triple perks were hard to pass up. Seeing Lin Chen's decision was set in stone, Main Hai sighed helplessly. He stood up, saying if Lin Chen was that determined, there was nothing more to say. He announced he had other matters to attend to and prepared to leave. Lin Yanseng quickly offered to see him out the door. The next morning, Lin Chen was at home, sipping a drink while scrolling through news on his phone, and got shook by what he saw. A headline declared that the top student in the province, Lin Chen, had been brainwashed by Tien Range and chose the pure human path, wasting his talent. The article even mentioned a genius girl from 10 years ago who reportedly ruined her future after joining that group. He skimmed the comments and saw a wave of negativity. People were mocking his intelligence and calling for Tien Ren to be shut down. Lin Chen was super worried, realizing his personal info had been leaked. He feared this could draw dangerous attention from heretics. He wondered if manhwa or some anti-Tien Range group was behind the leak and decided his top priority was damage control. He called and reported the paper for exposing his students' private details. 2 hours later, Lin Chen relaxed on the sofa as the article was taken down. But then his phone started buzzing non-stop with notifications. He checked messages in a group chat where classmates were questioning why he joined Tien Ren. They also said his photo had leaked, and the whole internet was buzzing about him. Stressed out, he realized that once his face was public, things just got way more complicated and dangerous. That night, King Han showed up outside Lin Chen's room wearing a pink nightgown, happily announcing she was crashing there tonight. Later, as they lay in bed, she noticed he was reading bad news about her and commented on how cruel people can be. Lin Chen calmly explained that in power struggles, the rule followers always get the short end of the stick. Later, lying in bed, she saw him scrolling through bad news about her, commenting people could be so cruel. Lin Chen calmly explained that in power struggles, the rule followers always get the short end of the stick, and then there's always that one dude who's straight up ignoring the rules and taking over. Sensine suggests calling in her powerful master, Mo Dongjae, for backup. But Lin Chen shuts it down, saying the beef is between the Gene Hybrid crew and the Pureblood squad, so her master's got no reason to back him up. Not giving up, Sen King still wants to give it a shot and shoots her master a text. After a bit, she hands her phone to Lin Chen to check it out. Mo Dongjae replies, saying the issue's already handled. Sen King is stunned that it only took half an hour, and Lin Chen's just as shook. A quick online check confirms every piece of news about him has been wiped clean. Lin Chen's left wondering why Mo Dongjae would even help, guessing it's either because he's one of her new disciples or maybe some leftover feelings for her ex-hubby. Either way, he admits he's pretty lucky. He tells Sen King Han to pass his thanks to the playful master. She leans in close and asks how he plans to thank her. When he asks what she wants, she goes for a kiss. They lean in, cheeks flushed. Later, Lin Jikin's sitting cross-legged on his bed, meditating as a haze of white energy swirls around him. He takes a deep, controlled breath. A system notification pops up saying his biological level has hit normal rank 7. He opens his eyes, full of power, drenched in sweat, and shouts that he finally mastered his entire skin layer. After training, Lin Jikin checks his updated status. It confirms he's 18 and at normal rank 7 with a long list of 9 biological traits. The screen also notes he's done with the early stage of false training. He feels confident, thinking 9 traits must be like 10 times the gene fusion strength. Smirking with pride, he's sure he's strong enough to beat the Kyoto Prodigy. His thoughts get interrupted by a text from Sen King asking him to go with her and her friend Chu Dui to collect eggs this coming Monday. He figures she's trying to follow the gene fusion path, which can cause infertility, so she's preserving some proof so they can have kids later through IVF. He quickly replies, agreeing to tag along. 2 weeks after that, they hit up a big, modern hospital. In a room, Sen King lies on a hospital bed wearing just her underwear, uniform, top, and socks. A nurse injects her with an ovary stimulant and tells her to come back the next day for the egg retrieval procedure. Sen King thanks her. As they walk down the hospital hallway, Lin Chen comments on how annoying the whole process is. Sen King admits she's still a little nervous. Hearing that, Chu Dui puts an arm around her shoulder and suggests they go shopping to chill out. Sen King happily agrees. The girls ask Lin Chen if he wants to come along, but he declines, saying he's got other stuff to do. Chu Dui gets hyped knowing she'll have a fun day just with Sen King. Both girls wave goodbye, buzzing with excitement as they leave. Back in his room, Lin Chen decides it's time to move on to the next phase of muscle training. As he meditates, system notifications confirm his muscle strength and blood refining proficiency are leveling up. He feels a stronger burning sensation than before when training, but it's the kind of pain he can handle. After a whole afternoon focusing on just his right arm, he crashes on the bed, worn out and ready to recover. He eats a ton of bread to refill his drained energy. Then he tests his new strength with a hand grip tool and is amazed to see just one arm training boosted his power by 50%. Suddenly, there's a knock on his door. Sen King walks in and says Chu Dui suggests the whole squad hang with Hu before school starts, and she agreed on his behalf. Lin Chen grabs her hand and reassures her that if she goes, he's definitely coming too. But Sen King looks worried and explains that Chu Dui wants to hit the beach. She doesn't want to go, but feels awkward saying no. She reminds him about her past injury. She recalls the creepy, mysterious voice she once heard underwater and admits she's really scared. Lin Chen comforts her, promising to keep her safe. He suggests that if she's too scared, they won't get in the water to keep her at ease. She agrees. The scene cuts to a fiery dark cave with a massive round platform glowing with floating runes above bubbling lava. On the platform, a secret meeting is going down. A giant green monster reports to a mysterious guy dressed sharp in a suit and rocking a scary plague doctor mask. The monster says he successfully had his stinky rat squad dig all 108 tunnels needed. The monster asks the plague mask dude to set a biological coordinate at the site. The guy nods in agreement. He lifts a strange but powerful scepter with a glowing single red eye and slams it into the ground, unleashing a dark energy blast. To complete the ritual, the masked man cuts his wrist, letting blood drip onto the scepter. The red eye soaks it up. As red-black energy tendrils shoot out from the ground, the masked man says the coordinate is set. He explains the next step is to find the matching point at the origin and plant another coordinate there. He sums up that when both coordinates connect, the tunnels will link fully to the source, finishing their plan. The squad's driving along a gorgeous coastal road headed to the beach. Chu asks Heiyu when he got his license. He says his dad hooked him up with an express course right after summer break started. When he offers to help others get into the same program, they're all hyped, making Heiyu beam with joy. Soon enough, they arrive at the beach parking lot. Yu can't contain his excitement, sprinting onto the sand, shouting about how much he loves the sea breeze, admiring everything by the ocean, and most of all, oogling the bikini babes splashing around. Feeling annoyed by his crude talk, Chu Dui smacks the back of his head, then grabs Sen King's hand and declares they're hitting the changing rooms, ignoring Hio's protests. Left behind, yo, he threw his arm around Lin Chen's shoulder, telling them to get changed too, saying he seriously couldn't wait to go diving. As they started heading off, a bunch of teens on the beach spotted Lin Chen and instantly pegged him as the runner-up in the Gao Cao from Namjiang province. They started whispering, saying he was the dude who joined Tian Renis. They guessed he'd been brainwashed or maybe was out of his mind from the get-go, basically writing off his future as toast. Yu caught wind of the chatter and got fired up, stepping up to them like, "Who do you think you are to judge the province's runner-up? Keep talking if you dare." The crew froze, totally shook by his sudden attitude. Just as things were about to escalate, Lin Chen calmly grabbed Yu's hand, telling him to chill and not waste energy on them. Yu grumbled, saying Lin Chen had crazy patience and if it were him, he would have thrown hands already. Lin Chen said he really didn't care what those fools said, but if they ever said something he actually valued, he'd step up for sure. When Yu asked what exactly he valued, Lin Chen just gave him a look and glanced sideways like the answer was totally obvious. Right then, Chu Dui and Sen King got back after changing into their beach gear. Chu Dui teased that it was clear who Lin Chen cared about most, Sen King Han, who was holding a tube of sunscreen. Yu scratched his head and admitted that was a no-brainer, while Chu Dui nudged both guys to hurry and get changed. Soon after, Lin Jikun and Hai showed up in swimsuits, flaunting some seriously ripped muscles. Lin Jikun joked he could help apply sunscreen on Sen King Han, and she happily agreed from her lounge chair. As Lin Chen rubbed sunscreen on her back, she confirmed he was doing a great job. Yu watched with a jealous, flushed face, quietly thinking Lin Chen definitely knew how to play it cool. Feeling inspired, he tried to say the same to Chu Dui, but she straight up told him to back off. While Lin Chen kept applying sunscreen to the lower back and hips of Sen King Han, she was thinking about how awesome he really was. Suddenly, she heard a mysterious, powerful voice in her head. Her eyes went wide in shock as she quickly sat up, mumbling something about a rebirth and the sea's origin. She turned toward the ocean, scared, and exclaimed she heard that voice again, which made Lin Chen snap to attention. Lin Chen wrapped Sen King Han in a hug, asking what was wrong. She explained, terrified, that she'd heard that eerie voice again talking about some great god linked to rebirth and the source of the sea. Lin Chen listened carefully, guessing the voice might be connected to the Origin L's source point. He figured they didn't know nearly enough yet to get what was going on and needed to dig deeper first. He suggested when she got to college, she should try to casually ask Master Mo Dong-jae about it, and Sen King Han agreed on the plan. Later on, Lin Chen headed back to his room to keep up with his training. After finishing his muscle workouts, he started grinding through some seriously tough bone training. This was way more painful, way harsher than muscle drills. He focused all his energy on strengthening each bone, one by one. After a brutal session, he crashed on the bed, exhausted and covered in some weird substance, but feeling victorious for training all 206 bones in his body. His hard work paid off with a system message congratulating him for evolving into a 9-level normal creature, with just one last step to become a top-tier beast. Lying in bed, he studied the blood-refining book and realized he now had to unlock special talents in his body to reach the next evolution. But the guide in the book was kind of vague. Trung's gotta stay locked in on his studies, no distractions allowed. Lin Yansang's hubby reassures that their kids are super responsible. He tells Lin Chen and Sen Kin Han it's time to head inside since no parents can roll into the restricted zone. Lin Yansang reminds his son to watch out for Sen Kin Han, and Lin Chen promises he's got her back. At the entrance, guarded tight with password checks, a soldier asks them to show their admission notices. Lin Chen hands over his papers, but when Sen Kin Han digs for hers, the guard stops her. He recognizes Lin Chen as the top scorer in the provincial exam, just made the news for joining Tian Range, and lets them slide without extra checks. Inside, the campus buzzes with gene hybrids and cyborgs everywhere. This scene is just part of the usual vibe in this exclusive zone. Once their registration's all set, it's time to hit their separate dorms. Sen Kin Han waves goodbye to Lin Chen, promising they'll catch up tonight before she heads to her dorm at Evolution Academy. When Lin Chen arrives at the Martial Arts Academy, he's instantly swarmed by a group of fired-up upperclassmen. They gush over his sharp looks, offer to carry his bags, and excitedly ask for his contact info. Right then, a confident blonde senior steps up, tells the others to back off, and volunteers to take Lin Chen to the dorms. He's grateful and accepts her help. As they walk, Dan Tri asks if he wants to peep the school's combat rankings. She leads him to a screen showing two lists: the elite chart featuring the top 500 students school-wide and the rookie chart with the strongest 100 freshmen. She explains that the top 3 on the elite chart are all powerful 4th years from Evolution Academy and the Mech Institute. Meanwhile, only 3 from the Martial Arts Academy even make the list, and they rank way lower. Dan Tree then shares about a stellar alum from their academy who was like him, a top scorer and even ranked 6th on the elite list. But, since she was pure human, her progress stalled, and hybridity and cyborg students surpassed her. Dan Tree reveals her name's Song Duan. She's now a lecturer at the academy, and a key TN range researcher assisting Dean Liu Chu Angu. Soon they reach his room, and Dan Tri shows off his spacious personal apartment instead of the usual dorm room. She lets out a bit of envy, saying being top scorer definitely comes with dope perks. Fanning herself, she complains about the heat outside and drops hints about maybe borrowing his bathroom sometime. Lin Chen doesn't catch the hint. He thanks her for the help and invites her for bubble tea across the street. Dan Tri's a bit awkward but agrees, wondering why he's not cashing in on the moment. After Dan Tri leaves, Lin Chen stands alone in his new room, thinking inviting her for a drink was just a way to say thanks for guiding him. He gets a text from Sen Kin Han asking to see photos of his dorm. She sent pics of her super fancy room, complete with a private gym. Comparing her luck setup to his simple digs, Lin Chen feels a twinge of jealousy. Realizing Evolution Academy's way richer, he reluctantly snaps a few photos of his place to send back. Seeing the pics, Kin Han's surprised by how small his room is and immediately suggests he bunk with her, saying, her bed's even bigger than the one at his house. Without hesitation, Lin Chen grabs his suitcase and phone, declaring he's heading over as soon as possible. Leaving the Martial Arts Academy dorm, he mutters about the funding gap between the academies, thinking even the best room at his school falls way short next to Evolution Academy's student housing. As he walks off, he sighs, wondering if Dean Liu Chu Angu will really make good on the triple perks promise. When the elevator door opens on her floor, Sen Kin is there with a bright smile to greet him. She cheerfully welcomes him into the spacious, pristine place, eyes sharp as ever. Looking around the clean and swanky space, Lin Chen figures her master, Mo Dong-du, must really care to let her hide out like this. Sen Kin Han nods and says, "Master treats me really well." She throws her arms wide, excitedly saying this will be their little home where they can chill without parents around. Lin Chen blushes, telling her not to get too dreamy, pointing out she's sweating from lugging all her stuff. She says she's going to shower first and starts stripping right there, piling clothes on the floor. Lin Chen just watches and reminds her not to mess things up. While she showers, Lin Chen awkwardly picks up her clothes. He decides to kill time checking out the campus app he just downloaded. He finds a store in the app where students can use school points to buy gene hybrid gear and mech upgrades. He learns there are 3 ways to earn these points: making the school combat rankings, completing official missions, or killing it in tournaments. He realizes this is way easier to rack up than cash. His discovery gets interrupted when Sen Kin calls from the bathroom, telling him to bring her clothes inside. He steps in, handing them over, only to find her relaxing in a big tub, cheeks flushed. She says the warm water feels amazing and invites him to join. Lin Chen blushes and hesitates, but then thinks about how wasting all that hot water alone would be lame. He agrees to hop in and starts undressing in the tub. He offers to scrub her back, and she gladly says yes, promising it'll be his turn next. After their bath and dinner, Lin Chen sits meditating on the bed, with Sen Kin Han lying beside him. He kicks off phase 2 of his training, focusing on refining his blood-based kung fu. It's brutal, this time way tougher than before, taking 2 hours just to harden his right hand. Curious, he asks Sen Kin Han to grab a sewing needle to test his skin's new toughness, which totally blows her mind. He presses the sharp tip into his hand, but it won't pierce through. The system just hit me with a notification my skin's toughness is leveling up. When I pushed harder, the needle in my hand shattered into pieces. Sen King Han was totally shocked, saying, "Blood forging skills are next level. They're making me want to jump on that pure human path too." Lin Chen then announced the next test: heat resistance. Calm as ever, I stuck my hand over the blazing stove fire and the system confirmed. My heat endurance was improving. I figured it took over a minute to actually feel the heat, and figured that with blood forging and my system's traits, I was inching closer to his saintly body. Lin Chen was just chilling when his phone buzzed with a new message from Liu Zhuanggu, the head honcho of the Martial Arts Academy. The guy asked if I was settled in and invited me over to Tian Range HQ to get the lay of the land and meet the crew. Lin Chen gave a thumbs up, and the dean told me to hang tight downstairs because someone would pick me up since I wasn't crashing at my dorm. I sent over Sen King's address, and after getting the green light, I let out a breath and decided to head down. I told Sen King Han I had to step out for a bit, explaining the dean had called me to the organization's base. She gave me the nod to go ahead. Outside, I found some shade under a tree to chill. Leaning against the trunk, this dude with wild orange-brown hair noticed me. He came over and instantly recognized me as Lin Chen, the top scorer from the provincial exam who just joined Tian Rennie. I greeted him, thinking my rep was starting to get some shine. The guy showed mad respect for my choice to roll the pure human path. He said he was also a rookie, raised near Kyoto, where there used to be a pure human research institute that shut down after 20 years of little progress. He spilled his hope that the research at Shanghai University would crush it. Lin Chen thought he was kinda all talk. The dude gave me a thumbs up, wished me luck, and bounced. Not long after, I heard a revving engine. I turned and saw a woman rocking a helmet pulling up on a slick red motorcycle. She asked if I was Lin Chen, and when I nodded, she took off her helmet. She said she was Song Duan, an instructor at the Martial Arts Academy and a Tian Range researcher here to pick me up. We shook hands, and I remembered hearing about her. She was a top student who also chose the pure human path. I hopped on behind her, and she cheerfully told me to hold on tighter. As we took off, she asked if I was feeling hyped to get a ride with a cool senior chick. I said it was an honor. Curious, she asked why a Martial Arts Academy student like me was waiting outside the fancy Evolution Academy dorm. I nonchalantly explained that my girlfriend lived there and I had moved in with her. Hearing that, Song Duan joked about her love life, saying she'd never lived with a guy before. Soon, we arrived at a modern, huge building. Song Duan led me to a place marked as the Pure Human Research Institute. She motioned for me to come inside, and I asked if it was short for the Pure Blood Human Research Institute. She showed me a common lounge where researchers rested and told me to grab free drinks from the fully stocked fridge. Walking down the empty hallway, I asked why we didn't see anyone else around. Song Duan sighed and explained that Tian Range wasn't held in high regard by the school, so funding was tight and they couldn't hire many staff. She spilled that the whole crew was just Dean Liu Zhuanggu, herself, Lin Chen, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students. That blew my mind. Now it made sense why the group of guys in karate uniforms with the dean at our first meeting were just hired actors. I felt kinda let down but figured as long as I got my promised perks 3 times over, nothing else really mattered. Song Yuan then called the dean to say she dropped Lin Chen off. The exhausted, disheveled-looking dean appeared and invited us into his messy office. I noticed how drained he looked. He explained he'd been stuck here for nearly half a month, struggling to break through on the blood, forging point opening chapter of the research but hadn't made progress. Even with his struggles, Dean Liu Zhuanggu gave a thumbs up, encouraging me to believe my arrival would spark major progress on the pure blood path. Then he put my name at the top of the list. He bragged about how the instructor Song Duan had been the Kyoto entrance exam top scorer, and that his own youthful physical stats were even better. Song Duan playfully told him to chill with the boasting. The dean's tone got serious as he explained that thanks to Song Duan's help, he finally broke a decades-old plateau and completed the 3rd stage of body forging. This breakthrough gave him the power to beat a top-tier gene fusion user, even though he was only a pure human at rank 9. Placing his hand on both our shoulders, he reassured me that over time, I could even surpass Song Duan. On the topic, Liu Guanggu asked how my blood forging progress was coming along. He wondered if I'd learned blood control and hit pure human rank 4, the level needed to start forging. I calmly confirmed I'd reached that stage with satisfaction. The dean assigned Song Duan to be my mentor, explaining that with her guidance, I could finish the first forging stage before the semester ended. He mentioned she had completed that herself in just 3 months. Song Duan confidently accepted the role, but I cut in saying I didn't really need a mentor. I revealed I'd already nailed the first forging stage over summer break. That dropped jaws, both Liu Guanggu and Song Duan stood silent, wondering if they heard right. Song Duan couldn't believe I mastered the complicated forging art alone in just the summer. I calmly explained it was all thanks to the books, asking if they'd heard wrong. Song Duan couldn't believe Lin Chen mastered making complex arts all on his own over the summer. Lin Chen casually explained it was from books. There was a detailed guide, but he only studied for a few days even though he knew deep down it just took him 30 minutes. Still skeptical, Dean Liu Chu-Angu asked to check his hand to be sure. Before extending it, Lin D subtly activated his natural camouflage ability, deciding to hide his true power. He adjusted his biological level display down to pure rank 5, just enough to pass as a newbie in the first cycle. Then he let the dean inspect his hand. The moment Liu Guanggu touched it, both he and Song Dujian froze. The dean, stunned, confirmed that Lin Chen had genuinely completed a full first cycle. Still shocked, Liu Guanggu asked what his current biological rank was. Pretending to be nervous, Lin Chen said it was pure rank 5. Hearing this made the dean super pumped. He raised his hand to the sky and loudly declared Lin Chen a one-of-a-kind prodigy and that the pure-blooded path's future was secured. Excited, he pulled the surprised Lin Jin into a tight hug, stating that with this talent, they'd definitely break through human limits. Watching them, Song Dujian realized there was always someone better out there. She smiled, thinking how great it was to have such a prodigy leading the way. Full of fresh hope, she eagerly suggested the dean announce Lin Jan's potential right away to attract more talents and funding. But Liu Guanggu shut that down immediately. Sternly, he explained that Lin Chen's abilities needed to stay secret for now because revealing progress on the pure-blood path too soon could put him in danger. The dean made it clear their strategy was quality over quantity. Now that they had a genius like Lin Chen, all resources had to go into helping him break the human biological barrier. After wrapping up, Yu Yan worried about money. The dean reassured her, promising to use every connection to gather the evolution resources needed. His plan was to wait until Lin Jijian's power was undeniable, find him a strong backing, and then start promoting the Tian Ren ideals. Song Juan praised the dean's careful thinking, and he proudly accepted the compliment. Lin Chen listened quietly, imagining how shocked they'd be if they knew his real strength, that he was already at pure rank 9, had finished forging his flesh and bones, and was halfway through the second physical training cycle. Then the dean announced that Lin Chen no longer needed to attend the basic classes at Martial Dao Academy. Instead, he worked directly at the Research Institute with Song Dujian as his assistant. Song Dujian, annoyed, clenched her fists, objecting that being made an assistant to a junior was an insult. The dean brushed off her concerns, saying pride had no place in their research. Changing the subject, he announced that the next afternoon the school would hold a freshman trial to crown the freshman king, the strongest first year. Confidently, he told Lin Chen that with his abilities, that title was almost guaranteed. He encouraged him to compete to bring honor to the Martial Dao Academy, promising a prize of 10 blood energy pills. When that didn't get a reaction, he added that the winner would also get 10 school credits. Mentioning credits instantly caught Lin Chen's full attention. Soon, the freshman meeting started, and a crowd of students gathered in the school auditorium. Sitting beside Sen King Han, Lin Chen immediately became the talk of other students. Those who recognized him as Tianren's top scorer were curious about his relationship with the goddess Sen King. Their conversation got interrupted by a familiar face. The loudmouthed, spiky-haired freshman walked over, asking Lin Chen if he remembered him. Lin Chen confirmed he did, bowed slightly, and the freshman pointed at both of them, bluntly asking what their relationship was. Holding Sen King Han's blushing hand, Lin Chen calmly said they were childhood sweethearts, already engaged and planning to marry after graduation. The freshman looked a bit disappointed but forced a smile. As the meeting continued, the hall filled with other first years. In the crowd was a black-haired girl with purple tips and cat ears sitting silently. She glanced back at Lin Jikin with a deep, heavy stare. He recognized the look and felt a little uneasy. Meanwhile, the loud-mouthed freshman returned to his seat, babbling to those around him. Not long after, a man stood on stage, announcing the start of the ceremony and inviting a freshman representative to step up. Everyone was shocked when the very loud, spiky-haired freshman stood. As he confidently walked up, the students whispered in disbelief. They wondered why someone with dyed hair and a wild attitude like him was chosen. The spot was supposed to go to the strongest one, who they expected to be a fusion type. The freshman was totally digging the reaction. He saw this as the perfect chance to make a bold impression. Holding the mic, he kicked off his speech by asking the crowd if they knew Lin. Lin Chen chuckled inwardly, thinking who wouldn't know the famous Prodigy from Kyoto. Continuing, the freshman revealed that Lin Jin had an equally talented younger brother. He explained that this brother was the top scorer in Kyoto's university entrance exam, with a 16% genetic fusion rate and the highest physical score nationwide, matching the top scorer in Nanjing province. With a confident grin, he dramatically declared he was that younger brother. LMU. He went on, said he and his brother promised to dominate records at Shanghai University in Kyoto. To prove his strength, Liu unleashed all his biological pressure, claiming he was power level pure rank 5. The whole auditorium shook with intense energy. Other students stood amazed, realizing the huge gap between their abilities and a true prodigy. Laughing at their reaction, Li Mu arrogantly told everyone to remember his name. Sitting under the stands, Sen King leaned over to Lin Chen, throwing shade at Li Mu's big ego and saying straight up that he didn't even realize Lin Chen could wreck him with just one finger. Lin Chen told her to keep it on the low, and she grinned, totally down with the plan. After Li Mu's speech, the host called up the next speaker, Du Hong, the student council president. A dude with dark green hair strolled up to the podium, grabbed a script from the host, and facing the crowd, Du Hong introduced himself and said he had 3 major points to drop. First, he laid it out that student discipline falls under the student council's control, and they hold some serious power. Next, he announced the council was recruiting 10 new members from the incoming freshmen next semester, with the only requirement being strength. He told everyone to use the next few months to prove they've got what it takes. Finally, he threw down a stern warning. The inner campus at Shanghai University was a ruthless place where power ruled everything. Bullying from upperclassmen to underclassmen was super common. He told them to brace themselves. Once he finished his points, Du Hong's face darkened. Before stepping off stage, he declared he wanted to give everyone a taste of what a top-tier creature's power feels like. Then, he unleashed a savage biological pressure wave that flooded the entire hall. The freshmen instantly got crushed, gasping for air and groaning in pain under the